Sorry, Denise. Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for being here. It's a beautiful Thursday out there and blessed to live here, many of us. I'm going to call to order this rescheduled regular meeting of the Monterey Peninsula Airport District Board of Directors. Today, the 27th at 9 a.m. We're starting at 9:05. We'll do a roll call to start.
Director Pick is absent.
It's an excused absence.
Director Leffel.
Here.
Director Sabo.
Here.
Director Miller.
Here.
Chair Sani.
Present. Pledge of Allegiance for those in the room. Let's stand. Executive Director, would you lead us in the pledge? Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Communications and announcements, informational items.
None from staff.
None from staff. Anybody from the board? I have one item. I think this is the right place to address it with the board. I would like to attend the AAAE Triple AE conference in Denver, the 3rd through the 5th of June. And I've not had training. I did do training in January, but I couldn't attend the North Carolina. So I'm looking to attend this this conference in place of that. Any objections to that? Do we need to do?
I think it requires board action. doesn't it?
Okay. Board action? So do that here later.
It's not listed on the agenda, so we'll have to plug that in on a future.
Next month.
Yeah.
Great. Okay, we'll do it for next month. Just wanted to let fellow board members that I intend to join. I think a few are attending that. And for item D, this is for public comments not on the agenda for today. Anything related to not on the agenda for today? Public comment. And do we have any hands raised? Look like we did have one for a second.
Yeah, director, they're not chair. They
Chair.
are. We do not take comments from Zoom in this meeting.
Okay, I saw the hands raised, so I'm a little, okay.
Sure.
All right. So moving on then, no public comment, just one last try on. All right. Consent agenda, item E. Anything on the board? From the board?
I would move approval.
When is the opportunity to pull items?
Right now.
I want to pull 5 and 6.
And I would like to pull one.
All right, I'll amend my amendment, minus items 1 and 6.
Second.
5 and 6.
Yeah, one,
5 and 6.
1, 5, and 6.
1, 5, and 6. So my motion is that we'll approve 2, 3, 4, and 7.
Second.
Roll call for that?
Director Leffel.
Yes.
Director Sabo.
Yes.
Director Miller.
Yes.
Chair Sani.
Abstain. Bill, you pulled a couple items.
Okay, you want me to do yours? I thought we pulled one too. Was
Yeah.
that your pull?
You want me to pull? I can do mine
Yeah, I'll
first.
do whatever you want.
Sure. For item number 1, I had sent some updates to them that meeting minutes, and I don't think they've been updated or shared with the board yet. So can we just kick this to next meetings?
You can. I don't recall seeing those, but we'll make sure we get those.
Okay. Sounds good. And Bill, you're 5 and 6.
Okay, on the minutes of the special board meeting of April 5th, the minutes do not reflect the fact that at the end, I was acting as chair at that time. That I, as in terms of the suggestions for future agenda items, I added 3 specific items on there. The minutes do not reflect my addition of those items, which I submitted later as the chair to the staff. The staff didn't provide any of those additional items in current agenda. And also there was no mention in the minutes. So I'd like to have the minutes reflect the fact that I submitted additional agenda items. I can enumerate them here, but I don't know what the pleasure is.
You forwarded that to me. I do have a printout of the 3 items. Can I give that to you, Mike?
Absolutely. Yeah.
And I sent them to you too, Mike.
Do you want to read them out and then we can amend this and approve it?
No, I provided them to both you and the current chair of the board. So you want me to do with the 6 too?
Well, if he can read these, Bill, and we can add them
Okay.
to it.
all right.
Okay, Director Sabo requested that we revision to the board governance manual. Board and standing committee chair review and approve agendas prior to posting. Let's see, the second is RFP stipulate that the property cost data is to be submitted separately from the main proposal document. And the third is all RFPs for services or capital projects to be posted prominently on the website and remain posted until awarded or withdrawn. Those are all 3.
These were future board agenda items.
All right, so on item 5, I'll amend my original motion and I say let's approve item 5 with the revision.
I'm trying to remember, were those added in your capacity as acting chair, or did we,
They were.
is that the way it works? If you're acting chair, you can add things to the agenda unilaterally?
I don't believe those were unilateral.
He's just asking to add them.
You asked me to have it just added. Again, if it would take.
But it's always been our policy that we have either the chair adds an item or 2 or more members add an item, correct? Have we modified that where 1 member can add an item?
No.
No.
But if he was the acting chair, then yeah. we could do that.
Yeah, that was my question. Okay.
And the other one, Bill?
Oh, you want to do that?
Did I
one?
get
Oh.
a second?
Okay.
Wait, are we, okay.
All right.
Wait, Bill. We need a second.
Oh. I'll second it.
Oh, good.
I guess I'm in favor, you know.
Okay. Do we need,
Director Leffel,
Yes,
Director Sabo,
Yes,
Director Miller,
Yes,
Chair Sani.
abstain? I was not present for the meeting.
now you want to do 6?
Mhm.
Okay. On the minutes of the Budget and Finance Committee meeting of April 12th, we had a lengthy discussion about rates and charges. I disagreed with my colleague, the other committee member on the rates and charges as proposed by staff. There was no necessary liberal, and I provided alternatives that I believe that we should provide to the board for revised rates and charges. That was not reflected at that time, and I also submitted at a listing of the my alternative proposals for graduated hangar rates for district hangar tenants, and that was not reflected in the minutes. So those 2 things. One, I had disagreement with and cited my disagreement in the regarding the rates and charges, airline rates and charges. And number 2, I submitted a graduated hangar rate schedule. Neither one of those got reflected in the minutes. And I would like to have them added to the minutes.
I'll move to approve with the revision.
I'll second that. Roll call.
Director Leffel,
Yes,
Director Sabo,
Yes.
Director Miller,
Yes,
Chair Sani.
Yes,
And for the secretary's benefit, I will provide the words that I just said in writing if that's necessary, Denise. Okay.
all right. That means we're complete with item E. We have nothing deferred for consent agenda, which is item F. We'll move on to item G. Do we have a count or attorney, Mr. Attorney? And these are people, what they want to speak on, what item number? Okay, okay. So I think looking at the audience that we have in G4, I'm going to go ahead and move G4 up on the agenda. I know, we talked about that. And I'm going to go ahead and move up G4 for that matter. And Scott, if I could have you tee off G4.
question. Is that a chair decision or is that a board action?
You need board action?
Well, typically it has been done with the concurrence of the board. And so if the board objects to that, then this would be the time to make that known.
Sure.
So in other words, it can't unilaterally be done. Usually when the chair asks to do that, usually the board members concur and say, yeah, that's okay, let's go ahead and do that. So
I'm okay with the pleasure of the board.
I'm in favor of adjusting, where were you gonna adjust it to? The item G4.
To-
The first item,
Yes.
I'm okay with that.
Others?
I think it's unfair to the consultants that we have in the room, but I will go ahead at the pleasure of the chair.
Carl?
Yeah,
Director Miller?
I'm also not crazy about last minute changes, but I will concur.
There's more to this, but we can take that offline. And it was discussed earlier in the week.
Madam Chair, can
Yes.
I offer a suggestion here? I
Sure.
don't know how long, I think the consultants here are here on the approaches. Is that,
We have two consultants here, one on the approaches and one on the well water analysis. The approaches will probably take a little bit of time, 15 minutes, you think, Paul? Oh, there he is. Okay. Sorry. And the well water analysis is just walking in the door. It's Pierce Melvin. That will probably take about 15 or 20 minutes.
Well, is there gonna be a conflict? I mean, do any of them have flights or anything they have to catch? Because this is gonna be a long, long time before their issue is heard.
Gentlemen, any concerns from a flight perspective? Okay.
I withdraw my suggestion.
You want to leave it?
Leave it.
Okay, if you can tighten it within half an hour roughly, we'll go ahead and do our best to get through it. So Bill withdrew his suggestion.
Okay,
I'll, at the pleasure of the board, we'll go ahead and move forward with item G1 then.
You want to tee this one up, Chris?
I thought we were moving G4 up.
You said-
But I thought that was your suggestion.
And you
I
withdrew
was-
yours.
Was gonna suggest that we go ahead and hear a very short presentation.
That's what we're doing.
Oh, we're
We're
doing
doing that.
Okay.
Yes,
okay.
we're here to serve
You
everybody, hopefully.
need to buy a
We
ticket
will.
here.
Paul, I'll get you started here for a quick second.
So let me go ahead and read what it says on the agenda. It's a presentation overview of current instrument procedure capabilities of on runway 10R28L by Lean Corporation, Paul Hanna. Did I say that correctly?
that sounds like a blind.
No. Okay, sorry about that, sir.
We work in blind too.
I think it's a second to tee it up.
One second. If you want to just lead in. we'll just do that.
So Paul has been here before. It's been a little bit of time since he was here last doing a presentation on just our approaches. And as new technologies are coming out rapidly through with air traffic, he's renewed the presentation and looked at what might be available and what we currently have. So Paul, with that.
Great, thank you very much. And I appreciate the time here today. Understanding there are other more pressing matters that the room may be interested in. I will go as quickly through this as I can. There's three things today that we'd really like to talk about in some detail. One of them is the procedure changes that were under development between the airport and the FAA for potential changes to what are called the R&D approach to 285 and the raceway visual to 285. Both of these are
Can I ask a question? Who made the request and what was the request from the city? I mean, from the board? Got.
No problem, no problem. My understanding is the original request came from the airport specifically. So what they did was they made an IFG gateway request to
A
look
what?
for possible, and that's the incident flight gateway.
Okay.
And that is the starting point for an airport to work with the FAA. That's like the official request to say, we would like to change an approach procedure, or we'd like to change the party procedure. You make the request, and in that request, state what it is that you're hoping to achieve with the change.
And what was that?
My understanding was that the request was looking for noise abatement opportunities to try to move aircraft slightly south of, slightly west of Highway 68.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah, so that was the request that was made last year, and the FAA took that request seriously and they started working on it right away. And so we have some updates to share about what has happened to those FAA procedure requests and where that stands today. We also have a couple things we'd like to hear about, some additional noise reduction concepts that the airport and the FAA have explored also with our firm helping out. And then we want to identify some remaining areas for exploration, and that does maybe portend some bad news because many of the attempts to work with the FAA on further noise reduction have not been terribly successful. So I don't have fantastic news to share, but there is one concept that the FAA believe may be successful in some slight reductions in aircraft noise. We'll get to that towards the end of the presentation. So the first thing we want to cover are the procedure changes that were requested. So what we're showing right there on the screen was the first pass at the FAA working with the airport on changes to the raceway visual runway 28 left and the RNPC runway 28 left. The red path is the one that exists today. So the red path takes you slightly over to Toro Regional Park, and then as you can see, most of the aircraft are east of 68 until they make that right turn and then line up to land on 28 left. And so the proposal was to try to make some changes to the approach procedure that shifted into the blue line, basically moving the aircraft west of Highway 68 off of some of those residential areas. That was the attempt. And so what that looks like in kind of 3 dimensions, I'm not going to spend a ton of time here, but if you're looking at it kind of in a north orientation, you can get a general sense here of how things are changed. So the path on the right-hand side is the existing. The one on the left-hand side is the new. There are 2 different procedure types that are happening here. The RMP approach is one that the aircrafts would have to, that's this one. In this path, the aircraft have to track that line precisely. So they're going to be right on the white red, line as they come into the runways without deviation, maybe 100 feet left or right, but very, very tightly constrained to it. The charted visual approach has a lot more leeway in how the aircraft will fly. And so what you see here is keeping the kind of mapping is the same. The aircraft actually would be anticipated to move even further to the west as they visually fly against these waypoints that are provided to them for guidance. So similar approach concepts, but in this case, the visual approach, the aircraft would be expected to be even further west of 68. So potentially interesting changes to the FAA was working on. If we look at it, kind of looking straight down, so what we're doing here is north is to the left on this graphic.
the runway center line kind of is straight up. So you can see the runway down there at the bottom of the screen. We're looking at longer extended runway center line, just to give everybody a better sense of how the RMP approach was going to be changed. And you can see it does achieve the intended effect, along Highway 68. But it doesn't make any more significant changes to get in closer to the airport. A little bit of cost there that will get spared. And then in this case, this is what the visual would look like. So, equally interesting in terms of how the aircraft would kill away. What happened was, as the FAA was working through these procedures, a couple things were identified. First, I think you've heard this before, the RMP approach is not flown by many aircraft. So even though there are opportunities to change that procedure, you're really only maybe moving a few flights a day, or in some cases, a few flights a month. So it's an interesting idea, but it doesn't necessarily solve the majority of the aircraft coming into the airport to potentially alleviate noise. The other challenge here is that the raceway visual, which is that path that's even more to the west of Highway 68, it's limited to daytime usage and it is not required to necessarily be the preferred approach. So again, there's no means to force aircraft to use these procedures. There was one challenge though, which is that as of January, the RMP approach had a slight problem that had to be resolved. And the resolution that the FAA came up with was to change the final approach course. And it doesn't show up too clearly in this graphic, but it shows up very clearly in this graphic. And what they're proposing to do, propose past tense, because this is the point at which the procedure was terminated, was we shift the final approach course 3 degrees to the left. And at this point, the airport recognized that this was becoming a noise shift issue, meaning that any of the potential gains that could be made further from the airport were going to be traded for potential noise over residents closer into the airport. That is not something the airport was pursuing with this request. And so the airport decided to stop further exploration of these procedures. So at this point, the airport has terminated the request, and there's just a general recognition that changing these 2 procedures is probably not going to have the benefit. So it's, I appreciate the FAA works very hard, and they maintain a high level of interest in finding those solutions into the airport. But the particular solution with the raceway visual RMP is not going to be the path I think to go. So in totality, we believe there are 6 options. 2 of them were those approach procedures. They're done. We're closing out those opportunities. That leaves us with 4 other things that the airport can try to do to potentially reduce noise. Some of them are very elaborate, and some of them are a little bit straightforward. And I'm going to go through these kind of quickly, because again, I want to be respectful of the time for other items on the agenda today. So 3 and 4 both involve instrument procedure changes that are a little bit unusual, like not used widely across the national airspace system, but could be applied. The 5th one is what's called opposite direction operations, where aircraft would take off in one direction and land in a different direction to try to keep all of the noise on one side of the airport for certain hours of the day. We're going to talk about that. And then the last one is probably a really strange acronym that even people within the FAA don't use frequently, and that's an ERAM AAR change. And I'll talk about that at the end. Really quickly, further opportunities to look at approach procedures. I'm just going to jump right to the end. The FAA acknowledges there are some very elaborate things we can do to look for different approach options that would maybe minimize the paths of resident areas. But they are so specialized, and because the tower here is not 24/7, they are not interested in pursuing those. In other words, if the airport were to make a gateway request for these kinds of procedures, the immediate answer from the FAA would be no, we will not work with you on those requests at this time. So we want to identify that it's possible, but at this time we the FAA's position. I'm sorry, that's a little bit too elaborate. I'm not going to spend a lot of time into what these mean, just for the sake of time, because this is not a solution we've been pursuing, so I'm just going to jump ahead. And just to give some examples here, I'm just flying through some of the slides, but one of the things that we were looking at was something called an RNAV GPS approach to apply visual segment. This is like combining an an RNAV approach, and like if you combine like the RNP and the raceway visual and you put the best of both aspects together, it's something we could do, but again, the FAA is not supportive of this solution. So I'm again in the interest of time, let's move forward. So if we go back to that list again, 1 and 2 were what the airport was originally working on. Those are closed. And we're not pursuing them anymore. 3 and 4, they are possible, but the FAA is not interested at this time in doing them with the airport. The 5th one that I'm going to cover next is the opposite direction operation. So, opposite direction operations is this is used in the nest for noise abatement purposes. So a great example is the Los Angeles International Airport, where they will at nighttime have aircraft depart over the ocean and land over the ocean. Of course, the LAX airport has 4 terrific runways that are nicely separated across the airfield to execute this. So in that sense, they keep all the noise over the ocean and keep it away from the residential areas. It has wind limitations, it has weather limitations, it has air traffic limitations, so it can't be used necessarily every night, but it has been shown to be fairly successful. It turns out that every airport with a single runway in the United States has an opposite direction operation that the tower is already devised. And this is in cases like Monterey, it's for fires. Because it's very possible that at some point a fire could break out to the east of the runways. There's shuts down all opportunities to bring aircraft in and out kind of east of the airport, which means that you have to take off the airport to the west and you have to land them from the west. So there are possible, this does have an interesting opportunity to kind of eliminate for periods of time noise for residents living east of the airport. It definitely puts noise on residents living west of the airport when this happens. So for Monterey, the opposite direction operation basically looks like this. You have aircraft holding over the ocean, which is no one's favorite thing to do, especially the general aviation and VFR traffic that maybe we're not expecting to be over the water. But that's what they have to do, sit, because they have to sit 10 miles away from the airport. So the first aircraft departs, it makes a 45-degree turn away from the airport, and then the next aircraft, once that departing aircraft has gotten out of the way, it's clear to land to operate in this kind of configuration. That is what is currently approved for Monterey and these right now, just kind of fire-related situations or emergency-related situations. So it can be done. The problem is you will have less than 15 operations per hour total. Like, that's it. So if you're at a busy period in the day, too bad. Delays are now going to occur. General aviation aircraft are being sent off to other airports. Airline and business jets are coming in and out, but at a very limited rate, and you're limited to 5 knots of wind total. And if we look for periods of the year when you've got 5 knots of wind in any direction or total, and the tower has to be open, it's those 4 hours identified right there. So August and September at 7 a.m., September and October at 7 a.m. We asked the FAA about this one as well, and their opinion was, please no. And I think the airport agrees that this is, while it's possible, the concentration of noise on one side of the airport to alleviate noise on the other is not necessarily the solution that we need to be seeking at this time. So we evaluated this. It's possible, we're setting it aside. So the last thing I wanted to talk about is a very technical thing that might work. And this is the ERAM AAR change. So ERAM is en route automation modernization and adaptive arrival route. So the fancy, it's a big fancy acronym that basically translates to the system that changes a flight plan to make an aircraft arrive at the airport in a very specific spot. So today, the TRACON has an automation feature that says if you file a flight plan to Monterey and you're coming from the north, your flight plan is automatically going to be funneled to Salinas VOR right there. So if you're coming from Seattle, Portland, the Bay Area, Sacramento, you file a flight plan to your flight plan. Your flight plan is going to terminate there. That's not bad, because if you terminate at the Salinas VOR, you're at the beginning of the RMP approach. And you're at the beginning of the raceway visual. So that's good, because the existing raceway visual, although it's not the best approach in the world, it's better than the RNAV GPS game, which the airport has identified as a procedure that should not be followed unless there's no other solution. The challenge is today, this automation does not apply to any aircraft coming from the south or the east. So if you're coming from the south or the east, what happens is because that system doesn't change your point, all modern flight planning programs will create a flight plan that puts you on the RNAV GPS, which is the procedure that the airport does not want to be flown because residents have identified that it is the least desirable path. So what we're exploring is the opportunity to change that automatic flight plan filing so that it puts them at that waypoint right there, which is Charlie. Charlie is the waypoint that is used for the localizer approach, which is straight in, and for the raceway visual for its straight in lane. We've talked with the TRACON, who is responsible for the system. They believe that it's possible. We've talked with flight standards. They believe it's possible as well. We've talked with a few air carriers, but to move forward with this particular option, we would recommend that the airport actually go through a bit of an outreach phase first to talk with air carriers and NBAA and AOP to make sure that this is acceptable to all parties. If we were to go forward with this, we believe that maybe 20 to 30% of the flights would stop using the RNAV GPS Yankee and would flip over to use this procedure instead, which is straight into the RNAVs. And I think that might actually have a meaningful noise benefit to the community because it's just getting them off that Yankee. It's fixing an automation problem that's setting up aircraft to fly approach we don't want. So we can do, and the good news about this one is, so this is just my final summary slide. The ERAM, if this is something we want to do, this is not a year or more. This is months. I mean, the change can actually be made overnight. You don't have to make a gateway request to do this if this is the path that wants to be taken. So I think the suggestion that we've made to the airport is to continue evaluating this, but we wanted to present this here at the board meeting today to make sure there's concurrence when we move forward on this path. But unfortunately, the other 5 things that we've been exploring have either been discontinued or their implementation is just well. So that's what I have to share with you today. I'm here to take questions.
Thank you. Well, we'll get to public comment. So you will get an opportunity to ask questions though about the presentation. I'm going to bring it back to the board at the moment. Do we have questions?
I have a question.
Bill,
Okay. Thank you.
Dr. Siegel?
That was like drinking out of a fire hose there. And I understand a lot of what you're saying, but you indicated, I'm just going to go over a few notes I took while you were talking here. You indicated there was an approach, I think it was the Z approach that wasn't, or maybe it was the raceway visual that wasn't used very much. Is it the Y, the Z, or the raceway visual wasn't used very much?
The RFP Yankee, I'm just backing up to
Yankee, it was
yes.
Yankee, okay.
This specific here, the top half, it's not used very much today, right?
Okay, and that doesn't require special equipment on the part of the air carriers, does it?
It does.
Oh, it does. Is it Z then that doesn't require all the special procedures? I get the two mixed up,
I'm
but
so sorry, I got the two mixed up. If the RPC, I'm so sorry, that is the one that is
not very used very much because the crews aren't qualified for it. The equipment isn't up to snuff. So Y is used, okay? And I love out there. Okay, so I can see them, there's certain air carriers that use them religiously, use Y. And then there are those that don't, so I just wanted to clarify that point. So it's the Y that is, or the Z that's not used. Okay,
Yes.
I get it. All right.
Yes, I've got it correct in the slides, I apologize.
Well, go slap yourself. Okay, and then there was one, you mentioned one of the approaches was to move farther to the left. I think that was maybe a visual approach, and then the airport decided we didn't want to do that because it moved the noise over to a different location. Could you elaborate on that a little bit more? You pull up that slide and show because that was abandoned, and the folks that live east of the airport are strongly advocating that we move it to Highway 68, the traffic Highway 68, or further, I guess, south or southwest. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
So,
so this graphic, I think, maybe shows where the last procedure concept in the FAA finished up. So this one right here is how it will finish up with the RMPC. And in this case, the only way to make that RMP approach work, and the raceway visual uses the same waypoints as the RMPs do. And that's really the challenge here, is that you can see that because the final approach is shifting a little bit to the west, that is where, along with another concern a little bit further away over the Toro Regional Park and
Yeah.
Fort Ward Monument, both of today, the FAA has significant challenges with any procedures go from one public park to another. That's a big blocker in the environmental and NEPA environmental review process. So moving from Toro Regional to Fort Worth is like moving from one park to another.
I get it.
Yeah, that's a problem to them.
Could Arnav Y move over?
If the RNAV GPS Yankee were to move, it would have to basically look like this, but unfortunately, the GPS Yankee, the criteria doesn't work for a path that looks like this.
Okay.
To make the RNAV GPS Yankee into something better would require us to go down something I jumped over very quickly, which is where we combine an RNAV approach with a visual approach and put the two things together. That's the only way to work from a criteria standpoint, and the FAA said we don't.
Okay, but it wasn't the airport saying we don't like the noise over further south, that we abandoned that particular approach, was it?
The GPS Yankee.
You said something about the airport didn't want to shift noise from one place to another place, and I was just trying to figure that out because we can blame it on the FAA. That's one thing. If we're making decisions on our own here, I have to answer for that. So that's my district. All right. So is it the FAA saying, no, don't move it further over Toro Park? And I'm talking about why now, Yankee.
Oh, so the RNAV GPS Yankee was not part of the gateway request.
Okay,
So the decisions the airport has made so far are specific to their interactions with the FAA on the Zulu, the RNP Zulu, and the raceway.
is it feasible with Yankee?
So the changes to Yankee would be basically in this category, and what we're finding out is the FAA is not willing.
Would not do it. Okay,
Only because two reasons. One, the tower would have to be 24/7 here, and it's not today. That's its own challenge. That's separate. And the second is that there are not a lot of these RNAV GPS to fly visual segments.
Okay. All right, you answered it. I just want to make sure because I'm gonna call you up and have you visit the little association meetings here. Okay.
We're here to help.
I know you are, not when you see the pitchforks and lanterns out there. Okay, so then you mentioned about the opposite direction traffic. It's an interesting comment here. You said it was 15 max. Am I making myself clear to you? Okay. Everybody else's eyes are rolling back in their foreheads, but 15 max, is that 15 max IMC, IFR flights, or 15 visual and any kind of takeoff and landing?
Yes, opposite direction operations would force all flights, VFR or IFR, to basically behave in this particular operation status. So it's 15 total.
Okay.
It's very difficult.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, it depends on the time of day and all that sort of thing and what time you do it, do you think it's practical if in fact we analyze it a little bit more as to a specific time of the day? And I don't know whether the local tower here has to agree, but they have a procedure already, right?
That's correct. And in terms of the times of the day, I mean, you really will be looking at the hours in August, in the morning hours of August, September, and October. So if this is something that you're interested in having us continue to explore, we would need to compare the traffic numbers in those hours of the day, but my memory on this is that the traffic is still relatively high. At those times, it's higher than 15 if you combine with GA and IFR.
Okay, and we're restricted to 5 knot tailwind. Is that right?
5 knot any direction.
Any direction, even a crosswind, huh?
Yes, yeah, ODO, they feel very protected.
All right. Okay, I think that answers. So would it be your recommendation that we pursue that MRAM, ERAM? And I gotta make this comment. Given that I'm an aviator as well as a board member here, and I'm sensitive to the public and all that. So I want to see us do something as much as possible to protect the public from noise and all that. But my experience, both aviating and living there, is as soon as aircraft get over Salinas or in the vicinity, the tower, the NorCal says, "Can you see the airport?" Yeah, I can see that. You're clear. Contact tower. Tower says, and I don't care whether they've said we're using a raceway visual or we're coming in on this approach. Can you see the airport? Yeah, you're clear to land. Everybody abandons all of this stuff, so is there any way to force a little more compliance with NorCal on following these approaches when you file IFR, which is what most of the air carriers and also the heavy GAs are coming in here on IFR flight plans, just turning them loose to VFR to contact a tower. Am I making myself clear? And I apologize to the audience, but this is critical.
Your question is excellent and well informed. The short answer is, so can NCT do something about the tower's VFR clearance that kind of turns the pilots free to go wherever the heck they want? The short answer is no. We have talked about this with them. I was actually just at TRACON yesterday and the day before, we were talking about Monterey's issues before it came down. There's nothing that can be done to try to force aircraft onto specific approaches, especially under visual conditions. If the clear visual, it's very challenging to do, let's just put it that way. And the conversation I have with NCT is there isn't anything they can do to enforce it. Because if a pilot chooses to cancel IFR and go VFR, there's nothing else that can be done at that point.
Okay, does the pilot have to request to cancel, or does NorCal just turns me loose and says, "Can you see the airport?" And I said, "Sure, yeah, well, you're cleared, contact the tower." And at that point, all the IFR stuff kind of goes on out of the way. They take me out of the system as an IFR airplane. And that's what's going on. That's what's creating a lot of our noise complaints to the east of the, and so I'm very interested in this ERAM, but only if NorCal works and plays well together with us, the airport and the tower.
Understood. NCT is interested in pursuing the ERAM option, and there is a hope. We need to see it prove itself out that making that change would encourage more aircraft to take the straight in path to Atlanta and not go to GPS.
Okay.
There is a hope, and that's why the FAA is willing to pursue this option. I'll say one other thing really quickly. There's another thing that we are working on, which is not an instrument procedure change. We are working with ForeFlight, which is one of the major iPad-based instrument procedure like plan filing vendors that are out there, to get the noise abatement information into the ForeFlight application, which their folders, so that when pilots set up their flight plan, IFR or VFR Monterey, they will have all of the noise abatement information as a part of the packaging of the network. That's not the case today. Today, if you're using the ForeFlight app, it won't tell you anything about the noise abatement procedures here. The pilots would still have to go to the website, they have to go to Whispercraft or something like that to get there. They don't always take that step. And so we're working with ForeFlight right now to try to get that noise abatement information into the ForeFlight application, so that when they run their information on ForeFlight, it pops up right there at the back of the flight. It says, "Oh, the airport would prefer if I not use the GPS key." We're hoping that might have some more.
Would that apply to Part 121 carriers and heavy GA? They don't, I don't know that they're using ForeFlight.
Correct. We're not aware of any airlines, 121 that are using ForeFlight today.
Okay.
It's targeted more for heavy GA, business jet operations. We do use ForeFlight.
Try to get Jepson to add it into their programs. That's where the guys are. Thank you for your presentation. And I encourage you and staff to kind of work on that ERAM thing and if it is possible, because I think it's a possible solution for reducing the traffic.
Anyone else?
I had a question. So did I hear correctly that the planes that are coming from the north are using that now? They're coming to Salinas and then turning and coming in that way?
Yeah, that's correct. If you file a flight plan from anywhere north of the airport, the automation at the TRACON will funnel your aircraft to the Salinas VOR. There are situations where you might not go to the Salinas VOR, or like Director Sabo was talking about, right? I mean, if you file a flight plan and the weather was really good and you canceled it just before you got within range of the airport and you canceled it, you could go where you want at that point. But the concept of putting this automation in does at least direct the aircraft to the starting point of preferred. Yeah, but nothing pulls out.
Okay. And I just want to say I appreciate that staff is pursuing this because it's a constant conversation that we're having for the 14 years I've been here, of trying to reduce the noise for the neighborhoods. So anyway, thank you for your work and thank you for bringing it up.
Quick question. What are the downsides of approach 6 going to that? Are there any?
The only sort of possible downside to this, it's a good question, is that there are some airlines in particular that may not appreciate having their flight plan automatically snap to that particular waypoint. That's part of the outreach that we need to do next. Get this idea looks appealing, so we're going to get that feedback. And then I think before we go ahead with this, we can make another update to you all. With the feedback that we get from the kids. That's the possible downside. The reason why is if it gets very late at night, the preferred point to maybe arrive here, like if you're landing on 10 and not 2-8, the preferred point would not necessarily be Charlotte. It would be somewhere else on the airport. So that's the feedback we're looking to get from the airlines. Make sure we're not disrupting the operation.
Thank you.
I have a quick question. Slide 10. I'm just seeing some density down at the bottom. Do you have any idea what neighborhood that is? Or I was just trying to figure out.
Oh, is there a neighborhood in particular?
Yeah, or just down at the bottom of the page there.
One that intersects.
New offset final approach course,
Got it.
essentially in the bottom arrow. I was just trying to get context of,
That is on the bottom of that slide, that is Pasadena.
okay,
On the top
Oh,
of
really?
the slide, it's Tonopah.
okay. Okay, and then to the left, kind of where your Lean Corporation sign is, that is what?
Off of the approach.
Yeah, off of the,
That would be a portion of Marina and a portion of Seaside.
okay, just trying to get context, so I appreciate, just, you see a little density there. I also too am in favor of, looking at this and and echo what other members on this board have said, that we're consistently looking for ways to address these matters. So thank you for your time. And I haven't opened it up to public comment. So I need to do that. So I'll go ahead and open it up if anybody in the public would like to make comment on this. Yes, if you could come up to the mic, please.
That is so that those on Zoom can hear.
Yeah.
How does this affect the blind spot on that area? Have you heard of the blind spot? Mount Toro, you can't get, yeah.
I don't think I've heard of the blind spot.
Oh, I've been hearing this from pilots.
Okay.
There's a blind spot spot where you don't get communications on that side of the runway. And I'm surprised in all the decades I've lived here, the airport has never addressed fixing the blind spot. I don't know what I'm talking about.
I don't, been there, done that. I don't know. how-
And it,
Toro
Yeah.
blocks communication. So you. And this has never been addressed in decades.
so when you say blind spot, I just want to clarify a little bit. Are
There's no
you,
communication.
no communication, so it's actual audio communication that's not coming through? Or are they also not getting,
Then they tend to go on the other approach. Right, they're the pilots. And they don't look at the weather or anything because of this blind spot, which is a safety issue.
all right, thank you
Can I
for your
make a-
comments. Well, just a sec, let me see. Thank you for your comment. Are there any other comments on this matter? Any other public comment? All right, we'll go ahead and, Bill, you want
I
to
just
take it
would
back?
encourage anybody in the public that has concerns about
Go to your
communication-
mic.
communications on our approaches to have the pilots actually contact the airport and let us know what they are, because just saying words like I've heard, there's kind of scuttlebutt that there's a blind spot doesn't help the situation from, and so the airport needs to know about it from the aviator affected. So I hope that helps.
Thank you. All right. We have yet to do anything in 15 minutes. huh? All right, presentation 2, the well water analysis and potential distribution route. Hello. Good morning.
Pierce, let me just set it up while they're getting that ready. Mind,
Sure.
so again, something we've been working on since 2019. We've been evaluating, the airport has a number of wells on airport property. We started evaluating them and found 2 that were inoperable but could be re-drilled, which we have done. One at our location at Tarpey's, behind the Tarpey's location 2999 Monterey Salinas Highway, and one at the 2801 Monterey Salinas Highway. So we got all the permits from the county to do that. We've done that. And now we're in the analysis of how much water do we have in those wells? And the idea up front first is to replace the car wash facility, our quick turnaround facility where the rental cars wash the cars, get them off Cal-Am and get them onto non-potable water through these wells. So that's the focus of what we've been doing. And now we have some good data to share, and we're looking at a path so that then we can bring it forward into environmental. And Pierce is gonna start to explain.
I hope I can use this right. So brief presentation with Paul. Just 4 main topics that we're gonna talk about, talk a little bit about the design capacity of wells versus demand. I think we have some good news for you on that side. We'll show you a couple of the options from the 2 different well locations. Some of the remaining items that we've got to work through, and then schedule and estimate. So I'm going to ask Madeline as well to help me here on this first slide, which is where we're talking about the design capacity, demand kind of calculation.
Good morning.
Pretty difficult to read, and there's a lot of numbers on there. We won't get into all of these. We'll talk kind of big picture. But we're open for questions.
So I'll just get started on our design process. First, we were able to obtain some existing Cal-Am billing from the airport. We were able to quantify the total gallons used by the whole airfield.
Give us a second. It wasn't sharing on Zoom, so, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, no, okay,
So
we're
the
good.
Total water demand for the entire airport was calculated from this Cal-Am billing data, which included the individual meter readings for each tenant on site. The average usage for the total airport was estimated at 12.9 gallons per minute. And then we also broke it down into terminal demand, car wash demand, and all other tenants. The terminal demand we calculated from taking the total Calian billing gallons and subtracting the tenants' gallons. And we were able to calculate that the average usage of the current terminal at 8.72 gallons per minute. The car wash demand was pretty straightforward as the airport is getting meter readings from it, so we were able to calculate that at 1.9 gallons per minute. And all other tenants were calculated at 1.8. So all those together around 15 gallons. We also looked at the peak hour flow. We assumed that the airport gets approximately 80% of the demand in the first 4 hours of the day. As planes are landing, people are getting off faster. We calculated a peak hour rate of 40 gallons per minute. And total peak hour rate of 60 gallons. There are a lot of numbers, but we also took a look at what the existing well production is at the 2801 Monterey Salinas Highway site. The production there is 70 gallons per minute, as it was seen in the tests that was done by the hydrogeologist. But a source capacity reduction is put on it by the county. So we can only get 17.69 gallons per minute out of that well. But as you can see from the comparison of the numbers, the total airport demand at 12.9 is less than the well production at 17.69. So yeah. That kind of summarizes all the data with a bunch of numbers, so.
Yeah, I have a question.
Director Miller. Director Miller.
Thank you. So the county is limiting us to 17 gallons per minute. Can we put that into a storage facility and that way we'll have the water during the peak demands?
Yes.
So that's really not an obstacle to us, correct?
Correct. Like we crunch some numbers, and if we're able to put in the correct storage amount, we would be able to serve the peak hour flow rate at the terminal as well as like the average.
And does that become a gravity fed pressurized system? How does that happen? Or are we pumping the water all the way to the end user?
Well, pumps would pump into these two large storage tanks, so that would give you your capacity and have that storage for your peak flows. And then from these storage tanks, well, before this also I meant to touch on some treatment as well to make it potable. Come into these large storage tanks, and then we would have a small booster pump station to regulate demand at the airport. So it wouldn't be the well pump turning on every time someone flushes the toilet. These booster pumps would regulate that flow in between the site.
And the proposal is to make this drinkable, just not gray water?
So there's a couple of things to bear in mind. So the reduction that the county is putting on you is only if you make it domestic service one. So if you're just serving your QTAs, which would not be domestic, because the car wash facility, then you don't have that reduction. That doesn't apply. What we assessed it was, if you have that reduction and look at domestic service, what kind of capacity does this well have? This well has the capacity to serve your entire airfield domestic water service, the entire airport, not just your future terminal, but the entire. With the caveat that we made an assessment of what that future terminal demand would be. In other words, the design isn't done yet, so we don't know for sure. We took this existing terminal and said, if it was equivalent in the new terminal, then this well would be able to supply it. Now, what you're asking about, is there additional facilities that need to go in to make that happen with the domestic service? Yes, there is. So there's other additional tanks to go in, there's additional treatment that would have to be done to use it that you would not have to do if you're just supplying the QPA. So I'll talk a little bit about it on some of the presentations as we go through this, but in essence, what we're doing is we're gonna split the project up. We're gonna propose installing the facilities for the QPA, get that up and running, but also have the stuff there available and the option to up that, so you provide your new terminal, domestic service to the terminal.
Good, thank you.
Here's why don't you go
Hi.
through the rest, because there are, I think that will, if we can get through the other slides which show the path and the route and the proposals, I think that's probably best.
Could I just ask one question on the, and I appreciate Chris, the 17.69 constraint, how long is that in place? Is that, it is a perpetuity thing? Okay,
The reason they put that, it's like a factor of safety. If you're saying, I'm gonna use this water for domestic service, they put a reduction on what you can pull out of the well that kind of accommodates, hey, so it's a fail safe thing. They won't allow you to pull what you can actually pull out of the well. Because that in domestic service, they say the reduction factor is a factor of 4, actually. So that's what the county is, that's their rules, they apply that to all wells.
sure,
Not gonna get up.
sure. I just wondered if there was a timeline on it. Yeah, Director Sabo, you have a
Yes,
question?
on
Vice Chair.
the 17.69 source capacity reduced production. We can do that all day long, right? There's no limitation on how much we can use pull at that rate, that 17 gallons per minute.
Correct, and that's.
And that implies that we have a storage capacity somewhere to pump that unused water in, that we're not using the terminal or QTA or anything else. Is that, am I understanding that correct? Okay, and I guess are you also suggesting that if we go move forward with just the QTA, the rental car thing, initially, that we would have then a second pipeline to provide water, potable water for the terminal?
No, I think it's more prudent that you install the facility that can serve both.
But that does involve 2 sets of lines, right? Water lines?
No,
No,
it
okay.
doesn't involve 2 sets of water.
Are you coming to that? And I'm ahead of the game here.
A little bit, I'm not getting into too much of the weeds on things, I was kind of trying to keep it a little bit higher level, but I can certainly speak to those kind of things. If you want.
Well, I'm not trying to prolong it. I'm trying, when you said start with the QTA, which they're using non-potable water, and then we convert over with to the new terminal using potable water. Sounds like there's 2 different lines here providing water, but from some source,
So what we're advocating to do is, and you see it on the top half of the screen here, you'll see that magenta line that kind of snakes down across onto your terminal, the existing terminal here.
Mhm.
That's the line that's going to serve the QTA, which is right on the left. And what we're saying is install that sufficient size so that it will serve the QTA right now. And that you don't have to do very much more to it other than connect into it for your new terminal. But having said that, you're gonna have to up the game on the treatment. So right now, for that QTA, there's 2 things that we need to install. The first is what they call a clean sand filter. And that's to address the manganese that's in the water that's been tested. And we can't put the water right in or just clog up their system. They have other treatments in that facility as well. So we would have to install that down, and what we're doing is we're proposing to install it pretty close to where the QTA is. And then we would install a tank that would just equalize what Madeline was talking about, where you don't want that well pump taken every time you have a demand.
so to just shut me up, then the initially, the QTA would be getting potable water. And then we have to treat it for manganese at some point, you know, but they're getting potable water, right?
No,
No,
you would not be
okay.
getting potable water. So
Okay.
what we're saying, when you come back to the terminal, then you up the treatment again and you add in a chlorination.
Then
system,
will the QTA get potable water?
and you can
Okay,
switch it
that
potable.
answers my question. Thank you.
That's the idea, is to install the facilities in that trench that will accommodate the full build out. Your terminal use. And also, whatever you want to go further west. So if you wanted to bring it further down to some of your other tenants further to the west. You have that option as well. So it gives you options there of taking more folks off of Callahan Pond. Now, again, it's the domestic service, it's not the fire, it's domestic service we're talking. Which is like the drinking water, it's not your fire sprinklers. And what we're kind of showing here is, can I walk up to the screen? It's probably easier.
You won't,
Take-
you
take the
take,
microphone
take
with
the
you.
mic, please.
Yes. So,
Don't turn your back on us. It may be unhealthy.
so you might see here, you've got 2 rows of hangars. These are your GA hangars. And the 2800 well site is up here. Your future terminal is in this general area. These hangars go away. So what we're proposing is bring the water down this way, go underneath the buildings temporarily. Those buildings go away and it becomes a parking lot for your future terminal. Make a connection here and just stub it out so that when you build your terminal, you can come back in here, tie in here, and that's your future terminal for the domestic service. Up here, the tanks that you were asking about earlier on to give you that capacity to do that. We're proposing to put the tanks up at the well site.
Pierce, hold the mic up to your mouth, please.
So let's swap it out, and see if that
Sounds like that. It's not very good.
Apologies.
Mhm.
Can you hear me now?
It's the online people.
Oh, okay, sorry. So this is where we're talking about putting in
Sounds better.
those additional tanks, and they're 10,000 gallon tanks, 2 of them is what we're talking above ground. You know, we'll also have the chlorination, and we'll also have to up our treatment for manganese as well. So we're going to have to put another green sand filter for the manganese. So all of this facility up here, and you can see it's not a large footprint. We're not talking about, you know, some folks think that there's a lot of, you know, equipment going in there. It's not. That's where we're advocating putting it in. And that's what I'm going to call the full build out. So that then would be able to supply your new terminal. In the preliminary or the first stage of it, we would have pretty minimum facilities up here, maybe control. That's about it. And get your QTA up and running. So that's the first part of the program. And then the second was follow on when you build your terminal in a couple of years, whenever it, you know, it kicks in. I think that's everything I got on that slide. That's just another blow up of the facilities, the full build out at the 2801 site. The green areas are some sensitive plants, so we've had to, you know, be cognizant of that, to where we put these facilities. And we're able to stay away from them and avoid them through either just physical location avoiding them, or through the method of boring, directional boring the water line. So you also mentioned the point earlier on about if it's gravity fed and so forth. This is not gravity fed. This is a pressurized system. So I want to talk about the other end of the airfield, down on the east end, right underneath that approach that Paul was talking about. This is the 2999 well. This well, when we did the analysis on the capacity of the well, it didn't quite come out as productive as the other one. but it's still a valuable asset. What we're looking to do here is connect it into the existing water line that was installed for your RSA project. And then backfeed that all the way back to your terminal. And you say, well, why do we need this? Well, the intent, what this one is, not to use it for potable, even though you could, if you put in all the other treatment facilities, et cetera, but to use it for anything like irrigation. So you're going to have a nice parking lot in front of your new terminal. Irrigation is going to be needed. This could be used for this. The other option, which we're not showing here, is you could also turn it and go up to the north side and feed your north side facilities as well. But by coming up this small little VSR road and making the connection on the top, we are now repurposing about, well, I'd say about 1/3 of a mile of water line all the way back to your terminal. That is going to become redundant anyhow, because your irrigation is going to go away on the RSA. Your 7 years of having to irrigate all that facility down there is up. So that's what's proposed at this end.
What's the output of that well?
I think if you recall, the other one was about 70 gallons per minute. This one's about 50.
Still not bad.
It's an asset. It's a valuable asset. And I know we got a lot of rain this season, but we're still hurting for water in this state. So it's a valuable asset. And I think that the bonus point on this is the fact that you can repurpose that line and change it back into use it for this water. You know, you don't have to build all of that water line. Now, timing on it is a little bit tricky because you have to have some of the work done on this end. You can't connect this system up to Cal-Am. They have to be different pipes. So like you were asking, is it 2 separate pipes? It's a separate pipe from your existing system. It has to be. So when that connection on the top of the hill is made over here on this one, it has to be disconnected down at this end. It cannot be, there can't be a connection or cross connection. A couple of remaining items that we have to do, they're ongoing right now. So if you recall on the last presentation, we said we needed 4 quarters of testing on the water in order to use it for domestic. We've gone through 2. So we still have 2 more quarters to do. The test results are shown very similar from 1 quarter to the 2nd quarter. And like I said, we do need to do a little treatment on it, but it's usable. There's been a little bit of an update on the well pump and aquifer recovery test and the submittal to the Monterey County, in that they've come back and given us approval for the 2,900 well, but for some reason they haven't answered us yet on the 2,800 well.
We got it this morning.
Oh, we got it this morning? Oh, I stand corrected.
Good news.
Good news. So there was 2 steps to this. The first step was the county approval. And basically what they're approving is, you know, that reduction, that quantity where it went down to 17, they're basically verifying that and say, yeah, we agree with you. We will apply this reduction, and that's the quantity that you can use coming out of these wells and design your system accordingly. So we've got that now. The second is we have to go back to the water district and basically say, now we want to use it for domestic service. And here's all the calculations, here's the results. So that's the next step that we have to go from a permitting point of view on the well permitting agencies. There's one other thing right at the bottom that's also in process, and that's the environmental permitting. And I believe Kaufman has been engaged to do that, and they're in the process of doing it. So we've been back and forth on some communications on the extent of the disturbed areas, et cetera. And that's where you see in our exhibit where you saw the green highlighted areas. That's Kaufman's information coming back to us saying, stay out of these. And you shouldn't have too much of a problem getting that permit. It's just a matter of going through the process. So I won't go through all of the points, maybe talk a little bit about the dollars and schedule. So from a point of view of design, we're pretty much close to being 100% complete on the design. So we have it locked in solid. CEQA, probably a few months out on CEQA permitting. Like I said, the 2 quarters on the well testing. And then also, you know, when we go back to the water board, it's probably another 6 months or something like that process to get through that. A little difficult to estimate it because it's up to the agency, but that's what we assess. Again, it's all in time for your terminal because that's still, you know, a couple of years out or more, but it's all doable. And then the dollars. I mean, what we're thinking is, if you install the facility to accommodate your terminal, you're spending a little bit more money than if you just installed it to accommodate the QTA. But I think it's prudent to do it for the full build out because of the benefits that you get from it. But at the same time, you don't need to install all of the facilities. So if from a budgeted point of view, when your terminal is going along, that's when you install the full build out under the terminal program and not under the water project, if you like.
And the same could be said for the 2999 location as well. Do that with our terminal at that point in time, if we choose to use it for gray water, and do them both when we bid that project as part of that project bid.
So in summary, I think it's very positive news on the wells. They're productive wells. And the water demand analysis has shown that it's quite capable of providing your domestic water to your entire airport. Current demand, not any future stuff that you're thinking of, but that includes your future term. Okay, that wraps up my presentation.
Mhm.
Open to questions.
Great. We'll go ahead and any questions? Yeah, I want to just echo that finding water anywhere around here is a really good thing. So, and I applaud the staff and your consulting team and everybody else who's been part of finding this resource for our community and for our district ultimately.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Director.
Thank you for the presentation. First question is how, if we do the 70 gallons per minute, would, you know, without trading the water, in other words, UTA type water, how long can we do that before we start to have to drill deeper in this thing? I don't know enough about these wells, but we can deplete it, right? And are we talking a year, 5 years, 20 years? And I know you're guessing.
A little bit of a guessing in the sense that when the recommendation came back to install the wells, if you recall, the original well was 500 feet deep. The new well that was installed went down 800 feet. So you're down well into the aquifers. So unless they have some major issue with the aquifers.
Well, that's, and to get ahead of you, that's what I'm anticipating, given our dearth of water around here, that we're going to start draining our aquifers. And I don't know where else we share this particular aquifer with, but everybody's going down further and further and further to get their water. Some are running dry now. But what's your guess at 800 feet? Are we going to have to go to 1300 feet at some point within the foreseeable future, within 10 years?
No, I think you have a longer life than that. I mean, very often, you're designing systems for a 20-year life. I think your system should be expected around that. I don't think you need to do anything for 20 years.
Okay.
And Pierce, I would remind you, when we drilled these, it was before all the rain. This was all done last year when it was a really dry time of year as well too. So just FYI, that these were not done after all of the water that we've had this winter or this season.
And I'm aware that we had a little bit of rain this year, but at least I'm advised by KSPW that it didn't fill up the aquifers, that's going to be multi-year filling up the aquifers. And, I'm not challenging anything you're saying here. I just, from the standpoint of the district, if we spend a lot of money on this, on the project here, just for QTA purposes, that's quite an investment. And if we're gonna run the aquifer dry here in short order, I just think we need to know about all that. At least we need to ask the question, but you don't think it's in, yeah, I'll be dead by then. Is that what you said? Yeah.
I'll be retired for sure.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
I don't
good.
know
Yeah.
about you.
Okay.
But I think there's the positive thing is we went deeper than what the original one was.
Yeah.
For that very purpose. You know, it was, hey, get down deep enough so this thing can serve us for a 20-year life.
Okay. And if all of a sudden we decided, gee, we got a lot of water here. Can we sell this to Del Monte Golf Course? You know, that as long as the piping is provided.
I think you would, so the reduction in my mind that we're been hit with the 4. And it's not applicable to the QTA. That would not be applicable to a golf course use, in other words, you know. But I think there would be other permitting challenges if you elected to start selling this to somebody else. I mean, this well was purposed for your use, the airport's use. You know, and Cal-Am was supportive of it. And to a degree, the county was supportive of it. So if you recall, the 2900 was not an active well. Yeah, there was no pump in it. And we went in and said, look, we think we're justified having grandfather rights of this well, put one in that's made active and you can use it. I think if you turn around and try to sell this water to somebody else, I think there would be some red flags raised.
Sure, Cal-Am would be irate, you know, but can we provide water? I don't know the distribution here, but down in Stone Creek, that area down there, Jack in the Box, all that, can we provide water down there?
So I'm not sure if that is airport property? Is that airport property?
Only a portion of that is airport property. The
Okay.
portion where the restaurant is and the portion where the gas station is, that's airport.
And Jack in the Box.
Jack in the Box.
Jack in the Box is the restaurant.
Okay, and we could provide potable water to Tarpe's, I guess, though, right? Which
Tarpe's,
is airport
yeah.
property, right?
Yes, Tarpe's is also airport property.
Okay.
Everything else down in Stone Creek is off airport property. So we've got those three.
I guess.
Three.
I'm looking for
businesses.
all ways to pay for this, you know, other than the QTA, you know, so anyhow, thank you for your presentation. Appreciate it.
Others?
Yeah, I had,
Okay.
you have some?
Go ahead.
Again, thank you for the presentation. Typically, you know, we talk about acre feet. How many acre feet are we talking about here annually?
I think yours was around 5 acre feet, was it? 5 acre feet for the assessment to the airport?
Yeah, we have 5.3.
We have total 10 point something acre feet. We're using about 5. We have about 6 that we're not using. The QTA is about an acre plus feet. That is on Cal-Am. So we would then go back, if we do this, go back to to the water district and ask them to reassess, and we could get that acre foot back if we put them on wells. So probably wouldn't be all total because they still have their domestic, as Pierce indicated. So they would still have their domestic lines for their fire suppression as well as their restrooms or whatever their other uses down there. But we would probably capture another acre foot back.
And we could do that. We could use that gray water, you know, with purple tubing inside the new terminal to supply toilet and fire suppression without any reduction, right?
So without any reduction, no, leave fire out. You cannot, this is not a fire because your demand on the fire is much higher. The sprinkler system, this system will not supply that. So
Okay,
you would still have Cal-Am service. And with your new apron project that you're going, the commercial apron project, they are actually installing half of the water loop around the new terminal with that apron because it's underneath the inlet they're putting in. So that's the fire service. So put fire out of your mind. It's not fire. It is domestic only. So coming into the restrooms, coming into the, you know, any fountain, any kind of faucet, sink, stuff like that. That's all. That's what we're talking about here. The domestic service, not fire. Now, typically you don't use the fire unless the sprinklers go off, you know.
right.
You're not using it. It's just that when the fire goes off, the sprinkler the demand is so great, these wells cannot provide that.
Okay, good to know. You mentioned that there's also enough water where we could supply our north side, some of our non-terminal. Would we have to become a utility for that?
I don't
And then would the water district want to take us over?
No, so long as you're providing it, excuse me, to a tenant, an airport tenant. and
Then
you're
we
not-
don't have to become a utility.
And you're not going off to provide it to the Navy, for
Mhm.
instance, and sell it to the Navy, then we're not looking at you as a utility.
Okay.
Although I think you could probably investigate that if you wanted to do it, but I think the positive thing to take is all of your existing tenants, all of that water demand, domestic water demand can be supplied by that 2,800 well. Now, we're not installing the pipework all the way around to the north side. We only come down to the QTA, but we leave a connection there that if you ever in the future decided to do that, you could.
That's incredible. Thank you.
Dr. Leffel?
I have a couple questions, Pierce. Thank you. The storage capacity, I think you said would be 10,000 gallon tanks.
Yes,
And then if I looked, the daily usage demand is about 18.7.
I'll be reading a better one.
So that's only like 1 day of storage.
Yes, so I wanna make a couple of points on that. It's not storage. In the sense that you have a water tank that you see at a city up in the air and you see it, there's a volume up there. That's not the purpose of these tanks. The purpose of these tanks is to kind of regulate the flow. So we have.
There's some water up there.
We have two things going on. One is what Madeline talked about, your peak demand is in the morning. You have all these flights leaving, folks coming in, using the terminal. So we need to accommodate that peak demand. And what you mentioned was, hey, I've only got, what was it, 17.6 gallons that I can pull out of the well. So I use these tanks, fill them up, and accommodate that peak demand. But that doesn't mean that the well pump stops pumping and drawing from the well. It's continually doing that. So once those tanks start to go down below a certain value, the trigger kicks in and start pumping back in. So you don't need the storage capacity to accommodate, 10 days of demand from your terminal. You're only doing it to a certain volume that accommodates that peak demand, as well as, maybe something else kicking in. So that's the intent. So the storage is probably not the best word to use there. Even though you 10,000 gallon tank, 2 of them. But that's the intent of it. It's just to regulate that flow. The other component is that's pretty expensive pumping well. And it's 480 volts, pretty high pump. And like Madeline was saying, you don't want that kicking in every time someone flushes the toilet. So that's where you have these tanks. They regulate that flow, and this only kicks in as it gets down flow. And then it kicks in, fills it back up. If this is still pulling out greater than what this can come in, doesn't matter, because your peak is going to be only for a certain period of time. It's going to come back down. This is going to take it up. So you're kind of balancing those two things. What can come in has to go up.
I have it at my house and it works well, but I'm not the engineer at my house, so I just know that it works. When we did do it for our home, I think the water management district had to test it. I thought it was 18 months that they tested every month the water to make sure that it was okay to come in the house. And we're only allowed to flush our toilets with it. We're not, and to do laundry or construction clothes. We're not allowed to use it at the tap. So has the county changed its policies that we could actually use that for full service?
I'm not sure. All I know is they're making us do testing once a quarter for 4 quarters minimum.
That's the county.
Mhm.
But it's not the water management district.
No, I think it's both, actually. They both use the test results, so
Okay.
they're both looking at it. But they will not certify it for domestic service until you can show them the water quality. Now, the other component of this is the water quality has to be of sufficient quality in order to allow you to use it. But our indications are first 2 quarters are showing that there isn't any challenges for us here. The only thing we have is like manganese, not manganese. And we have to treat for that. So that's kind of like hard water, those kind of minerals. in it.
But I don't know. I haven't paid attention to it. I just know that we just still use it for toilets, but it is cleaner than what we get out of the tap because it's so highly treated. So, I don't know. Then I have a question on the piping, running piping. While we're doing all of that, I love dig once policies. Can we put some fiber and some other things along in that trench so that we've used our digging once and put other things down in there that we're going to need? I guess that's a staff question.
We can certainly explore that. We haven't explored that yet.
It would seem to me if we've got it opened up and trenched, if you can.
First, we're gonna do a direct bore for most of this. So
Pardon?
we're not trenching, we're boring. Total different method.
Gone straight through.
So
I'm just trying to save money and
Sure. There is a couple of things that we have to accomplish in that trench, in the bore, and that is we need control cables. So for the QTA, we've got a tank down next to the QTA, a regulating tank. And that needs to be able to speak to the pump in the well. So we're going to install another conduit, but the purpose of it is for those control cables. It's not for additional fiber or anything like that. The other thing that we need to be cognizant of, agencies have rules on separation of facilities. So sometimes, like when we do the QTA facility, that's seen as gray water. It's not domestic service at the time we're using it because we're not installing all the treatment for it. And we have to be separate from your existing one by 10 feet. So there's a separation horizontally and vertically that we need to attain. So we need to look and see if there's not something as well that says there needs to be separation from the water from a fiber line, something like that.
I think the fact that we've been in such a severe drought that this is, I mean, it's taken a long time to get to this point. It's just the way the government agencies all work, but I really applaud staff for going forward. And I think it's a service to the entire community that we're taking ourselves off of some of Cal-Am's water that can be used for other things, other necessary things. So particularly for things like the car wash, it just has irked me since I came on the board that we were paying for Cal-Am water and using water that could go for homes and other things. So thank you. Thank you. I'm finished.
Thank you. Just a couple quick things I want to echo. When we're doing the boring and looking at that to add other utilities as much as we can. And I don't know, and I'm not coming up with the right term right now, but even a dummy line or a path for things in the future. Ultimately, it's a lot easier to sometimes string something through, and they're getting to the point that that can all be done mechanically at this point. What is the life of a well? And these wells have been in existence. So I know because I've had to replace a well in a property I owned at one point. They do have lives.
The 2900 well that was installed there before, nobody had exact records. They think it was more than 75 years old.
Okay.
Your 2800 well, they didn't install it correctly. In other words, they drilled it to 500 feet, but the actual pump was only set at something like 140 feet down, when it's supposed to be like 40 feet from the bottom. And it was to do with the casing. The casing had been compromised so that they couldn't set it down. So I don't think that was a properly functioning well, to be able to assess how long it was there. It's probably there 15 years when the facilities were put in.
Every bit of that, yeah.
And what do you expect, where we're at today, what would be the lifespan?
I think you can expect 20 years minimum,
Okay,
so.
It's important to note that these are new wells that we drilled. We're not using the old wells that were there. So
there,
we're starting.
okay.
What did you say, Mike?
The
These
new well.
are, these are new wells that we've drilled.
Oh,
So we're not using the former wells. Those have been abandoned.
have they been capped and
Mhm, yeah,
decommissioned?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sure.
And permitted.
All part of the process now, sealed and records and all that good stuff. All right, I'll go ahead and take it out to the public if I could, see if anyone has any comment on this item. We've got someone in the audience.
I would have to, Tom Raleigh, President of Fisherman's Flats Homeowners and Residents Association. I've been living in this area since 1968 and been a neighbor of the airport. And I'm familiar with the fact that the Navy Golf Course had a hell of a time with its water supply. It had inadequate water for a long time. And the first question I would ask is the same question you asked, where's your backup? We know that Ryan Ranch has trouble with water. There's wells on Garden Road. There are other wells in the area. I see no presentation here. Where'd the backup? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Raleigh. Anyone else like to make comment? I see no hands. Last time for hands. All right. Well, appreciate that and appreciate your time, Mr. Pierce. All right. 10:41. We'll go ahead and go on to presentation number 3 of the regular agenda item. This is the update regarding the airport's appeal of a tree citation issued by the city of Monterey.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thanks.
good morning, board members. It's, I will try and take less than the 15 minutes that each of the previous presentations utilized. There are some PowerPoint slides that will utilize, and there are some extra copies here, but we will also post this matter on the website. But this matter was placed on open session, on the open session agenda by the request of some board members to provide an update to you as to the status of the citation that was issued by the city of Monterey related to the FAA and the Caltrans mandated removal of some trees on the property commonly known as 2801 and 2825 Monterey Salinas Highway. We'll get to the PowerPoint in just a minute, but I want to give you a full picture of this matter because I think it's important to understand a few concepts of federal law related to airports and how they operate and the guidelines under which they operate. So with that as a backdrop, the mission of the Monterey Airport is to provide users access to the national air transportation system and to operate the airport in a safe, efficient, and fiscally responsible manner. As you all know, the airport serves both civil and military purposes. Several airlines operate commercial service out of here, and we, of course, hope more want to operate service out of here. Currently, we've got approximately 400,000 passengers per year. In addition, the Monterey Airport provides commercial and general aviation access to the National Plan of Integrated Airport Systems, which supports business, cargo, and leisure travel. And this is an important point. The Monterey Airport is a regional commercial service airport. It operates under the Airport Operating Certificate issued by the Federal Aviation Administration pursuant to 14 CFR 139. So when you hear that the airport is a Part 139 airport, that's what that means. That means the regulations are under 14 CFR Part 139. Those are in general, and being very general, the commercial airport regulations. And it's an important distinction because there are many smaller and private general aviation airports that don't participate in the FAA grant system. And that becomes an important distinction because some of the cases that have analyze some of the federal preemption issues relate to small airports that did not participate or didn't at the time did not participate in the FAA grant system. So they were not required to comply with federal aviation regulations in general. The Monterey Airport also operates under a state airport permit issued by the state of California through the California Department of Transportation, Division of Aeronautics. I'm just going to refer to them as Caltrans. When I say Caltrans, it's the Division of Aeronautics, which is a subdivision of the Department of Transportation in the state of California. So to ensure compliance with the state permit requirements, Caltrans conducts regular inspections of the Monterey Airport. On December 3rd of 2018, Caltrans conducted a state permit compliance inspection of the Monterey Airport. In its post-inspection report that was issued on December 12th in a letter to the Monterey Airport, it was sent to Executive Director Mike Lapeer. Let me move. Caltrans identified multiple lines of trees and brush near the runways and fences which were too tall and were a safety hazard. And this is just a copy. The first slide here is a copy of the letter dated December 12. And importantly, the important words, again, I've highlighted with arrows from where it comes from, but in several places, they say several trees and brush penetrate the federal aviation regulation part 77, 7-to-1 transitional surface. Let me very briefly try and explain to you what that is. If you consider the runway, I'm going to analogize to a football field in a football stadium. The runway is the field. The stands that go up in a graduated manner, those are the transitional surfaces. And so the further away you get from the runway, the taller buildings you can have, or the taller vegetation you can have. The closer you get to the runway, the shorter it has to be. Because again, this is a transitional surface. They want to make sure that it's clear for airplanes to navigate and to get to the runway and to be able to both ascend and descend when necessary. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So the directive was that Caltrans issued to the airport was that the trees and brush and also a line of trees 35 to 40 feet or more tall penetrate the transitional surface. Now again, remember where we're talking about in the timeline, this is on the 2801 and 2825 properties, which at the time the airport did not own all of those properties. And that becomes important in a moment, but the report also noted that this was a repeat item. And the reason why it was a repeat item is because previously when we were informed there are trees that encroach on the transitional surface, we had approached the property owners to request to be able to either top those trees or remove them. And they said, no, we're not willing to do that. We want them to stay. They're private property owners, that's their right. And so interestingly enough, we presented that to the FAA, and the FAA, all of that sort of changed in the summer of 2019 when the FAA offered a grant to the airport to purchase that property, the 2801 Monterey Salinas Highway. And now, along with the grant comes grant assurances. One of the grant assurances that the airport must abide by is that we will comply with federal aviation regulations and Caltrans regulations, which Caltrans mostly incorporates the federal aviation regulations, but not entirely. So under this grant agreement, Monterey Airport received federal funding, and we acquired that property. And it was acquired on July 3rd of 2019. On October 30th of 2019, the city of Monterey, fire prevention officer Young and one other fire officer, along with Monterey Airport operations supervisors, conducted a perimeter site walk for defensible space management. And the defensible space management is essentially fuel reduction for fires. right? How do we go about reducing the trees and brush and debris so to prevent a fire from spreading? Now, this occurred on October 30th. I'll get to in a minute. We did receive that later on in I believe it was in January. We'll get to that in just a moment. But on October 30th, now that the airport owned the property at 2801 Monterey Salinas Highway, we had planned to start removing some of the trees that we knew encroached the transitional surface. And Chris Morello sent an email to Mr. Prouty requesting Mr. Prouty is the urban forester for the city of Monterey, requesting an exemption under the Monterey City Code, which otherwise does require a permit to remove trees. Now, in this email, and again, I'm going to point out just a couple of things. It's sent on December 23rd. The email reiterates the California Public Utilities Code, section 21-659, which prohibits natural growth hazards contrary to the federal aviation regulations. This is where public utility codes incorporate the federal aviation regulations. Caltrans can enforce them. The FAA can enforce them. So in this letter, or in this email sent on December 23rd, Chris Morello wrote, "We request concurrence that City Code section 37.9 subsection B permit that permit the exemption applies to this obstruction and tree removal pursuant to Public Utility Code 21-659 is approved." That was the request. Immediately, Chris Morello received a bounce back because Mr. Prouty was out of the office on vacation. And the email said, please email Parks Operations Manager Louis Marcuzzo if you require immediate assistance. That same day, Chris Morello did send an email, in fact, forwarded the email to Mr. Marcuzzo and said, we received this out of office message from Justin Prouty. Are you able to respond to our request, or do we need to wait until Mr. Prouty returns? In response, Chris Morello received a phone call from Mr. Marcuzzo at approximately noon on the 23rd, same day, and they had a discussion. Mr. Marcuzzo stated that he was responding to the email from earlier in that day and informed Chris Morello that the obstruction removal requirements contained in that December 12, 2018 Caltrans letter, he believed they qualified for an exemption and that no further documentation was required. Now, because that was a phone call, Chris Morello sent an immediate email again, same day, December 23rd, and back to Mr. Marcuzzo saying, thank you for the quick response and telephone conversation. As discussed, since this tree removal is to address aviation safety, it meets the Monterey City Code section 37.9 exemptions defined or definition, and no further follow-up information is required. That's important to note. This was on December 23rd. No response was received. And I would anticipate if I had a phone call with someone and they sent me an email saying, this will confirm our conversation wherein we discussed A, B, and C. If I didn't agree with that, I would send a response to the email saying that doesn't comport with my recollection of our conversation. I wouldn't ignore it. There was no response at the time on this, and there was a response more than a month later. But anyway, Anyway, immediately after sending this email, Chris Morello realized she did not copy Mr. Prouty. So she forwarded the email to Mr. Prouty so that he would also have that upon his return, so that he could see the words as discussed, since this tree removal at 2801 Monterey Salinas Highway is to address aviation safety. It meets the exemption under the code. Now, on January 6th, 2020, Caltrans sent a letter regarding their December 10, 2019 inspection. So it took them approximately a month to get this letter out. However, Findings were discussed, but here is the letter from Caltrans. Again, on January 6, 2020, saying bush and shrubs penetrate the Federal Aviation Regulation Part 77, 7:1 transitional surface, and they must be removed or trimmed, as well as 35 to 45 feet of trees or taller penetrate the transitional surface. Those must be removed or trimmed. Let's see that slide. Now, on January 8th of 2020, the Monterey Airport received the 2019 annual fire inspection from the city of Monterey that was conducted back in October of the previous year. And I've got some of the slides here. Some of them don't show up very well, but I've got some of the slides here. And I'm just going to go through them fairly quickly. But one of them is it discusses fuel management on the perimeter and edges of roads. And I've highlighted the second bullet point. It says remove all dead standing trees.
What was the date on this one, Scott?
On this one, it was received on January 13th. The inspection occurred on October 30th. But it suggested, again, removing dead standing trees, removing fallen material, essentially clean up some of these fire fuel materials.
In January 13, 2020, that's,
Oh, sorry.
in October 2019. Correct? Sorry,
It was October of 20. Hang on, let me back up.
you got 2019 MRI airport.
2019.
Yeah.
October of 2019 was the inspection. October of 2019, October 30th of 2019 was the inspection. We received it on January 8th of 2020. And again, it talks about fuel management on the perimeter and residences. And here's an important line, this red line that goes around the edge says fuel management, perimeter, edge, and roads in red. And I wasn't able to blow this up, but you'll notice it goes right through the backside of on two sides of 2801 Monterey Salinas Highway and 2825 Monterey Salinas Highway. And then here was just the last page of Monterey Fire on that fire inspection report. So on January 13, the board approved a contract for urban lumberjacks to clear the trees that were required to be removed. On January 13th of 2020, urban lumberjacks began. At about 9:13 a.m., Chris Morella received a phone call from Mr. Prouty. He stated he did not believe that the tree removal and trimming project was exempt from the permitting requirements. However, he said, look, urban lumberjacks can continue, but they need to submit a permit application. And again, there was not an email about this, but a phone call. The tree obstruction removal and trimming project concluded on January 27th, so it took about 2 weeks. Urban lumberjacks verified that they removed or topped 82 trees. And I'll get to the numbers here. In the airport operations employee who was responsible for oversight of the tree cutting stated that 3 trees were removed for obstruction. 5 trees were removed for defensible space and fire hazard. 56 trees were topped for obstruction. They penetrated the transitional space. And it appears there are 18 other trees that appears, we're trying to get this narrowed down, but it appears they were removed because they qualified as dead or dead standing trees. But
How many?
18. So on January 27th, and again, this is, remember the December 23rd email from Chris Morella saying, as we discussed, this qualifies for the exemption. More than a month later, this email comes back saying, it appears that you are attempting to completely clear a vacant parcel, which certainly requires more than just a call to my office. Our understanding from a declaration that we received, and I'll get to those in just a minute, but our understanding is that someone called with a complaint that they're clear cutting all the trees. And I think that's the basis for that statement. I don't know that, but that's the only place where I can find where that matches. So anyway, so this January 27th email said, stop all work. And contact my office. So Chris Morello sent additional emails with documentation from Caltrans and from the FAA, attempting to establish and show these are the trees that we're removing, and here's why. On March 6th, and Mr. Prouty issued a citation for excessive pruning or removal of 94 Monterey pines. Now, he doesn't identify which Monterey pines, doesn't say anywhere in the citation where they were. But it is, again, in a declaration, I'll talk about that in just a moment. He does state that he did not cite the airport or trees that were clearly within the Caltrans area required for removal. We'll get to that in just a minute. But again, Urban Lumberjacks only removed or topped 82 trees total. Now let me go back to the citation. So the citation was received by the airport, and by the time it got into my hands, there was, I believe, a day and a half to file an appeal. So we immediately filed an appeal because it was the only avenue we had to guarantee that we could discuss this matter. We timely filed an appeal, and we did present an administrative brief that outlined the airport's arguments related to the permission received by Mr. Marcuso, that was confirmed by Chris Morello, that the cutting of the trees was in compliance with the ordinance because of the exemptions, and that FAA and Caltrans regulations would likely preempt the city from enforcing its ordinance against the airport on that property. Now, the city also provided a brief to us in response, and I think that's an issue. There are several interesting items to note, one of which is, again, Mr. Prouty said at the first line, I did not cite MRY for all the trees that it had cut. Well, I don't know how the counting was done. I'm not sure. But I can tell you Urban Lumberjacks removed or topped 82 trees total. I'll also note there's no discussion in here at all about reference to the fire marshal's mandate of removing dead standing trees. And we think some of those trees fit into that category. Now, I'll also mention something else here for a moment. Mr. Prouty did take quite a bit of photos, and we're going through the photos to try and match them up with locations. It's important to note the burden of proof is on the citing party. We don't know where these 94 trees are, but we're trying to go through the photos and identify those that are in the areas that were allowed to be cut down, that were mandated by the FAA, by Caltrans, and by the fire department. So we are trying to work through that process. But I will say, again, it's an impossibility to have a citation for 94 trees when only 82 were cut down total. Now, we have had some correspondence. I initially took on the appeal, and I had some correspondence with the then deputy city attorney. We discussed resolution options, and each of us, went back and forth and provided evidence. And in July of 2020, I was informed in a phone call by the deputy city attorney that he no longer had authority to discuss this matter with me, and that all settlement discussions would have to cease. He did make reference to the environmental studies that the airport was engaged in related to the ARF terminal and the proposed, or the ARF building and the proposed new terminal building, and stated that they were going to suspend discussions until that process had been completed. Now, most recently, we were directed, and again, we did that. We put it all on pause and decided to let that process play out. And so most recently, we were directed by the board to re-engage related to this matter. we did get a response. We were directed to work with the current deputy city attorney, who's different from the one that was there in 2020. One of my partners is now handling this matter. He wrote a letter raising some of the issues and asked about status, and they had some discussions on April 11th. I'm not going to go into the details of those discussions right here, but on April 11th, they had a telephone call and they exchanged proposals. On April 12th, the very next day, an email was received. Mr. Scholar, my apologies, but the offer we discussed yesterday is no longer open. And not sure why. Most recently, we have had some communication regarding compliance with Public Records Act requests, and we have had some, again, settlement discussions, very brief. The city is in the process of responding to our Public Records Act requests that were issued previously and that we placed on hold pending these discussions. We did receive some documents yesterday. There are more to come that they have said we'll be sending our way. We'll wait and see what those documents have, and then we'll be able to give you a further analysis as to what your options are. While we're confident in our position that the majority and possibly all of the trees removed were exempt under the city's ordinance, or that the ordinance is preempted by federal regulations. However, we are absolutely willing to sit down with city staff members and go through all of the evidence that we have. As I mentioned, Mr. Prouty did take 40 plus or close to 50 photos, much of them of the same trees from different angles, but we're going through them to try and mark where are those trees. You know how you can sort of look at a picture and say, well, that must have been taken from this angle, so it must be right around this area. Some are obvious where they are, but some, it takes a little sleuthing to figure out exactly where those pictures are. We're trying to piece together where all of these are so we can sit down and have a discussion about it. We're absolutely willing to do that. We do, again, we're confident in our opinion. We're confident that these were exempt from the city's ordinance, but we're absolutely willing to sit down and have that conversation with the city. And that's the end of my report.
You gonna take over, Bill? Oh,
Well, thank you for that presentation. Do you want the board to take any kind of action or give you direction?
If you have any questions for me regarding specifics, I'm happy to answer them, but
I have some
otherwise
questions.
we don't need any direction at this point. I was asked to give this update and now you have it.
Okay. Are we, in your opinion, are we getting the cooperation of the city and the city attorney and the forestry guys and, you know, at all, you know, are we getting their cooperation and coming to a conclusion on this matter?
They have recently been responsive in the last several days. Yes, I don't know the purpose of the immediate withdrawal of the settlement proposal from April 11 or on the April 12 email. Not sure, but the answer is yes. We have had Ron Scholar, the attorney in my office, my partner who's handling this matter now, has been in communication with the city attorney recently in the last couple of days.
If you sense a lack,
Mike.
I'm doing the chair thing right now. If there's questions from the board, I didn't hear any questions before.
You didn't open it yet.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't open it. Yeah, sorry.
I can go ahead and take back. I'm sorry.
I'll
Restroom.
continue on since I started here. Then, other questions from the board?
Was it
okay,
voted?
okay, I'm in charge. Oh, yes, I have questions.
You have a question?
I
Mr.
do,
Miller?
I do.
Oh, good. Why don't you ask it?
Thank you for the presentation. Part of this was when you asked for an appeal, you were told you had to prepay the fine that was imposed.
We did.
And that fine was for how much money?
$94,000.
And when did we pay the $94,000?
It was the day that we filed the appeal, which I believe was, I think I've got the date here.
3/6/2020 is what's in our packet.
That
was the
was-
date
Oh,
of
site,
presentation.
it's,
I
I'm
believe-
sorry.
I believe it was on the 16th, although don't quote me on that, but it was within the 10-day window required by the city code
In 2020.
in 2020.
So roughly almost 3 years ago.
Yes.
And the next step in the appeal process would be a hearing?
If it goes, again, if we're not able to resolve it, yes, it would go to an appeal before the city's, I'm not sure I'm gonna get the title right, tree appeal board.
And if we're not successful there, what are our options?
Well, your options are you can live with their decision, or you can file in federal court alleging federal preemption of the city's ordinance.
Okay.
You do have to exhaust your administrative remedies before you can do that.
Okay. We were advised that we've been making requests for public records that we haven't received.
Yes, although I want to put a caveat on that. We initially, when we filed the appeal, we filed Public Records Act requests. We agreed to put them on hold while we were having discussions, while we were having settlement discussions.
When we were being sued.
Mhm.
Yes,
Okay.
we recently have renewed those, and again, we received some documents, I believe yesterday or the day before. Can't remember which, but I know some documents came in recently. And there are more coming, we're told.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Director Leffel.
Yeah, I guess when I'm reading this and it's like, well, you talked to somebody, but they didn't have the authority. So too bad. So sad. Now pay us and we'll figure out who has authority 3 years from now. I mean, if we learned our lesson, we don't talk to deputies at the city of Monterey. We talk directly to whoever can make a decision. It seems like that's part of the problem, because it happened with the forestry person. It happened with the assistant attorney who said, yeah, that sounds reasonable. And then, oh, nope, sorry, now I can't talk to you. I mean, this is kind of crazy. It's really sad. It needs to get fixed. It can't just keep dragging on.
Director Sonny, did you have a question?
I don't have questions. I think it's more comment. I too am disappointed. We've dealt with this for a long time, and I go back to kind of our strategy meeting and some of the things that we wanted to work on as a board to have better relations with our neighbors, and things like this don't help that ultimately, and the back and forth in a lot of ways. So from my position as one director, I certainly hope in the future some healing can happen, and that is the exact term that I used in our strategy meeting. And obviously I'm using it again on this dais today. I'm really hopeful for that because the trees were removed, from what I understand, due to safety matters and due to fire matters. And, we all are aware of, burning brush and what that does to areas too. So it's sad to see that, originally 2019 and here we are 2023 still dealing with this.
And
Thank you.
I asked my questions out of turn, I apologize to my colleagues here, but would you proceed with what you're doing? You and your colleague in the office seem to know the direction you're taking. Do you anticipate any other major moves on your part? Because you identified some options right up through federal suits.
Well, I think we need to see what documents we get, and then we'll be able to do a little bit better analysis. I remain hopeful that we would be able to sit down and go over exactly what we can determine. There ought to be things that we can certainly rule in or rule out. And then we can narrow it down to the things that maybe we can't rule in or rule out, and come to some agreement somewhere.
Okay. No, this is, please keep the board advised of what you're doing through the executive director or directly. And I'm disappointed to hear, this is costing a lot of money. We have to pay you. Or are you doing this gratis? And it's costing the city a lot of money, and it seems that we're not handling this like adults. But in any event, keep us advised.
You've got the.
You got it back.
Free our house,
I'll go
free
ahead.
our hostage trees.
I'll go ahead and open it up to public comment. Anyone like to make public comment? Yes.
Yes, hi, good morning, Chair and Directors and staff. I'm Christine Davy, the City Attorney for the City of Monterey, and I appreciate the opportunity to engage in this discussion with you on the tree citation. A couple of just administrative procedure cleanup errors that I would request. One is that we allow public comment by Zoom by people raising their hands. That is what was indicated on the board's agenda. And it is what is required under the Brown Act. I understand that a member of the directors did not appear remotely, but that the public should be able to rely on the board, the district board's postings. And so I would request that we allow public comment by Zoom and that the board reconsider its decision made earlier at the beginning of this meeting. Second, I also think the optics of this presentation are possibly strategic, if not really interesting. The matter is more than 3 years old, and it was put in abeyance at the request of the district, and it was suddenly resurfaced and put on the agenda for today. And I don't think that's a coincidence, but that's where we are, I suppose. So let me reiterate here that we are a Tree City USA. The city of Monterey is a Tree City USA. That's a prestigious, important designation that we've held for over 30 years. Airport customers come to the city of Monterey. Your clients come here because of our environmental beauty, our forests, and that's what's attracting people to come here. It's important that processes be followed when there's going to be the removal of trees. We have experts in our city staff that are equipped at analyzing tree health, whether or not they are dead, whether or not they should be removed, and what replacements might be required. The reason for that is some people may not know if a tree is dead or not, and cut it down unnecessarily. That's why we have a permit process to ensure that we're taking the correct steps. So although you've heard a lot of comments today about following FAA rules and following Caltrans rules, you also need to follow the City of Monterey City Code rules. So it was sort of a presumptive play. Let's clear out 80 plus trees. We can all agree that there's been at least 80 trees, even from the contractor for the airport admits that there were 82 trees, 79 pines, and 3 redwoods were removed or cut to its lowest point. That was done without a permit, knowing that there wasn't a permit or an exemption granted. These issues will play out, and the facts will be heard and considered by the City of Monterey Appeals Hearing Board. They hear these types of appeals. They will weigh the credibility of the witnesses and weigh the legal arguments. So we're not here today to pitch to you some sort of legal case. I'm just sort of putting our side of the story there to correct some facts. Mr. Lapierre himself in correspondence even said, thank you for reaching out. There's been miscommunication, mostly on our part, referencing the airport.
3 minutes.
Pardon?
3 minutes.
It's up. Okay, I'm
Mhm.
sorry. I thought there'd be a deep. I'm used to city council meetings. Thank you for your time.
Mhm. Thank you. Anyone else like to make comment? Don't see any. I believe this is on the agenda because of the response that council received on the 14th of April in a lot of ways. So things were moving forward and then they weren't.
Can we
We'll
find
go
out
ahead
if we indicated that this would be open for public comment?
Yeah, we need to.
Yeah.
Yes, I will go there. Thank you,
Yeah, let
Carl.
me do that. So I'm reading from the agenda from today's agenda. What it says is, in the event that a board member utilizes the procedure outlined in AB 2449 to attend a meeting, only then will remote public comments be allowed. No board member is utilizing the remote the remote emergency procedures under the Brown Act. And so
We're not in violation of the Brown Act.
you are not.
Okay. And we didn't indicate, that was all the language we used on our agenda, so we didn't leave people with the impression they could talk.
In that first paragraph, read the first paragraph.
Right. In the first paragraph, we notify the public that we're returning to in-person meetings. And that we're not utilizing the remote comments will not be allowed. We're not utilizing the Zoom function unless a board member utilizes the emergency procedures under the Brown Act. Check.
I'm happy to clarify if you'd indulge me. If you read the first heading there, it says it's a notice that a board member will be appearing by Zoom telephonically.
What could you
At the very
relate to the?
Top heading of the agenda, it's in bold print. It says, notice regarding remote participation by a board member pursuant to AB 2449. And so that's putting the public on notice that is happening at this meeting. And the fact that it did not happen, I submit, doesn't erase the public being put on notice that they can participate in that fashion, but I'll submit that to your council.
I actually have a couple different agendas here, so it's.
Okay.
Scott, could you speak to this?
Yeah. We were given notice that we may need to utilize these procedures for this meeting. So we prepared an agenda that had notice of being able to utilize remote participation by a board member in the event it was necessary. The wording underneath on the agenda that's posted online, there is a heading that says, and the city attorney is correct, notice regarding remote participation by a board member pursuant to AB 2449. The wording underneath it does not match that. But it does say notice regarding remote participation. That heading was not changed.
But it's defined in paragraph 3 that in the event that a board member,
Yes,
which did not happen.
it is.
Are we prohibited from, can I just ask a question?
Yes, please go ahead.
Are we prohibited from allowing remote participation or?
No, I think actually, in this instance, I would suggest that you allow remote participation.
Okay.
I concur with that idea as this has been brought up and I appreciate that. Is there any other comment on the board for that? And we have the functionality and the ability to do that
We do.
on Zoom. About how many people are joining us on Zoom? We're at 42, 43, okay, 40-ish. Scott, would it make sense for me to go back and open up public comment on the items? We've got 3 items before, or we're 2 items before.
Yeah, I think you can, if you want to ask if anybody wants to comment on a previous item that they were not allowed to do so, recognizing that again, we didn't, I was not aware that this heading was online.
Sure.
So
Yes. Absolutely.
I think.
So I'll go ahead in the abundance of caution and to ensure transparency and the ability for people to make comment. If anyone would like to make comment, again, on the 2 items that have already come before the board on the regular agenda item. Actually, I need to open up for first any public comment on non-agenda items. I'll start there. So I'll go to item D of our agenda. If there are any public comments on non-agenda items, and I'm going to go ahead and open it up to the room here. If anybody else, so we're just clear and everybody has the opportunity to speak if they would like to. So again, these are items that are not on the agenda for today. Go ahead and raise your hand if you are virtually with us in the Zoom world, or if anybody in the room. And if you are on Zoom and you'd like to speak, if you could be so kind to have your name as well as where you reside. I would appreciate that.
Madam Chair, I see no hands.
Okay.
Hi, my name's Wes White, Monterey County resident. Came to this last meeting and I did find it kind of odd that Zoom participants weren't allowed to be involved. And I go around a lot of jurisdictions and it's not aligned, but I'm pretty sure the path that should be taken is the most robust conversation, most availability to meet your constituents more than halfway, which means allowing Zoom going forward, not just only right now. I thought it was really weird that the chair couldn't even be able to give a comment, not only a vote or, weigh in as a director. And I like to see just more transparency and accountability in all jurisdictions. And so this is one of the ways. So thank you. I hope it does perpetuate itself moving forward. I don't see why we're cutting this off that way. I'll probably speak of the next agenda items.
Director Swan,
Thank-
you asked about the turning on. I can turn on the air if you'd like, but
Okay.
just I'll let you know that when I do, the fans are loud in here,
Okay.
so it becomes harder to hear.
It's been warm in here. I think it will be a little bit more comfortable for everybody. Thank you, Chris. So we'll try and speak close to our microphones as well as ask anybody who makes public comment too. And thank you, Mr. White, for that. Anyone else like to make public comment on a non-agenda item? Seeing no hands, I'll go ahead and then move on to the regular agenda action items, and the items that have been before us are the three presentations, number 1, 2, and 3. I'll go ahead and just give everybody a second if anybody wants to come to the podium in this room or anyone online wants to raise their hand. Number 1, overview of the current instrument procedure capabilities on runway 10R and 28L by Lean Corporation, Paul Hanna. I might have even got his name wrong still. I guess hopefully he can get to Hawaii someday. Presentation 2, the well water analysis and potential distribution route by Kimley Horn and Pierce Melvin. And then the third item that we're open, the comment is open for right now, is update regarding the airport's appeal of a tree citation issued by the city of Monterey. Do I see any hands virtually? I see no one at the podium here.
No hands virtual.
No hands virtually. Give it just another 30 seconds. Make sure everybody understands.
Can you see the whole screen? Because I think we're only seeing part of it.
When
Yeah, they
someone
can,
raises their
they
hand,
can,
shows
it
up
goes
on the
right away.
attendees tab.
It goes to the top. All right. 11:27, and Thursday, the 27th, we'll go ahead and close those items. So now we are to item 4. And again, we're gonna hopefully have a little cooler room here for all of us that are in the room with the fans, and we're gonna speak closely to our microphones as we can. This item, provide direction to staff for airport fire and related emergency services. And this is to direct.
Thank you, Chair. This is a follow-up to the meeting that we had last month, wherein you received proposals and presentations from 2 firms.
Mike, I need Scott to speak.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry for interrupting.
We do have a member who has indicated that she needs to recuse herself. Chair Sani has indicated that she has a conflict of interest on this matter. And will be recusing herself from this item.
Does she have to state the conflict?
Yes,
What's the conflict?
it just, I believe it's a financial conflict of interest related to business holdings.
Yes. And advice from business attorneys that there is a appearance of a conflict of interest.
Bye-bye.
Well, my wife has holdings in Monterey. She's part of a bigger family partnership, businesses, storefronts, office buildings, a supermarket, apartments. Do I have a conflict?
I don't believe so, no.
Excuse me, Bill.
Yeah, I do not, I as one board member do not feel, do we have a chair? Would that be you, Bill?
Well, I guess by default, it ended up over, and I got the minute minder here, so I guess I'm the chair.
Yeah, this is of such critical importance. I'm a little bit stunned. I don't know how we can proceed with only 3 members here. Mr. Pick is out of the country and couldn't be here. I don't know. I don't feel, I as one board member do not feel comfortable with only 3 members making this decision for something this consequential.
Well, let's, since I guess I drew the short straw here, let's hear from Director Leffel on this subject. Is my intention to, since we are only providing some direction to staff.
Don't do that, Bill.
Boy, you know, after 15 years, you're still a rookie, you know? It's my intention to ask my fellow board members here and staff to defer a final direction on this thing to another date because of the policy implications of rather substantial policy implications here, and it should not be made by three directors. We need at a minimum, I think we need 4. So that will be my intention at the conclusion of what I would suggest is that what we've had patient attendance from the participants here. There's an additional opportunity to ask questions of both ProTech and the city of Monterey, and hear also from our attorney regarding the legal matters associated with off-airport transit by fire vehicles. I think it's important for us to hear that and then defer the decision or defer the guidance to the staff to another date, which will be negotiated. I mean, when everybody can be together. From a standpoint of me being the chair at this point, well, how do you feel about that, Carl? And how do you feel about that, Mary Ann?
I'll speak to that. I believe we have to take all of the testimony and the presentations and everything today. Director Pick could watch it on video. He returns tomorrow. Director Miller leaves for a long pre-planned.
Well, not that long.
Well, pretty long
3 weeks.
vacation, starting on the 4th.
Yes.
So we would have to do it sometime within the next, it'd be like Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday of next week. That we would have to do it in order to capture 4 of us. in a
So
timely manner.
what I get is you're okay with deferring the decision, not the decision, but the guidance to staff at this point?
If-
The date to be determined. Okay, is that correct?
Yeah, I think though the date has to be next week.
Well, I don't
And it's
know, I don't
also
know what
fair.
that urgency is for, or the specific urgency, but
Well, the urgency, if I leave on the 4th, then you're right back to
Well-
only 3 board members. If
yeah, if we do it next week, or we do it the week after that, maybe we can.
No,
you know.
because then Carl's
I don't
gone.
return to the 28th. I'm gone from the 4th of May to the 28th of May.
And Director Pick leaves again on the 12th.
Director Pick is only available on Monday.
And I'm not, so anyhow.
Today's it.
All right, let's at least proceed. We're not making a decision on the date at this point. Let's go here and hear additional information from staff, which would include, our district council. And as well as the executive director. So let's proceed. Yeah, do you have something, Carl?
Yeah, Mr. Chair Pro Tem, can I take a bathroom break here, if that's possible?
How does everybody feel about
Yeah,
that?
like a five, just 5 minutes.
Okay, let's take 5 and
Director Sabo, your mic is not on. Your mic is.
Thank you.
okay, we're moving on to the next agenda item, which I don't have the number in front of me, but it is item G4. And what we will do here is we will hear from staff on this particular agenda item. Staff first from the attorney regarding some of the legal matters associated with our engines and our firefighters going off the airport, then additional comments from the executive director and deputy director. There will be then, I will then take it back to the public, I mean, to Protec, one of the prospective contractors, and to the city, and hear presentations from both of them. And then we will bring it back to the board for questions and follow up with each one of the, after each presentation from Protec and the city, I'll give the board members an opportunity to ask questions. And then after both presented, then we'll bring it back to the board for further discussion and questions. Does that sound fair to you?
Did you mention public comment in there somewhere? You got a list here of about.
Yeah, well, before we make any choices or decisions, I will take it out to the public for comment after it's come back to the board.
Mr. Chair, one point of clarification.
Yeah,
We did not ask, for presentations from the city nor Protec. It would be appropriate if you would.
I'm
like
going to give them the opportunity.
to speak,
Yes, to
Yeah.
speak.
but I just wanted to prep you. that
Thank you.
There are no presentations.
I-
If you would
right.
like to ask them to speak, that's fine.
I mislabeled that, but the opportunity to speak. So if that is acceptable, all parties, lawyer? You-
That works. We're gonna follow the PowerPoint and actually the legal stuff is sort of in the middle. So I'll hit that when it comes up.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Do you understand the distinction between the general staff approach and the legal aspects of the settlement and going off airport? You
Stay
understand
with
that?
us here. You're going to hear it all. And yes, we understand that. Yes.
I want to hear from our attorney about the settlement.
And you will.
Okay, all right, good.
Good.
And don't throw any spears this way. Okay, you're up.
This is why you make the big bucks.
Big bucks too, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's appropriate for us to start at the beginning, to give you an idea of the current state of our aircraft rescue and firefighting on airport. About 9 years ago, we entered into the first of 2 contracts with the city of Monterey to provide staffing in our fire station with our equipment for aircraft rescue and firefighting. That agreement also allowed the city of Monterey to use one of the airport district's own vehicles, so our structural fire truck, to respond off airport. From that location on the south side of the airport. It's important to note that arrangement does not transfer or obligate the airport district in any way. It does not transfer the responsibility to provide for off-airport structural firefighting or off-airport emergency services in any way. That remains with the city. It's also good to take a look at the jurisdictional boundaries, so you get an idea of the field of play. We found this on the LAFCO website, and it illustrates the fire protection and emergency medical services districts around the airport. And we're that little bluish arc in the center. That is the airport district fire protection and emergency services district, according to LAFCO. You can see that we're surrounded by Monterey County Regional Fire Protection District. That's in a kind of a salmon color. And we also touch with the city of Monterey, which is principally on the left-hand side in gray. We also have commonality in geography with the city of Delray Oaks. But our district is illustrated in the more of a blue color on this slide. The agreement between the airport and the city was never intended to be an arrangement in perpetuity for either party. The current contract agreement, which was a 5-year agreement, contained a 1-year notice of cancellation clause for both parties. So either party could walk away from the agreement with 1 year's notice. The airport exercised that option in October of 2022 in order to be able to begin the RFP process for the services at the relocated facility on the north side. And we'll get into that a little bit. And it would be, so what we want to show here is that this kind of an arrangement is not uncommon. You look at what's in red, and this is from the city's general plan. These are places that they have, these are jurisdictions that they have in the past had relationships similar to what we enjoy with them today. Many of these are no longer in existence. So they've seen the contract be either expire or be terminated in other districts as well. Chris will take you through a bit of the future state at this point.
Sure, thank you. So as an integral part of the long-term $150 million plus safety enhancement program that's been ongoing at the Monterey Regional Airport, the relocated Aircraft Rescue and Firefighting, or ARF facility, is currently being constructed on the northeast corner of the airport. It is important to note that this program started, the safety enhancement program, phase 1 started in 2020 with the construction of the aviation ramp. And that grant was executed at that time with federal funds. Just a look of what the new facility is going to be looking like. We actually have the steel up currently, and they're starting to put in the walls and roof in the next few days. Some of the background here and binding agreements. So part of the safety enhancement program, and to receive federal funding on any project here at the airport, we have to go through not only CEQA, but NEPA, the federal side of the environmental piece. That has to be completed before the FAA will give us any grant funding for any project. So for the safety enhancement program, and we're calling it a program because it's a large project with multiple steps of components that go into it, which include the ARF, but it also includes that general aviation ramp that we just constructed. It will include the next phase, which is the commercial ramp, which will replace the ramp that we currently park aircraft in front of the terminal here right now, and move it over to where the hangars and the ARF facilities sit now. And then we will build potentially the new terminal in that location to ultimately move our main taxiway, 1,600 feet of our main taxiway further south to meet FAA standards for taxiway and safety separation. And this is all about safety on the airport. And all the projects we've done have been about safety going back even to the RSA project. That project was not only to provide the EMAS at the ends of the runway, but to also mitigate runway crossings by adding 2 vehicle service roads on either end of our runway. The GA ramp is another component while we are looking to do the ultimate of moving that taxiway. Putting GA on that northeast corner puts them closer to the runway that they should be using and will and often do use, which is our small general aviation runway. And it now eliminates them crossing our main runway multiple times a day. So all of this has been about safety at the airport for our tenants and for our passengers. So in that FONSI, and that the FONSI is the FAA's issuance of their findings. And I think we skipped one right here. I'm sorry, I skipped one. So during that process, the city requested that if we were going to be putting that station, our station on the northeast corner of the airport, that it no longer answer calls to jurisdictions other than the Monterey Airport District. That was specific in a letter from the city manager at that time, but also CC to all of the members that are listed here. And mayor, I'm sorry. Subsequent to that, on June 8th, the FAA issued their finding of no significant impact. And one of the requirements in that finding is the only feasible location to relocate the ARF station, which must be relocated to accommodate the relocated terminal, is on the north side of the airport. ARF locations on the south side of the airport are infeasible for cost and logistic reasons. In order for land use under the proposed action to remain consistent with the City of Monterey general plan, and this was based on the letter they received, once the ARF building is relocated to the north side of the airport, it shall no longer be used as a joint use facility that provides off-airport emergency services.
Ms. Morello, at this point, and I want you to continue your presentation later, but I want to hear from our attorney.
He's got the next slide. Yes, he's
Okay.
coming up next.
He's coming up next.
I'm jumping in right now.
Oh, good. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, if you would, the presentation really flows well, so if we could hold questions until the end, I'd really.
Sure.
appreciate it.
I just want to
think
hear
we'll
from
cover-
our attorney regarding things related to settlement and
Understood.
just a clarification, when you mentioned, Ms. Morello, when you mentioned EIR in the context of what you were talking about in the FAA, that was a federal
The
EIR.
the EA, it's a
And what do they call it?
environmental assessment.
And
was the
what do the feds
process.
call it?
That they call it environmental assessment.
Oh, they do.
That
All
is
right.
the process. Their findings are different. That's the FONSI. Their findings of no significant impact.
Okay, and just so that there's clarification, there's a difference between California, CEQA, California EIR. And now we're talking now about the federal
Requirements.
requirements that then led up to the finding, the settlement agreement.
Right.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we're.
I got my words a little out of sequence, but
That's okay.
you know, you've
we're-
listened to me
we're
long
moving
enough.
that direction. Chris, were you done with that slide?
I was.
Okay.
Thank you.
So on September 20th of 2020, the city of Monterey challenged the airport district in Monterey Superior Court, alleging that the airport failed to comply with CEQA. Now, there were a number of causes of action, a number of allegations in there. One of them was the city had argued that the ARF must remain on the south side of the runway, and suggested that if it was moved to the north side of the runway, that it only be allowed to utilize for on-airport emergencies only. One of the arguments that they made that the court did not adopt, but it gets a little bit esoteric, but one of the CEQA allegations that they alleged was that the airport did not study if we move the ARF station to the north side, that the city might have to then build a fire station somewhere on the south side or in some other location, and that we didn't study the environmental impacts of that city, that necessarily built city fire station. And the court stated that the potential construction of a new fire station to address any deficiency in service, because that was, again, one of the arguments was, if the ARF station is moved to the north side, there will be a deficiency in service. It would go back to the pre-2013-ish, 2012 levels, right? One of the arguments was that there would be a deficiency in service and a new station would need to be built. The court stated the potential construction of a new fire station to address any deficiency in service that may occur after the ARF ceases operating as a joint use facility is too speculative. The court didn't adopt that. And they said, it's going to be on the north side. They've complied with the environmental assessment that needs to be done. The airport complied with CEQA. The court did not agree with them on that issue. And so the last sentence there, further environmental review was not required because substantial evidence supports the district's conclusion that this change to the ARF's joint use does not compel a major modification to the EIR. So the court found in the district's favor on that finding. Now, consistent with the FAA issued final environmental analysis under NEPA, the CEQA revised addendum, we had to revise it to comply with the EA. The final EIR for the airport master plan was adopted on April 20th of 2022. That was, again, relocation of the aircraft rescue and firefighting facility. The ARF facility would be moved from one phase to another, and it would be relocated to the north side. And it plainly states in the revised addendum, once relocated, the ARF would no longer be a joint use facility with the city of Monterey, but would be used only for on-airport emergencies.
And what document was that
Well,
you just cited?
That is the revised addendum of the final EIR for the airport master plan
Okay.
under CEQA.
All right.
Okay. That follows from the requests of the city. The city requested that if the ARF station were to be moved to the north side, that it be restricted to only respond to on-airport emergencies. That was the letter from the mayor that you saw a couple of slides ago. Now, in response to the revised addendum to the final EIR, we did enter into a settlement agreement with the city. The city was successful on one of their claims. And so we entered into a settlement agreement that was signed by all the parties. And one of the recitals states that using the ARF, that the ARF would be used only for non-airport emergencies consistent with FAA regulations. The FAA incorporated in their finding of no significant impact that would be an appropriate restriction on the ARF facility. Here's a copy of the settlement agreement. I don't know why, but as a lawyer, we always feel the need to throw the document in there so we know that we're not really, blowing snow at you. There really was a settlement agreement.
And this request from the city came from who in the city?
It came through council.
Okay.
The letter was provided, I believe, as part of the litigation process.
Okay.
That I'm a little hazy on that one because I didn't, but I believe it was part of the litigation process. It was that letter came through, and so that was their request that came through council.
Okay.
Let's see. Now we're going to general plan. Yeah, Chris, this is.
So the next, I'll take it back from. So other background information that we felt was appropriate to share is that in the city of Monterey, similar to the slide we showed earlier, the city of Monterey's general plan was originally adopted, at least the one that's on their website right now, in January 2005 under that resolution, and had several updates with the most recent amendment in June of 2019 under the resolution that we've listed there as well. A couple things that it relates to fire and safety is the safety element on page 82, section E, regarding the airport policy E2, continue to work with the airport district through a fire mutual aid agreement. One, under the public facilities element, pages 113 through 114, Fire Policy C3, continue to monitor and evaluate the need for a new fire station to serve the Monterey Salinas Highway and Ryan Ranch areas and explore opportunities to co-locate at the airport's fire station to provide these additional services. But this is dated, back to 2005. We are now in 2023. That's been something that's been on the radar of the city since that time, we believe. Okay, I'm taking this one, I guess. Okay, mutual aid. So the airport entered into a mutual aid agreement with the state of California in February of 1974 and with the Monterey County in February of 1983. As identified in the city's general plan, which I just spoke to, policy, each unit states that they will continue to work with the airport district through a fire mutual aid agreement. While there would be renewed documents that need to be addressed. Monterey County's Fire Association and Fire Operations Manual Appendix B continues to list the Monterey Airport in their master mutual aid plan. The airport remains a signatory agency on the master mutual aid plan, and that can be found on the website we provided below.
Director Sabal, I'm going to take us through the RFP process. So the airport had to meet its obligation to provide continuous ARF service. And on December 20th of last year, the airport staff published the RFP for.
What does ARF service mean?
The aircraft rescue and firefighting.
The obligations we have under the FAA. Is that what you're talking about? ARF.
Correct. It's the obligations under the CFR Part 139
I've been living
obligations.
with that term for a long time. Not everybody has.
Mhm.
Okay.
Thank you.
And the RFP was published in the legal section of the Monterey Herald. And it was also emailed directly to 5 firefighting providers. The RFP directed the proposals and proposers to provide for a minimum staffing of 3 firefighters per shift, 24 hours a day, with a minimum of 1 being a fully qualified ARF firefighter on duty 24/7, 365. The proposal was to include allowances for fire prevention, suppression, and emergency medical services to on-airport, non-aircraft related incident. The RFP language specifically addressed the emergency response needs of the airport for on-airport response focused on Code of Federal Regulations, FAA Part 139 requirements for aircraft rescue and firefighting. As stated, the RFP would return the airport to the pre-2014 model of exclusively on-airport fire and emergency services that existed before the contract with the city of Monterey was executed. This stipulation complies with the demands made by the city of Monterey during 1, the environmental review processes for the master plan, 2, the safety enhancement program, and finally 3, the court approved settlement agreement. The next slide is a summary of the responses that we received to the RFP process. We received 2 proposals that were responsive on March 1st of this year. One from the city of Monterey and the second from Protect Fire Services Limited. And these responses were to provide the exclusively on airport response as required. And here's a summary of the annual fixed costs that were proposed in those responses. The RFP responses were reviewed on April 23rd, and the board of directors received the presentations. Okay. And the board received presentations for both RFP responding proposers. The board directed our staff to get clarity from both parties on specific areas of their proposals, and the 2 proposers were instructed to provide their best and final offers back to the airport by April 21st, 2023 at noon. Between the time of the initial RFP proposals and the submission of the best and final offers, There was one meeting that was held on April 17th, 2023 between the airport staff and the city of Monterey staff and firefighters to discuss potential alternative delivery approaches. Now I can take you through the risk analysis that we did of the first proposal, which is the proposal that we received from ProTech. ProTech Services fundamentally assumes 100% dedication of resources exclusively to the airport, with the exception of a case of a mutual aid response. The ProTech Services proposal is 100% in compliance with our binding agreements and is as such consistent with the existing agreements with 1, the federal NEPA FEA, 2, the CEQA FEIR, and lastly, 3, the settlement agreement and release dated April 20th, 2022 between Monterey Peninsula Airport District and the city of Monterey. In terms of the economics of the final proposal from ProTech, there was a slight reduction from their original proposal to their best and final. It was an $80,000 reduction, and that had to do with the reduction of our required errors and omissions insurance policy levels. So as such, their final proposal as $1,650,000 for the first year, and then a 4% increase in each of the following years. And the final proposal has the same staffing level as their original proposal, and the details are here as you can read. Lastly, we did do reference checks that were conducted by staff on the airport, by the airport team, and we are confident that ProTech is fully equipped and capable of providing quality fire protection services to the airport. In addition, in their final proposal, they did stipulate that they had value-added services to augment and add to the overall operational support the airport receives that will benefit our staff, tenants, passengers, and patrons. Examples of those would be wildlife management, NOTAM management, fire extinguisher inspections and training, first aid training, stormwater pollution prevention management program.
Very good. As with the ProTech second proposal, we conducted a risk analysis on the city of Monterey's alternate proposal or second proposal. And since that final proposal incorporates off-airport emergency services, it is in direct conflict with the FAA NEPA final environmental assessment, CEQA final environmental impact report, and the settlement agreement and release that's dated April 20th, 2022 between the airport district and the city of Monterey. The final proposal, as put forward by the city, stipulates that the airport would work with the city collaboratively to find a suitable location for an engine and personnel assigned to it to be staged on the south side of the airport during daytime hours. The proposal doesn't identify or define what daytime hours are, nor does it identify how they intend to respond to off-airport emergencies during non-daytime hours. The costs associated with providing and maintaining a suitable south side location are also not identified. The city proposes to continue to use airport fire apparatus outside of the airport's jurisdictional boundaries whenever it's deemed operationally necessary by the fire chief or his designee. The costs to maintain the service and fuel the vehicles are not identified. Who bears those costs? Further, it may be difficult to locate an acceptable location to stage fire apparatus on the south side of the airport because of the constraints and congestion that will occur during our construction activity related to terminal building and the commercial ramp, which will begin this fall. The city of Monterey's best and final fire services proposal is based on a non-exclusive shared service delivery. This model is proposed to continue to serve adjacent neighborhoods, Highway 68 and Ryan Ranch. The revised pricing is based on a 20.4% share allocation for a fully staffed 3-person airport-owned engine and 100% allocation for 1 fully dedicated aircraft rescue and firefighting engine staff member stationed at the airport. Based on the shared service model, the engine may be used offsite or outside of the airport's geographic boundaries whenever deemed operationally necessary. The city evaluated the service of on-airport and off-airport response by the airport-owned engine for a 2-year period, 2021 and 2022. The engine responded to a total of 623 calls, of which 496 of those calls were off airport at 79.6%. 127 calls were on the airport. This slide is the city's report to the airport district on the aircraft, on the vehicle utilization, and it indicates that we average about, well, not average, in these 2 years, 21 and 22, there were 4 aircraft alerts per year that were responded to.
An alert being what, a crash?
Could be anything from a standby or malfunction, could be anything related to aircraft, could be a fuel spill, could be, does
Thank you.
not necessarily have to be a crash. The revised fixed cost proposal of engine staffing would include 3 people to meet the city standard and is based on the percentage of the airport response calls, 20.4%, as well as the full cost of staff of 1 technician on the ARF vehicle. You can see here that we've identified what those costs are and the commensurate increases per year in a 3-year agreement, total 5%, a 5% increase for each of the subsequent years. When an off-airport response occurs, the remaining 1 aircraft rescue and firefighting technician is the only firefighter left to serve the immediate airport emergency needs. The proposal states that the depth of the fire of Monterey County or Monterey Fire Department would ensure that a resource was always able to respond to every incident at the airport within their response time standards of 5 minutes. That means that they would backfill the station within 5 minutes, but for the first period of time, we would have 1 person on airport to provide aircraft rescue, firefighting, and emergency services.
That meets FAA requirements, correct?
That is the minimum. Yes, that is the minimum. This is a breakdown of the financial analysis. I'll let Mark take that so he can walk you through it. It's his handiwork.
Yeah, this is basically a presentation of the numbers that we've already seen and discussed. For the analysis, we compared the final best and final ProTech proposal, which is exclusively for on-airport services. And we compared that to the original Monterey Fire proposal, which was exclusively airport services. And then to the right, we have a comparison of the alternative proposal that was received from Monterey Fire, which included off-airport responses. And we compared that to the existing contract, which has that feature as well. And then on the following slide, we have a summary of the staffings levels that are incorporated in each of those proposals. And you can see kind of in the left-hand box at the bottom, those are the staffings where there's 100% allocations to the airport. And then to this box on the right, there's the allocations where we have the 20.4% figure that's been previously discussed. Except for 100% for the ARF, and then there's an allocation further that's consistent with their previous proposals.
So with all of that, we're prepared to recommend to the board, staff recommends that the board direct us to negotiate a contract with Protect Fire Services Limited and not accept the alternate proposal of the city of Monterey based on the following. Protect Fire Services proposal is 100% in compliance with our binding agreements, and as such is consistent with the existing agreements with the FAA as articulated on the screen. And the settlement agreement and release dated April 20, 2022 between the city of Monterey and the airport district.
Thank you.
Not quite done.
Oh, you left.
Not quite, not quite. The RFP was specific to firefighting or fire and emergency services for Protect. RFP was specific to fire and emergency services for the Monterey Regional Airport in order to meet the needs of the tenants, employees, patrons, passengers, and visitors who use the airport. We also would recommend that the airport district, excuse me, one second here. Let's continue with the reasoning behind Protect. I skipped a page here. The Protect proposal will increase the availability of on-airport resources as we begin to implement major components of the safety enhancement program. We are keenly aware of the need to manage funds wisely in the comparable proposals based on the exclusive model dated March 1, 2023 Monterey Fire proposal of $4,600,000 is in excess, is $4,636,292 in excess of the Protect proposal over the 3-year period. Now, our second recommendation is that we recognize the airport and the airport district recognizes the value of the South Side Airport. Our location has been for the surrounding communities. With that in mind, in addition to the Protect Fire Services recommendation, we would recommend that the airport explore an option to allow the city of Monterey to meet its current obligations to serve the Monterey Salinas Highway, Highway 68, and Ryan Ranch areas by staging one city-owned fire engine on the south side of the airport on a suitable surface parking area. So that concludes our presentation, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I will bring it now back to the board for any questions of staff or the presentation we just heard.
You have any?
I do have one. I guess I just want to clarify, and it's Mark, your presentation on the financial analysis.
Yes.
It's about 3 or 4 from the back.
I'm there.
Okay. On the left-hand side, you've got what was given to us at our last meeting, April 17th. And then on the right-hand side with the alternate proposal, I just want to make sure I understand. The personnel costs reflect one full-time technician, ARF technician, and then 20.4% of 3 people.
Correct. And if you look on the second page, all that is detailed out in that box to the far right.
So, and if I go to the left-hand side where we got the initial proposal, that was 100% of 4 people.
Correct.
Okay, so, and then Protex is 100% of 4 people.
Correct.
Okay, so we have, I don't know, 20, 60% and 1% or anyway, it's a difference in how many personnel we have that we can count on at any period of time on the airport.
That's correct.
Okay.
Would point out, however, that would be in normal operating hours when Protec will always have their personnel here. The city of Monterey may reduce their staffing if they're out there for response.
That was my question.
I have some questions.
Sure.
This would be of legal counsel. Based on all the, we haven't heard public comment yet, but I have a pretty good idea what they're going to be. A main concern, and the letters I've received, main concern is that we continue to share services. Is it your opinion, because we got a letter from Monterey saying they don't think the shared services would violate the settlement agreement or the environmental assessment document? Is that, can you just go on that a little bit better? Are we absolutely certain that this violates those terms?
Yes, so let me be candid. My opinion is that this would violate a joint use facility or a shared facility would violate the EA and the secret documents in the settlement agreement. In addition, I threw this to outside counsel who represented the airport as well. That was their opinion. That was also their opinion as well. They cited several provisions that, again, which many of them are included in your packet here. They cited many provisions that of which would be violated by a joint use facility, serving for the main purpose of responding to off airport emergencies.
So I'm not overly concerned about the settlement agreement, because I think if both parties went before the judge and say, we've had a change of heart, we'd like to do away with that you could relatively easy come to a settlement. What's problematic though about the environmental assessment document? How much sway does that have over our operations here?
Major sway. And I need to point one thing out. The environmental analysis that was done pursuant to NEPA is not your document. It's the FAA's document. While we participated in it, while we had lots of poster boards and informational sessions, it is the FAA's document. Asking them to crack open the EA and revise that, I agree with you. I think a settlement agreement would be easy to modify, but it's not about the settlement agreement necessarily. That settlement agreement came about as a result of the judge's ruling against the airport on a couple of issues related to one of the causes of action, or to a couple of causes of action. And so the settlement agreement was related to those items, but it wasn't related to the items where the judge ruled in the airport's favor. And the judge ruled in the airport's favor that this would be not a joint use facility on the north side. They agreed with the FAA and that it would be restricted to on airport calls. Asking the FAA to open that up from a timing, let me take two issues. From a timing perspective, would probably take 18 to 24 months to go through the process again, because again, you have to, while you're only modifying a piece of it, you have to go start to finish through all of the hoops to jump through just for that narrow band. The bigger problem, and again, also a major one, first off, I'm not sure the FAA would even want to entertain that discussion. But second, you have $145+ million that has been committed to you based upon the fact that you have a settled environmental assessment and that you have settled environmental documents. Those funds will go somewhere else, because if you open up the EA, you no longer have settled environmental documents. The funding will then be reallocated to another airport.
We lose,
You
would
would
potentially lose all that money,
That's correct.
access to all that money
That is
for
correct.
the time being.
Or maybe forever. Is that correct?
That's correct. At a minimum for the time being, potentially forever. The question that you'd have to ask is, what would be the FAA's desire to then reallocate the money to you in future years, knowing that you had the money allocated and you wanted to crack open the EA and modify it?
How did we get to this point? Because we had a contract with the city of Monterey that just couldn't continue. It was my understanding that Monterey came to us and said they didn't want to continue with the contract if we move to the north side, or am I thinking wrong here?
Not entirely wrong. During the discussion or the litigation regarding the north side location, the city said they could not use that location for off-airport services, meaning they were not interested. That's how we interpreted what they said. At the beginning of the RFP process, we did, by nature, say to the city, have you changed your mind? And that's when the RFP process disclosed that the city, in fact, had some interest in using that north side station. And that resulted in that first proposal that we shared with you both in the presentation and previously.
Well, I do have a question of Monterey and what their desire was with including this in our environmental assessment and in the settlement. Would it be appropriate to ask that now of them, or do I
No.
wait for them to make a proposal?
No, well, I guess we will have that opportunity once we open it up to both parties and the public.
Yeah,
Okay.
it would be appropriate, Mr. Chairman, for you to give each party 5 minutes to address some questions of the board.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I ask one more and then I'll,
Sure.
the map that's in the package? So when I look at this, we've got Cypress, Monterey Regional, Seaside Services, Delray Oaks, and Monterey. They're all just right touching us or right close to us. Depending on how this plays out, is it possible also to offer to each of them if they would want, if someone, not maybe Monterey doesn't want to put one of their fire trucks, but that if one of them would want to put a vehicle on our property so that they could service their clients? Because I think a bulk of our correspondence came in from people who are terrified, who live within Monterey County Regional and Cypress. It seems like that is a huge, they feel like they're not well served and that they see us as the closest possible place. So I'm just, would that be possible? I mean, it's.
As with the second part of our recommendation to engage with the city on exploratory discussions, I would think that it's possible for us to do that with others as well.
I mean, it seems like that would be a natural when I look at this map and see how many are close by, that there may be somebody else that would want to fill that void. So
Would that be with the airport's equipment or regional or CAL FIRE, or whoever would fill that void
No,
with that equipment? Our equipment, their equipment.
No, that would not be with the airport's equipment.
Okay,
they bring their own.
Bring their own.
are you done?
I am. That was, it just occurred to me that might be a solution.
Okay, well, I will now take it out to our two
Proposers.
what am I trying to say?
Two proposers.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. It was a tough night thinking about this day, so anyhow, I'll take it out to our two proposers, and unless there is an objection, I have been advised that the city has some key personnel that have to depart early, and but I intend that the board hear from both the city of Monterey and ProTech. So I will turn this over to any comments that the city of Monterey chooses to make to the board here. regarding our deliberations and understand what our job here is as the board is today and or a subsequent day, and that is to provide direction to the staff as to who to bring, have a contract negotiation with and to bring us a contract. That's our job. We're right now receiving input so we can make a decision either today or at another time. Okay. Did I say that right? You're my monitor.
I'm your mom.
You take, yeah, thanks. Okay, so if I could turn this over to the city of Monterey, if that's acceptable to Protect, go. Anybody there? Oh, yeah, I know you.
All right, so
Would
my
you
notes said
introduce
good
yourself?
morning, but I'm going to say good afternoon. My name is Tyler Williamson. I'm the newly elected mayor of Monterey. I'm here because something has gone wrong along the way in this contracting process. I hope that we can find a way of coming together and think about why we are all here. We are here to serve our communities, to look after one another, and to improve our quality of life. This can and should be done by trying to keep jobs local, supporting each other as neighbors, and finding a way to reach a sense of balance in the decisions that we make. Our regional public safety is better served via the consolidation system of fire professionals. This does not only logically provide cost savings amongst all our local agencies, but it outfits us with service providers who are invested in this community. The city's cost sharing model with the airport allows for each participating entity to pay for its fair share of the overall system, each agency with its own specific needs. More specifically, the airport would only pay for its special missions and their share of the overhead. Monterey would pay for our mission and to protect surrounding neighborhoods. It's clear that the city of Monterey's best and final offer based on this cost sharing model is the preferable option. The potential savings with a Wisconsin-based corporation will negatively impact our local economy and will come with inferior fire services for our local residents, visitors, and business community. I recommend that this item be tabled until the full board is present, which it seems like that's the direction that things are going in. If you decide to move forward, though, with the full board, without the full board, I respectfully recommend your selection of the Monterey proposal. It will provide the superior fire protection for the airport as well as for residents and commercial operators throughout the regional airport span of influence. I also think that there's opportunity for us to reconstitute the airport subcommittee that the airport board and the city of Monterey once shared. And I think that this previous item that was discussed is a good example of where sitting down at the table and having a conversation with each other and helping to mitigate issues is a good example of reformulating this subcommittee. We can and should use this to work out operational complexities before they develop into further problem areas. I've been inspired by our local fire union, who has been leading the charge regarding this contract. These people, the heroes that shop at our same grocery stores, that coach our local youth sporting games, whose kids go to our schools, who dine at our restaurants, their fight to sustain this contract is admirable. And if this is just a taste of the type of service they will continue to provide for the Monterey Peninsula Airport District, the choice seems clear. The City of Monterey proposal will provide the best ROI with enough passion to fulfill this all up. I'm honored to be Monterey's mayor and salute every single one of the firefighters. As Monterey's mayor, I'm committed to working with the airport in collaborative fashion with the goal of increasing the quality of life of our residents, supporting the economic vitality of our community, and creating the best fire service, because our community deserves nothing less. I hope this can be the start of a new chapter between our agencies. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Anybody else from the city of Monterey?
So I want to start also by saying thank you to all of you for tackling this issue in a way that you have, in that you've really dug deep and looked at all the aspects of this. And particularly that you've spoken very highly of the quality of service that you have been receiving from the Monterey Fire Department. like the mayor, I'm very proud of the personnel that work for me in the Monterey Fire Department and the quality of service that they provide. I also want to thank Director Miller specifically in his comment last meeting where he suggested maybe there's some way we could have something on the south side. We took that to heart and said that might be a good solution, came and met with your staff, and we feel that we came up with something that could be workable. The details are what hours they would staff that and all, and those kinds of things certainly are open to negotiations if the airport wanted to have some say in that, but we would probably staff it during when what we identified to be the peak time for calls, and and then we could relocate that resource to a place where they have room to rest and sleep. That and I'm not an attorney, so I'm not gonna say that this is but in my opinion, that would be a new location, a new station, a new facility from which that resource responds, and therefore would not be a violation of any of the agreements or the environmental analysis, because that specifically identifies the north side ARF station as the place where we can't have response to offsite properties. This would be a different location that we would be responding from. And as a matter of fact, with your staff, we toured a site out here at 2801 that appears that it could very well meet our needs, and has even the advantage that it's outside the secure area of the airport, and so therefore would improve response times into the jurisdictions off the areas off the airport that we serve, and still be literally a minute or two away from the location where most on-airport calls occur. And that's right here in this building. Something else important to remember, as most airport calls occur here in this building and at other businesses on the south side of the runway, if those are all served from a station on the north side, you have two options to get here. One, cross a potentially busy runway, or two, drive around the access roads that go around the end of the runway. We tried that. We can get to this building from our station in North Monterey faster than you can by driving around the runway. That's based on time trials that we did. Crossing the runway, just as everybody said, the FAA, the federal government trumps everybody. You don't cross the runway if the FAA says you don't cross the runway. You could have even just one plane on a couple of mile final, or several. You could be sitting on the other side of the runway trying to cross for somebody having a heart attack here in the terminal building for several minutes, 5 minutes even. That would not be unusual. Crossing the runway, driving around the end of the runway, we determined a long time ago is not a feasible solution to serve this side of the airport, and then also subsequently the neighborhoods outside off the property. And there is a mistake, by the way, in the fiscal analysis slide, because it shows the total cost over 3 years being 33% higher with the Monterey contract. And I didn't do the math, but it's probably, that's based on the total delta compared to 1 year versus the total delta compared to the 3-year total. But we are probably about 8% higher than ProTech with our, in the first year, we are 8% higher than ProTech in our model. And so overall, we're probably within 10%. For that increased cost, you receive an additional firefighter and a correction on allocation. The allocation in our proposal specifically refers to who pays. It is not where the people are. Probably in the scenario that we look at, the firefighters, all 3 firefighters on the engine plus the ARC firefighter will be available on or near, depending on where we station them, the airport property in excess of 90% of the time. But you'll only be paying for 20% of the cost because we share based on the call volume, but a call lasts 15 minutes. So since 80% of the calls are off the airport, we would pay 80% of the costs. 20% of the calls are on the airport. You would pay 20% of the cost, but you would get the benefit of an additional firefighter responding to all your calls. So you receive that. You receive the depth of Monterey resources. If that unit is on another call, you're guaranteed a response from a nearby station or a moved up unit to respond to all your emergencies. So even if there are 2 calls here at the airport, you're guaranteed a response from another unit. That's not something that's available to ProTech. If ProTech is out there and under that model where it's strictly you become an island, and they're out there dealing with some kind of an aircraft, something or another, and somebody has a heart attack here in the terminal building, your first responder will be the ambulance. nobody else will be responding because they can't free up the resources to do that. We also come with the guaranteed existing automatic aid and mutual aid agreements that are in place. And there was a lot of discussion about automatic aid and mutual aid and the airport. Yes, the airport is a signatory to all those mutual aid agreements. But the key word there is mutual. Mutual means it goes both ways. And the settlement agreement and all the federal documents, the environmental documents, make it very clear that you cannot provide mutual aid from the station because you would be responding to an off-airport emergency under mutual aid. Also, the Monterey County Fire Chiefs Association Mutual Aid Plan stipulates that all responding resources have 3 personnel on it. They're staffing the engine with 2 and the ARF with 1, and that person cannot leave the station. Otherwise, you have to shut down your commercial operations here at the airport. So I don't see that there is a way that they can provide mutual aid. Now, yes, there was also the quotes from the Monterey General Plan, although know that the general plan doesn't obligate action on the city of Monterey. It's more of a plan of potential future actions we take. We are committed to working with all of our partners, and we will be committed to working with you in the future. Should you make the less desirable decision of going with ProTech, we will work with you and with them to figure out something that works. But as Director Leffel said about your fiduciary responsibility to manage the airport funds appropriately, we have the same obligation to our people. And that obligation is that we can't subsidize things at the airport, and that you count on the fact that, well, they'll come because it's morally and ethically appropriate for them to respond. We have no legal obligation to respond, but there is a moral and ethical obligation to respond to emergencies here, but at the city of Monterey taxpayers' costs, and that wouldn't be appropriate. So we'd have to work something out, and I'm not sure what that would look like. A couple other points that were brought up in the presentation. No one has suggested that the airport has a legal obligation to respond to calls off the airport property. But once again, maybe the moral and ethical things come into play here, that there is a moral and ethical responsibility to be a good neighbor and to support a regional response to situations. The first agreement was set up actually as a long-term intention. The first agreement had an automatic renewal clause. It's customary to not have an agreement for eternity, but that agreement essentially was an agreement for eternity because it was a 5-year agreement that, absent any action, renewed itself automatically for additional 5-year terms. There was a mention about we've seen other agreements go away. The biggest difference is, yes, we no longer provide services to the city of Delray Oaks, and we no longer provide services to the Presidio of Monterey. And both of those were terminated for other reasons, but neither of those 2 agreements created any benefits to the residents of the city of Monterey. This is different because this agreement, our arrangement, provides benefits to the city of Monterey. I've already covered all of that. With respect to the details of who will share who will pay the cost of the facilities on the south side of the airport, and who will pay the cost of the apparatus used in that, your RFP didn't contemplate or didn't ask for a response to apparatus maintenance costs, but certainly we currently pay a proportional share of the apparatus maintenance, and we would certainly be open to continuing that arrangement on the apparatus side. And we would totally anticipate in bearing some or all of the costs of a facility. So in kind of closing up, unfortunately, this has devolved into a very emotional and probably political discussion. And I think it's important, though, to say that the emotional discussion is reflective of how much this means to people, how important it is, the safety issues surrounding not only what happens here at the airport, but immediately around the airport. And so that's why we get to that emotional place, because we're passionate about this and that this is important to all of us and to all of you. Unfortunately, sometimes when we get into our emotional selves, we don't always make the best decisions, or we don't always do the right things. And so on my behalf, if anything, any statements that were made or any publications or I'm not on social media, so I didn't make any social media posts, but if there were some made that offended anybody or created any misinformation or information that maybe people didn't quite understand, I apologize for that, because certainly nobody had any ill intent. I know nobody has any ill intent in the dialogue that's been going on over this topic. And now you are faced with the difficult decision of putting the emotional side aside and looking at the rational, logical, data-driven decision of what is the right thing to do, not only for, most importantly, for the airport district, but also being a good neighbor and taking care of helping out the surrounding communities in a collaborative fashion. And I think clearly, when you approach it from that angle, you won't make any other decision than to re-up your contract with the city of Monterey. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Anybody else from the city?
Thank you so much. I echo the.
We
fire
know
chief
who
that-
you are, but
Oh,
would
I'm
you tell
sorry,
the
sir. My name
rest
is
of us?
Hans Uslar. I'm the city manager for the city of Monterey.
We'd know you anywhere.
I echo the apology that the fire chief was just providing to you. I want to echo a few things. We know that by allowing the shared services agreement to continue either in full part from the south or north side of the airport, it does not violate the settlement agreement. Further, allowing shared services to continue either in full or part from the south or north side of the airport, it does not warrant an additional environmental review under CEQA based on our city's preliminary legal analysis of the issue. Also want to address Director Miller. Director Miller, you spoke last time about having attorneys involved and how did we come to speaking through attorneys? And in all likelihood, I believe you were referencing our CEQA lawsuit. And I think also you were probably referencing the item that we just discussed earlier, the trees. So I want to explain to you, our city does not take lightly the obligation to protect our environment. The city protect our trees. We also manage traffic volumes. And in our role as a municipality and in yours as the airport, we are to strive to defend and to follow the rule of law. Sometimes litigation is necessary to ensure or compel compliance with the law, as was the case in the city's CEQA action. So my appeal to you, the board of directors, is not to mix up the two topics with our current fire proposal. Awarding the contract to the city will ensure that you get the best service levels for a very reasonable investment. Our proposal does that. We are cost competitive. Our teams are experienced. They are committed to stay with the city of Monterey. And also, what I feel is very important to note, and the mayor made reference to that, the fire chief made reference to that. By awarding the contract back to the city of Monterey, you, the elected officials, also ensure that your constituents, including those living next to a noisy airport, can reap the benefits of this partnership through improved public safety services. And here's a thought that I also want to share with you. Best of all, you only pay a fraction of the fire protection services while getting a lot of kudos from our communities. So with that, I'm looking forward to a continued partnership, and I hope you support our cost proposal. And I know that a lot of other folks will emphasize a few other things as well, and I appreciate it.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank
We
you, sir.
appreciate it. Is that it from City of Monterey? Okay, having concluded that, let's see, since
It would
it's
be
a fresh,
Yeah, would be
Yeah, I know.
appropriate to invite ProTech as well. They
okay,
already-
I was gonna let the board ask questions of the city of Monterey before we moved on to ProTech, and I will give the same opportunity when ProTech comes up. So I will start with Mary Ann, Director Luffel. Do you have any questions?
I have
You
a
don't have to have-
question. I think I just want to clarify something. Mark, back to that financial analysis. So the question of the alternate in excess of existing contract, I think there was some misunderstanding there about the 33%. Do you want to just clarify that? Because I think it was misunderstood by whoever asked the question.
Yes, the 33% is simply the difference between the first year of 1,787,573 and the existing contract of 1,344,720.
What we are paying currently under the old contract.
Correct.
So it's a 33% increase from April or May of 2023 to October of 2023. It'll go up 33%.
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that because I think people thought it was based on the first proposal or its second proposal, but it's not. It's from the existing, what we're paying right now.
That's correct. And then my mistake in reading the sometimes it's not easy to focus on the PowerPoint.
Hey, I don't know anything about fire. I only know numbers. Goddamn. So
And so the increase is a reflection, the what you're paying today is you're paying the number we arrived at in 2018. So you're paying 2018 costs for salaries and benefits and all other associated costs. We calculated that in 2018 as the share, the proportional share that would go to the airport based on the distribution of calls. That was an agreement we negotiated back then. And that was a change from the way it had previously been determined. So the 1.3 million is based on 2018 dollars and 2018 costs, because we came down to that price over the period of a few years. The airport was gracious enough to give us kind of a ramp to come down from the amount we were getting, because it was over 1.6 million prior to that. It was 1.65, I believe, prior to that. So we came down from the 1.65 to the 1.3 or wherever it was before. And that was done in steps. And because it was done in steps, we never adjusted the numbers over the course of the 5 years in the contract to reflect the cost increases, because somewhere we figured that all would come out in the wash. So you're paying 2018 dollars right now for the services. So arguably the city of Monterey is losing money on that, but it was made up for the fact that it was graduated down. The current contract does call for a true up in this current year. So we would true up this past year for the actual costs based on the formulas in the agreement. And that so you would have seen an increase in the July 1, the agreement would start again in July 1, the last year. And that would have reflected a similar increase, because that's the way the contract is worded. And so it's kind of misleading, because you're looking at 2018 dollars and then jumping to 2023, actually, and this is 2020. We're looking now at fiscal year 2024, because we're almost there. So it's 6 years later.
I think we know that. I'm not stepping on your lines, but I think we kind of aware that it was going to go up, right? No matter what. Oh, you didn't know that?
So that's a question I have, because I think right now, I understand that you're at an impasse with your firefighters. And so it's good you're all in lockstep now together on one thing, come after us. So if that's the case, and I see a 5% increase, and most of this is personnel, because we provide the station and the equipment. So 5%, if you end up settling with them more, is there a true up in this new contract?
The numbers in front of you are a fixed firm price, regardless of what happens in any contract settlements with the firefighters. The numbers in front of you are what you would pay
For 3 years.
for the 3 years, yes.
Okay. That was my question.
I have some questions.
Yeah, sure.
I lost part of my microphone. Chief, can you please humor me and answer some questions?
Of course.
You know, first, let me start off with a statement. You know, I have always been very supportive of this contract. And you know, that goes back 10 years when it was a different fire chief, different city manager, different airport director, when we worked on this. And I think it has been a good shared service model for not only the airport, but for the surrounding communities. But, and I suggested, you know, maybe we get creative, and you came back and I saw that. I said, well, this is great. You know, this could continue. And then I was reminded of this poison pill that is out there about what on earth, why is that there? I mean, you have the opinion, and by the way, our city attorney, I mean, our district attorney disagrees. He says we can participate in mutual aid, but mutual aid is not mutual assistance. You know, you would have to go through that process of asking for our help. And you depend on the airport for several resources. I believe all these agencies surrounding us depend on us for our foam, right? Because nobody has the capacity of foam that you would need if you had a tanker truck or something turnover, correct? Am I overstating our importance here, or?
It is I mean, it is a consideration for mutual aid, absolutely. But if my recollection or my knowledge is correct, I believe the last time that was used was in 1986.
Okay.
So that is not a resource that is often used you know, it's not often used on airport property either. And most every fire agency now carries a substantial.
We had the crash off airport here. Didn't you respond with our ARF apparatus to that call?
The ARF apparatus was sent to that call, and it wasn't needed for its capabilities.
It still responded though, right?
It responded, and
under the terms of this current contract, that couldn't happen, correct? In your opinion? Even if you're doing the services right now, you could not make that decision to send that ARF truck to that downed plane crash.
not on my own. No, we have to clear all of that through airport operations, and we did. It was all handled according to the agreement.
No, I'm talking about the clause of our environmental assessment and the terms that says we will not respond off airport.
And apparently we have a difference of opinion here, and
but you said yourself we couldn't respond to mutual aid. You couldn't respond to mutual aid calls from the north side fire station.
that is what's being put out there as what the environmental reviews and the settlement agreement state. I have my personal opinions, but if you can't respond to emergency calls, how would responding to an emergency call that's under mutual aid be different?
So I guess my question to the city of Monterey, and unfortunately I'm focusing on you right now, for the answer is why? I mean, let's say instead of that plane crashing where it did in Tehama or wherever, let's say it happened here in Kona, and it's literally a block away from our fire station. Because of the terms that apparently the city of Monterey wanted, which I don't know why, they couldn't respond.
And I'm not in a position to answer the why, but here's, in 100%, let's be clear, this is my opinion. It was about traffic concerns on development on the north side of the airport. And logically, development on the north side of the airport would put traffic through the city of Monterey on the adjacent side down Airport Road. I am sure that the intent, and this is my opinion, that the intent at the time was, we don't want a lot of extra traffic coming through that neighborhood. I don't think it contemplated anything related to traffic coming off the south side, because that doesn't go through any neighborhoods. It doesn't even enter into the city of Monterey, right when you come off the airport. So that I'm guessing that's the why, but
No.
I can't speak for the people that had the why back then.
But you see the potential conflict here where we are prohibited from responding off air. If you take a literal read of it, we are prohibited. And it sort of throws your shared service model out the window. Because it doesn't say north side. I mean, at some point, you're relying on the station in the north side that you would potentially be responding to at night. And I don't know, it just seems like a mess, and I don't know why. I'm a little bit upset at myself because I approved the settlement and I don't remember reading the implications of that. And that's huge. That is huge. How do we fix that? Because I don't think it can go, I don't think we can move forward with a shared service agreement the way it's written right now. Not only with court restrictions, but with FAA restrictions.
I would argue that we can't, yes.
Yeah, we need lawyers involved here.
Uh-oh, no. Again, Christine Davy, city attorney for the city of Monterey. A couple of things. There is nothing in the settlement agreement that prohibits responding off airport from the south side. That's what we're doing today. And in fact, if that logic holds true, airport district staff proposed at the end of this presentation, if I was reading it right, that it would even allow a truck to be parked on the south side. So even district staff aren't making that argument. A more technical point I will make, and you can confer with legal counsel on this, is that the phrase that keeps being referred to in the settlement agreement is a recital, and that's it. It is not a contract term. There is no breach of a settlement agreement for a recital. When attorneys want a recital to be a binding contract term, it's incorporated by reference into the agreement. And so that clause is absent from here deliberately. So the city of Monterey submits that there is no violation of a settlement agreement. If there is anything that's prohibiting the airport, that must be due to airport rules. And the fire chief is absolutely correct. The CEQA lawsuit, in which the city largely prevailed, was concerned, as you all know, about increased traffic on the north end caused by development. And the city prevailed on that part. So again, a recital and a settlement agreement, it just was a statement of what the airport thinks. It doesn't prohibit, it does not prohibit responding off airport from the south side of the airport. Thanks.
Well, don't run away because I have some questions.
Okay.
But you asked the FAA to make this a on airport only station. That was Monterey City's request. And I understand about traffic on the north side, but you never said anything about, I mean, I read that settlement agreement and our fire truck could drive up and down the street all day long and not be in violation, but responding to a call, they're in violation. So it's not that you're trying to keep our fire truck off Kona's neighborhood association.
No. And maybe there's confusion with semantics and terminology versus, the station, the ARF station versus the ARF truck. Is that legitimate? You call it a truck?
So you're saying the reference to the ARF is the truck and not the station? Because it does talk about the north side.
Which document are you speaking of now? Because there's several. And I will say that if the FONSI resolved in the city of Monterey's mind the traffic concerns held by the city and the environmental deficiencies that were in the environmental document prepared by the airport, there would not have been a need for the city to initiate litigation to compel the airport to comply with CEQA. So I'm a little confused by all of this being tied together. It's as if there's a concerted effort to try to find a reason that the city doesn't think is valid to prohibit awarding this contract to the city based on some sort of prohibition, which the city doesn't view it the same way.
Well, you're a lawyer. You've seen the language of the settlement agreement
Yes.
and the environmental assessment at FAA. You don't see any potential conflicts with that? I'm not a lawyer, but it's not clear to me.
The city of Monterey's position is that based on the supplemental proposal submitted by the city with a shared services cost model would not violate the settlement agreement or any terms of it.
And we wouldn't have to do any modification in court or with the FAA.
It wouldn't even require a modification to the settlement agreement.
And I'm assuming if we were to go with the city of Monterey, that you wouldn't then object to a shared service model. But could some other citizen object to it? I guess I'm going to ask my counsel that. Could a third party other than the airport or the city of Monterey object that we are not either meeting the environmental assessment or the FAA?
If you are not complying with either the environmental assessment or the final EIR, and you just use that to globally talk about the CEQA documents, yes, you could have someone who objects to that and litigates that matter that you're not complying with.
And they can do that independent of the city of Monterey. That doesn't have to be a party to that action.
Yes, they can.
And that's the problems I see, you know, I don't see how we continue.
Yes, they can.
I don't see how we can continue without trying to fix this problem. Because I see it as a problem. Sadly, I see it as a big problem. But thank you. I don't mean to beat up on you guys. Really, I don't. I guess it's just anger that we find ourselves at this position right now.
To be clear, the city wants this contract. It would be mutually beneficial to all parties involved, the airport, the community, and our firefighters. And we don't view any impediment in taking that route based on the environmental document or on the settlement agreement.
Okay.
And I think I'll just summarize it with that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Have you exhausted yourself, Carl?
Yeah, I'm not going to beat up on you anymore. Thank you, Chief. Thank you.
Okay, I have a few, but sit down, I'm troubled here by this settlement agreement, then the implications that settlement agreement then getting folded into the environmental assessment and the FAA's declaration of the FONSI and those implications for us. They're real. We didn't generate them. And let me start off by saying we're really happy with the city of Monterey's fire services to us. And I wish this hadn't occurred. I wish it hadn't occurred. I wish this was, we're just breezing down, arguing about a few cents on the contract here. But that's not where we are. As you've heard, we got some legal issues here that even the attorneys can't agree on, but it has implications for us to the tune of $45 million of federal funding. If in fact, the FAA says, look, you guys settle all this yourself, but come back to us in a couple of years when you've sorted all this out, between our council and your council. That's huge for us. Just like not having a fire station out here is huge. Okay. But I want to make sure we value the services, the city of Monterey, and we value the citizens around here. We don't take our obligation, our services to the local citizens, which are going on right now on calls out on the Highway 68, Ryan Ranch and all that. We don't take that lightly. That's a good thing. But we are like a different city. We're not part of the city of Monterey. So we need to keep that distinction clear. And I'm rambling, but I think, Chief, you understand what I'm saying. Okay. And that's not to say that we just draw a line there and we're not stepping over that line. That's not it. That's not it. We got a big, lot of $1 million at stake here on legal opinions out there. And so I'm trying to get at, and I want to speak to Attorney Dobby, you know, is that okay to call you an attorney? Oh, okay. Using our fire truck to go off the airport sounds to me like in a direct violation of what the FAA's environmental assessment said. Don't use the firehouse with our fire equipment that we paid for to go off. Now, if you want to have some additional firefighters over there and you want to use your own fire truck and you want to go off, Scott, correct me if I'm wrong, but if they had their own people over there and they had their own fire truck, would they go off and fight a fire up at Ryan Ranch without violating this thing?
Yes.
As long as the airport's protected.
Yes.
Was that? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
The issue.
And so
The issue really gets down to this. It gets down to the location of the station
yeah.
and the responses from that location. Right? The issue is the city has stated during the evening hours, they will not be on the south side, they'll be on the north side.
Yeah.
Well, they can't respond to any emergency except for on airport from the ARF station.
But if they have 3 guys back here, just like Protect has them, indicates they will have people here. And they get 2 more guys that are going to man their own truck. They just happen to be using beds over there. They just happen to have their fire truck parked over there. Is this a violation or is this hair splitting with the FAA attorneys?
I would suggest responding from on airport from the ARF station would be a violation.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. And Attorney Dobby, you say no, that's not a violation.
Responding from the ARF station.
Yeah.
On airport?
No, off airport.
Off airport.
Off airport, whether it be, let's say it's using your own truck. Okay, and using your own people in addition to the 3 you left behind here to protect the airport. But you don't think that's a violation?
Why don't we frame it this way? I think you're asking really good questions, but I also don't think it's helpful to get too far astray of what's before the district today. Before the district today is a decision to select a provider of fire services. You had a proposal from the city of Monterey for on airport only services, same with the competitor, right? So you can select that model if you like, or you can select the alternate model proposed by the city, which has a, let's call it a satellite station or loading area, response area on the south side, which is completely legal. Both proposals submitted by the city of Monterey are lawful and do not violate any provision of a settlement agreement. And so we can engage in a lot of hypotheticals.
I guess I understand, and I am very clear on what is before this board today. And it is a matter of trying to find a solution that everybody can live with. And I am interrogating, bad term, just asking you questions as I am up our attorney here, because the whole issue here revolves around us losing $45 million access to $45 million of funding if we violate our.
My only correction to that would be $145 million.
Oh, sorry. Little.
I know what's 100 million.
100 here, 100 there, but
I can't. offer
that's
anything
that's where we are.
Yeah.
And those are the decisions that are before us. It
Mhm.
isn't a matter of, do we want to go off the airport? Or it's a matter of what cost is there for us to go off the airport and have whoever sue us because we didn't do it right. Okay, and I hope you understand that, but I'm very clear on what's before us here,
I didn't mean any, I was just trying to refocus.
Nobody at the city has so far said, this is where we're going to put a trailer and a porta potty. Okay, we don't know where that's going. And we don't know what the cost of that is going to be. We don't know any of that stuff. And we didn't see it in the proposal. That's why I'm looking for alternatives here so that we can go forward on an equal basis with Protect, because they've identified all those costs. So I'm sorry if I beat up on you, but you're an attorney.
Yeah. So our proposal contemplates responding from an alternate location during the daytime hours, which is when the majority of the calls happen that we need to respond off the airport, and also the majority of the calls on airport on the south side. So it would provide a higher level of service to also to the airport than attempting to figure out how you're going to get across the runway in a hurry from the north side. So we would do that, and
Using our equipment or your?
it would be the shared equipment. Yes, your equipment that we would share in the cost of, from a location here that would be, it would be no different than the model that currently exists as far as the service level. At night, when the call volume is mostly negligible actually for this area, that resource would become a dedicated airport resource on the north side. We could handle calls from our other stations. Traffic was less as well. This is our solution to work around the handcuffs that we've put on ourselves.
Everybody has these handcuffs. I wish we didn't have it,
Yeah,
but
of
they're
course.
there, and that's not to be taken lightly. So you're thinking about it and you're talking with the airport and all that. And using our fire truck, where are you going to do this? And I don't know what daytime means, like 5 o'clock in the afternoon in the wintertime. That's the end of daytime.
If we would base it, and at times we would base on what we see historically as the the call volume, and it would typically run mostly daytime hours. In some times of the year, yes, it falls off earlier than in others. We have the data to look at that to determine what would be best. And certainly we would be open to, if the airport had a particular interest,
Sure.
if we're available on this side longer, maybe until the busy time in the terminal stops.
You've been on the airport long enough to know what
Right.
space we got out here, and you've talked to staff. Did you find any kind of possible sites to
Yeah.
park the truck
Yes.
and have a little trailer or whatever?
Your staff and at Mike's direction, we met with them at one of the spaces, 2801, I think it's unit F, if I remember correctly, is a space that's right over here at the Fenton Keller property.
That's Fenton Keller. Can you
that-
get out on the Highway 68 there?
Can get out there. It's, I would deem it as an acceptable location. There was some concerns expressed about it's not a signalized intersection. It has a two-way left turn lane. It has a right turn merging lane. So, and it has good visibility in both directions.
So back to our attorney, if they use our fire truck to go off the property, but not from the firehouse, are we in violation of the FAA's order here? Or
I'm gonna have to do some
ESC?
research on that. Because you're not talking just equipment. I've got to take a look at it. I mean, the EA is a several hundred page document. I've got to dig into it and look. I can tell you the R station, yes.
Okay.
That would be a violation. You're talking about just equipment. I have to look at it. I'm not sure.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you for that. I wanted to get us focused back on what one of the main issues here is, and we're happy with ProTech and we're happy with you guys and all that. This is a competitive situation. You said something in your presentation about, we went out there and drove this thing, around. Now, I'm having trouble conceiving of this, that if you were leaving the firehouse on the north side, and I know we're not settled on whether you can use the firehouse or not, but let's say you had a trailer sitting right next to the firehouse over there, ready to go during daylight hours, all that crap. All right, so it's hard for me to believe that using that excess road around adds 10 minutes to the thing, and that you can get somebody from Casa Verde over here faster than you can drive around the perimeter road out there. I'm having trouble doing that, so maybe you ought to take me for a ride.
Happy to do so. We did the time trials not in the fire engine. We used one of our command vehicles to do it. And it's about a 3 to 4 minute drive around the end of the around the end of the runway. Road is not a great road. It's not designed for everyday vehicle traffic. And certainly when you're driving it in a 4-wheel drive SUV, you can probably drive a lot faster than you'd want to drive with your fire engine because it would beat up the fire engine pretty bad.
Okay, so it takes you 5 minutes to get around from on the north side around and out to Highway 68.
Yes.
Okay, and it takes you, what, 3 minutes from the existing firehouse?
The
2 minutes?
travel time from the existing fire station is how fast is the gate? Because it's about a 30-second drive
Okay,
and about a 20-second wait for the gate. So it's
okay.
about a minute and we're on 68.
Okay, we're real clear. What my understanding here is that when you go off, as in shared services here, you go off. Somebody up at Ryan Ranch says, "Hey, come up here. we've got flames and all that." You know, everybody launches off and you leave how many firefighters behind? 2? Or I'm using terms, engineers, firefighters. I can't tell the difference, whatever he is. So how many do you leave behind, you know, to protect the airport? Because you're going up there right now. And Casa Verde's, I don't know how long that takes to get over here, but you're leaving the airport maybe unprotected while you go up there and take care of Ryan Ranch right now. You know, so that's my concern. And that's the question. And I know it's kind of a stupid question, I guess, but help me with that.
There is no such thing.
Yeah, I know.
The FAA requirement is that we staff the ARF vehicle with at least one qualified person who meets all the qualifications.
Sure.
That is available 24/7, 365 and never leaves the property except in the 9+ years we've been here. It's left the property one time for when the aircraft crashed up here in Monterey. So that is what you get 100% of the time.
One guy.
Plus we will relocate resources. If we're going to be tied up in a fire for an extended period of time up at Ryan Ranch, then we will start moving other resources from other stations, from mutual aid, from callback, et cetera. We will move resources into position so that you have somebody that can respond.
And I appreciate
back
that.
on the
I
property.
read that very clearly in there. But in that interim, while you're moving guys around, you know, from other and equipment from other places, we're kind of with that one guy out here. I don't know what he does, you know, kind of makes noises like an fire engine because he ain't going anywhere. He can't do anything other than maybe an EMS call or something. I don't know.
Actually, the ARF is specifically designed. I think I shared this at the last presentation, that it is designed for a very specific job and it only needs one person to do that job. It's to respond to an aircraft crash and create an exit pathway for those people who can self-extricate off the airport. 3 guys can't handle an airplane crash with fire.
Okay, one guy can with a fire truck, an
One guy
ARF
can
truck.
do that initial response that is required. That's the purpose behind how the ARF response is designed, is to create that egress route for those people in the aircraft that can extricate themselves so that they can get away. It's not designed to put out the fire. It will probably control the fire. It could very well put out the fire, but that's not the primary intention, and it's not designed to perform any kind of
Okay, and thank you for correcting me because I thought when I heard this speech before, I thought it was even if you had all 3 guys or 4 guys out there, you still weren't creating anything other than a path to get off the airplane. You weren't going into the airplane. You weren't going to fight the fire, you know, break fire. Yeah, but you're not going into the airplane to do it. Even if you had everybody, all the engineers, all the firefighters there, am I wrong in that?
If you have 4 people here, you can initiate numerous other actions to
Okay,
mitigate that incident. And as long as you're continuing services with us, you're not going to get just 4 people within
I get it.
10, 12 minutes.
it's
you're going
this
to have
delay time in,
15
you know,
people here.
it doesn't take long to have an aircraft incident.
No.
It's that fast. Okay, so as we demonstrated up there off airport, you know, it happens like right now. And so if we're going to be exposed because we want to have off airport stuff and, you know, where are these guys coming from? And I'm a little concerned about relying on Casa Verde, who may or may not have a call out, you know, and they come from somewhere else. That was all a little fuzzy because I don't understand fire stuff, you know, but you're helping me understand.
If it helps alleviate your concerns, we're proposing to continue to do exactly what we've been doing for 9+ years. And actually even prior to that, because even prior to that, if you remember, Cypress Fire District was paying the airport to respond to off-site calls in the Cypress Fire District across the way here.
I remember that.
And you get the monthly reports from me, and I've been including all the each call on airport and the response times on it. And just off the top of my head, because I actually produced that report myself, response times are typically 2 minutes or less.
You're doing a good,
All
you do a good
calls
job
here.
on the reports. And what happened all that time ago, and I helped to negotiate, or I was behind that whole thing with Cyprus, back then, And what we get right now is great service, but I've never really understood that one firefighter in a truck and all that sort of thing. I ought to spend some more time with you. Not, but only if you buy dinner, so let me ask you one final question, and I'm asking the whole city here. One of the big impacts of us not choosing the city here will be, there's an awful lot of firefighters here, and they may not be working at the airport anymore. There may be an employment problem here. And I think being a former working guy, I'm sensitive to that, and the people that may not have continued employment, all that. Let me ask you a question that's going to be very difficult to answer. What if we accepted your proposal and at the price that you've proposed and said, you just can't go off airport? You've retained all of the firefighters you have right now working at the airport. You just don't go off airport. Okay. And I know that sounds bizarre, but you've retained all of the employment that you have right now with those firefighters, if that's the city's choice. And I know you got to go to the city council, and wish Hans had been here to hear this little proposal, but what's your, and you can't speak for this because you want to go off airport, but I'm thinking, I don't want to have all these people not work for us anymore, because I know them. Okay. And they're part of our community, and that's nothing against ProTac, but ProTac doesn't have any employees here that we've had before on the property. So, and I'm speaking to the city manager right now. What I just said was, what if we accepted your proposal with one provision that says you can't go off airport? And, I understand the implications of what I'm saying here, but you keep all the employment.
Well, their proposal was 3.2 million. wasn't it?
No, well, I'm talking about the latest proposal.
The latest proposal,
Yeah.
what you would be asking then is that the city of Monterey subsidize the airport fire services.
Sure.
I mean, that we would be out lots of money.
I don't know, you're
Just so
gonna be
you-
out, you're gonna pay the same amount of money, you're not gonna, you have the same number of
But
people here.
we're not getting the same service.
Not
Our
getting the
residents are no longer getting. the
You're not
service.
getting the same coverage that you, I'm saying that you have the same number of people employed and the city is subsidizing. And so I know it's a tough question, and this is not, and wish the mayor was here,
Well, Director Sabo, first of all, I very much appreciate your proposal, and I also very much appreciate the guts you have to make that proposal. Let me provide you with a counter proposal, and I think you can do that also. Forget about the RFP. Let's continue the existing partnership. You are in with $1.7 million, which we explained how this works. Done. We know that the settlement agreement is not in our way, and you want a gutsy move. That's the gutsy move you can make right now. Forget about the RFP. Say, staff, continue working with the city of Monterey. We understand there's a price increase from 1.35 to 1.7, but that's the right move, Director Staley. That's the right move.
okay. And I hear what you're saying, and I think all of us are looking for the best ways to service not only the airport, but our community responsibilities and like mutual aid and all that. This is not, there's no decisions have been made so far. So I asked that question. And I don't know what the implications are of continuing our our current agreement. Scott, do you have any opinions on what we have just heard about continuing the existing agreement for some period of time, 6 months, year, 2 years?
That's not I think what he was suggesting is it's not a proposal that you could, I mean, it's not a proposal you can deal with. It's one made from the microphone. I think you have to deal with the proposals that you have in front of you.
Okay, all right. And it's a fact that we're going to have a new firehouse over there. I don't know what your proposal might have implied that you're going to use the new firehouse and all that, but I come back to you and I say, how do we deal with this problem here, this legal problem that we have, you know, because that upset the whole apple cart, you know?
Yeah, I completely tell you that we will move into that firehouse. So that makes complete sense to you. But let me reiterate, you as the board of directors have the authority to say, okay, we tried it with the RFP. We see a lot of obstacles here in front of us. Every one of you has shared this with us. You all appreciate the services that we have as a city of Monterey provided to you. So there's no shame in saying, okay, this RFP didn't work the way we wanted to do it. You can consider putting up a new RFP, or you can consider, let's continue working with the city of Monterey. But I think I have to use the F word, in the interest of fairness, you cannot expect that the city of Monterey will have to pay $3.2 million or $3.4 million just for the privilege of serving. So I think there needs to be a cost sharing model.
Okay.
Director Sabo, and I know that was a good opportunity for us.
I understand
to
why I made that proposal. I'm very sensitive to your employment issues here,
Yes.
which are going to come if we don't make a decision in favor of the city.
Yeah.
But my real motive was to give everybody a little breathing room here to come up with better solutions. Let lawyers kind of figure out what the implications are.
Here's the solution. Throw the RFP out, issue
We
a new
can't.
one if you like.
You don't have an answer. Attorney Davi doesn't have it. Our guy
give
doesn't
you
have
the
an
answer to
attorney.
it.
We don't need a lawsuit from that
Absolutely.
involves the FAA and loses our
Yes.
funding. That's
Okay.
it. Okay.
I
Thank you very
understand.
much.
I understand. Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate that. Okay, having said all that, is there anybody else from the city going to speak? Okay, I will invite Protect to speak, and thank you for your patience. I know it's been a long time, and please identify who you are.
Yes, sir. My name is Bill Hirschman. I am the president of Protect Fire Services. For consideration for everybody here, I'll try to be as brief as possible because I know it's gotten to be a long day. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to present or speak in this case. Thank you to the directors. Thank you to the airport staff. And also thank you for the opportunity to submit an RFP. Our position is pretty simple. We received a request for proposals from the airport district. We responded in kind. Our response was 100% compliant with the request for proposals. And so we're here to just support or state our support for the proposal that we submitted. Protect Fire Services has been in business since 1974. We have 26 contracts at 23 locations. That's in 17 states here in the US, and that's 2 provinces in Canada. We are successful. We are very good at what we do. We have 350 employees. We are a family-owned small business. We have an outstanding record of safety. Currently, our insurance modification factor, our EMOD, is at 0.57, which is extremely low. What that translates to is we have not had a lost time injury on the job in the last 4 years. In addition, we operate under the regulations of the FAA. We operate under the regulations of the Department of Defense and the Defense Contract Management Agency, DCMA, and the National Aeronautical Standards 3306, as well as the regulations by Transport Canada. We have a very broad exposure to regulations regarding aircraft rescue firefighting services. We have been 100% efficient at our FAA inspections at our locations that are covered by the FAA for the last 5 years. No deficiencies. That's roughly 20 inspections a year. Not a single deficiency. All of our staff at every single one of our locations are trained in aircraft rescue firefighting. They meet the IVSAC or Pro Board requirements or the state equivalent of that requirement, depending on the state. They meet the same standards that are issued here by the DoD and the Presidio, all of them. So those firefighters that we propose in our proposal, all of them meet those standards, will meet those standards. We understand the challenge here. We are sensitive to it. We appreciate the fact and respect the fact that the fire chief has spoken and mentioned the emotion and the politics. It's not the first time we've done this. We respect the fact that it is an important decision by the board. We are patient and we are respectful of that, and we'll answer any questions from the board relative to the proposal that we've submitted. But again, at the end of the day, our position is we are compliant and we look forward to the decision on the proposal submitted. Thank you. I welcome for any questions from you.
Sure. Thank you for speaking with us. Mary Ann, you got a
Sure, I'll
question?
start. Thank you for coming. We appreciate it. We have been bombarded with negative publicity that mentions that your firefighters would have a lower standard of training. Can you speak to that?
I also brought along Chief Edwards, who is one of our operational fire chiefs at one of our airports. I will say that, again, our firefighters meet all the required standards under the RFP as required by the Federal Aviation Administration. They are not undertrained, less trained, or any sort of equivalent. They meet the IFSAC or Pro Board nationally recognized standards. And again, the same standards that are recognized by the Department of Defense or the FAA.
And I think when the other gentleman was here, I thought I heard him say that your company actually runs the training in Oklahoma for, is it for FAA? Did
So
I hear wrong?
we can provide our own training in-house based on our location. That is one of the locations where we can do our own training. We also send our firefighters to any one of the certified training centers that are throughout the United States, just based on location. So for example, in Appleton, where our company is based, the Public Safety Training Center has an ARF facility that is FAA licensed and certified. Our firefighters attend that facility for their training. And in fact, our staff at the Appleton Airport teach at that facility.
I think that's what I was getting at, that you actually have staff that teaches. I was reading, I just was refreshing myself with some of the things that have come out from the city and from on social media, and I wanted to clarify. And I think one of the things that is important to us as a board and as a staff, we heard a commitment that you will hire from within 1 hour of a return to the airport.
Yes.
So, and have you had any problem doing that anyplace else?
No.
And then the question of how long it takes to get licensed for communications and that sort of thing. I understand we're a signatory. I think that's the term, still with the county, but to get all of the equipment set up is your experience, because you've got 2 airports here in California.
Currently, yes.
Has those been long protracted setups?
No. Generally speaking, we can be operational within a roughly 60 to 90-day period. In the 2 locations that we currently operate, which are Mojave and Palomar, we have not experienced those issues. Now,
Okay.
to be clear, we don't make the decision in a lot of those factors, right? Those are outside of our control. So we're subject to that limitation. But in our experience, we have not had issues.
Okay, well, that was just when I hear, I think we received a letter that it would be a minimum of 6 months or something. And I asked another fire chief, and he said to me that would not be the case. But then I thought, well, maybe California is different from someplace else. So, okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you, sir.
Go ahead, Carl.
My turn. Okay, thank you, Chair. Pro Tem.
I got the short straw. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming and talking to us. We have gotten a lot of letters from the community. One thing that was brought up, and I might as well ask you, since I suspect that we may hear it again, but there was some problem Protect had when you had the contract with the city of Burbank for Burbank Airport.
So this is a business contracting out fire services.
Yes.
And just like all contracts, we have gained locations and we have lost locations. And yes, Burbank is one of the locations that we lost.
Do you mind going into detail how would cause the loss of it? Was it just a political decision? Because I understand that could have been one of the factors, but
It was partially a political decision. And full disclosure, I was not with the company when all this transpired. But again, as an example, last year we lost 2 contracts. It's a part of our business. We also gained 2 contracts. It's just a part of our business.
there are overlaying, I think my background is law enforcement, not firefighting, but I sort of get it. There is a National Fire Prevention Board that sets standards. Does Protect meet those standards? Because not only do we have the ARF component here, we do have structures, we do have businesses that may fall under that requirement.
So that's a great question. The organization you're referring to is the National Fire Protection Association.
Okay.
The National Fire Protection Association has hundreds of standards. And is that a misstatement, sir? Hundreds of standards relative to the provision of fire services and fire safety. Every organization, every fire service organization strives to be compliant with those standards. To be clear, they're non-regulatory. However, I would challenge anybody in this room to tell me one fire department that is 100% compliant with all of the NFPA standards. Chief? My point being, every organization strives to be compliant with those standards as much as possible. We are no different.
You will staff our fire station with how many firefighters?
Our proposal recommends a full-time fire chief that works a 40-hour administrative work week.
Yes.
Excuse me, and would be available for calls. We have 3 full-time captains, each working 24/7, and 2 firefighters, each working 24/7.
And the firefighters would be equally trained. I think City of Monterey have engineers that are specific to operating engines and driving trucks.
That is correct.
Okay.
They would be certified to operate the vehicles. They would be driver certified for the ARF vehicle as well as structural vehicle. They will meet all of the minimum requirements of the FAA requirement to provide these services.
When performing an interior rescue of an engulfed structure under the Federal Fire Prevention Association, or whatever that acronym was, the requirement is, and if I'm not mistaken, it's also an OSHA requirement that it's 2 firefighters in, 2 on the outside, and a command person. In the event that that happens on the airport, how would ProTech manage something like that?
Well, this is one of those questions that I have to defer operationally to our chief because I'm not the one that commands those resources.
I'm gonna say good morning as well, but get out.
It's going to be a good evening here pretty
We
soon.
blew right through that, you know.
Yeah, right.
Not-
So,
not on-
really what we would do is we would obviously rely on mutual aid or automatic aid. We would establish those agreements, if we're the successful bidder, and we would attempt to make those agreements solid, and we would have those resources respond to the airport in support of us and augment our staff here.
Okay. One of the concerns I have is some of the language that we're currently stuck with a settlement agreement, and you may have been following that. Do either of you see that as a potential hurdle that's going to upset your operation here?
I personally don't, again, with having established automatic aid agreements. And again, the chief did say that, they are mutual in nature, but the reality is, being on airport property, we're never going to have an equal share of run call volume than the city does. To say that we can support the city just as much as the city supporting us, because the call volume here is relatively low. So we would then obviously operate with automatic aid agreements to get the necessary responders on airport property to be able to sustain an operation for a structural emergency.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's all I have.
Okay. Thank you, Chief, for that, those comments and please. Then you may have to get him back up again for some of the questions.
Believe me, it happens all the time.
Yeah. Have you ever been a firefighter?
I was, sir, yes.
Yeah, okay. On airports?
Not on airports. I was a structural firefighter on the East Coast for 20 years.
Oh, okay. Has nothing to do with the proposal, just was kind of curious, I guess that's where you learned that whole hair thing, okay. One of the concerns that I have is, and I'm an aviator, and I'm capable of blowing tires and, having all that, having to have the services out there. But I've also been in the situation, I was down in Dallas when that L-1011, blew up down there. So mutual aid is an important thing for me, and the ability to enter into a mutual aid agreement is kind of a two-way street. You have to get a city or a jurisdiction to agree to all that, and then you're going to say, "What do you got to offer?" Okay, what have you got to offer in terms of reciprocating in case they need something from the airport? Okay, do you understand my question?
I do.
And how difficult is it to negotiate those agreements here, given that you don't have represented employees, and there may be a little bit of a headwind there. Okay.
Certainly understand. And as was referenced earlier, the airport district already has existing signed mutual aid agreements, which may need some modification. Again, as part of this contract, we would be contracted directly to the airport district. And we would speak with them regarding how exactly these mutual aid agreements would need to be structured. Because again, this is an airport resource. So we work or would work under this contract for the airport. The resource belongs to them. How would they envision that agreement being structured? That's part of that conversation. The second part of the conversation is who are the folks on the other side of the table, and what do those agreements potentially look like? And I know that Chief Deal and Chief Edwards spoke a little bit about that. And again, that's an operational thing that he's probably a little better suited to answer. So I'm going to have him speak a little bit to that as well.
Okay, before you reference the chief here, You mentioned the existing contracts. Are they with the airport or with the entity that's providing the
It depends on the location we're in.
okay. In our
Every, as you
situation,
guys are probably aware, every airport is different.
You know, do we have does the airport have agreements with Seaside, pick Seaside, for example? Do
We
we have
We have
existing-
mutual aid agreements that were signed in 1974 through the state of California and also with Monterey County. That was signed.
1984.
Okay,
1980.
so now if that was back when we had our own fire services and now we're contracting it out. Do these carry over because the agreements were with the airport and the county and whatever other jurisdiction has to keep honoring those things, even if we've had a significant change in who's providing the services?
The airport district is the signatory. On
Okay.
those agreements, so they belong to the airport district. When you had your own fire department.
Yeah.
That was an easy thing to understand because
Sure.
that was airport district. This is no different. You would be contracting with one or the other.
Yeah, sure.
And your agreements, your mutual aid agreements would still be in place. They would obviously need a little tweaking to reflect.
Seaside can't just pull out and say, you really don't have the kind of resources we need. We're out of here.
They're all, the agreements, particularly in the county, are signed by all of the agencies that participate. So
Can they reject them?
regardless of whether one could reject, there are others behind as well.
Okay,
So
all right.
if Seaside decided for some reason to pull out of that agreement, there are still others that fulfill that agreement.
All right. Well, you were gonna pull in your expert. You were gonna call a friend.
The much
right?
better looking gentleman. Yes.
Okay.
Chief.
You can follow up with the question, please, so I understand exactly what you're asking.
I'm wanting to know whether or not you can provide a convincing argument to our one or more of our jurisdictions around here that you want to have a mutual aid agreement with, and it's important to the district here that you have agreements because when you have a catastrophe and you need more bodies and all that. And I don't want to, as one board member, I don't want to rely on, people's good conscience and all that kind of stuff. I want to have an agreement that says you got to come and they know that. So will you be able to, in maybe an adverse situation here, be able to negotiate some based upon the resources that you will have available? And I don't know whether it's you that does that negotiating or not. Do you understand my question?
I do, sir.
Okay.
Okay, so I would say this, I would say that in this particular situation, there's probably going to be a little bit of contention initially if we were the successful bidder. But I do believe with the number of agencies that are part of the Monterey County Mutual Aid Plan, that there are sufficient resources available in the local area that we'll be able to support the operations on the airport property. Because it's no different if everybody's in agreement and, we're all in agreement, or not agreement is not even a word, but agreement. That we would have all these agencies available to us. If an emergency happened at the airport, well, Monterey's closest station may not be available at that time. So what happens is the next available closest agency will respond. So it's not just solely having to rely on City of Monterey resources.
Okay.
There's the Presidio Monterey, there's Seaside, Monterey County Fire Protection District. There's several agencies in the area that we feel very comfortable that we would be able to execute agreements with. To
And you think that you have an attractive proposition to offer them because it's kind of a mutual thing.
It is, and I know the chief earlier said that, the Monterey County Mutual Aid Plan says that you have to have a minimum of 3 personnel on an engine. We understand that that's not a hurdle that we're going to be able to overcome because we're going to have a total of 3 personnel here if we're the successful bidder. But I will say that the additional crash truck or ARF vehicle would be available for high-level foaming operations or terrain issues or anything like that. That we could provide that service. But again, I would go back to saying that the level of support from the airport is never going to equate to the need from outside compared to what we would need to the airport property, if that makes
Okay,
sense.
it
It's
makes
never
sense.
gonna-
I understand. And that was the reason for my
Right, it's
question.
never gonna equate to say that, we're gonna go off, the 637 calls or whatever they quoted from.
I understand.
Right,
We're not talking
maybe-
about off-airport responses and all that. It's mutual aid, in the event of a catastrophe where we have to respond
Right,
as the airport district, as well as getting action
correct.
from them. It's a mutual thing, and it's always been a little fuzzy to me,
Right.
so when you do that mutual aid response, who's back here? We got one guy in a truck? Is that it?
Exactly, but again, if we had to, just like the chief alluded to, if we had to use the resource, the structural engine with 2 personnel, even if that's not ideally in the mutual aid plan, they would then roll in their next available resource to us as a fill-in.
Okay.
That's an option as well to negotiate.
Okay, moving on to my final question, and I don't know, you can punch to the boss here, but the recruiting within 1 hour, are you gonna be able to, and don't put too much polish on this
Sure.
answer. You're gonna be able to recruit people that have airport experience and fire experience within 1 hour's response time here?
Well, I know,
Or callback time, whatever.
I know in other locations, it has not been an issue, but again, the president would be able to, he's been with the company a lot longer than I have to know their recruitment, across the board, but it's been successful at other locations.
Okay. And
We have a lot of people that work for the DoD or have worked for the DoD that we like to look at because they do have that multifaceted.
in preparing
experience.
for this presentation or the proposal rather, did you do any investigation of what the resources were going to be available here in our area versus down in Oklahoma City,
When you say resources.
resources, people that know how to handle a hose.
We didn't want to be presumptuous and begin, putting feelers out until we
No,
knew. So
but have you, I don't know, maybe there's no way
I
to
have some
research it.
interest from some folks that I used to work with previously
Sure.
in the DoD for almost 30 years. So I have some folks that have shown some interest if we are awarded the contract that they would like to come work for the company.
Okay, and what makes your company attractive to hiring on, what's that?
Yeah, again, I would.
What's the magic?
Defer to the president on the overall, the 30,000-foot level
Sure.
view of that. I would. punt
Call a
him.
friend, yeah. Yeah, everybody was punting that football
I'm
back
sorry,
and
sir.
forth.
Can you please repeat?
Well,
that?
sure. What makes you an attractive employer for people that we think you want to join on here?
So a couple of things. We do some internal employee engagement to see what attracts and retains our employees. Often the comments that we get back are number one, we are again, a family-owned small business. When there are issues with firefighters and their personal lives and their family lives, we step up to the plate and make sure that they're taken care of, and they appreciate that. And there's nothing that can replace that commitment when we provide that back to them. We offer sometimes different work schedules that can be more accommodating to people based on where they are in their professional lives. That may afford either a little bit more time off or a little bit more flexibility in either enjoying recreation or having another job. We pay very, very competitively with the area. We do have all of the associated benefit programs that any private company would have, 401k, health, medical, dental, et cetera. So those things seem to do a very good job for us in terms of our recruitment and retention of personnel.
Okay, and do you use the seniority system kind of for promotions and stuff like that?
Certainly dependent on location, but that's what we try to do.
You try to do that. Okay, I understand. Do you think you've been treated fairly in our process? I know, given that we have some peculiar circumstances, do you feel that you've been treated fairly?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. We've been given every opportunity and affordability that the city has as another bidder in this process.
Okay,
We feel
good.
exactly the same.
I'm glad you said that, and we appreciate your efforts to convince us you're the right guys and all that, and so thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Anything final from the board before?
No.
I go out to the public, okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna go out to the public and the public can both hear and online can ask questions of either Protec or the city.
Director Sabo, you have a list in front of you.
Oh, okay. What am I supposed to do? Follow the
Yeah,
list?
yeah, I would be consistent and take, just my recommendation. I would take comments from individuals who are here first. There's a 3-minute time limit. I'll share my screen with a countdown.
Oh, you're gonna
clock.
have a little counter
I'll
on
have
that.
a countdown clock up there. And then after you exhaust people here, then we can go to the online comments.
I'm already exhausted. Thank you. All right. We have Fred Muir. Oh, I know you. I've seen you before. Thank you very much. And you're going to talk about this.
Good afternoon. My name is Fred Muir. Prior to my retirement as the city manager of Monterey, I was very involved in the actual consolidation of the fire departments on Peninsula. This particular consolidation, I was involved in the planning for, but I retired before execution. A point that has been stated, but I think missed, we're kind of focused on a couple of things that I think are, or I'll call it inaccurate or not as of much value. I understand you have a responsibility, fiduciary responsibility for the airport. But we're really talking about the larger public safety of the region, the people that you represent in each of your districts. While we're focusing on the folks assigned here, you are getting far more because of the system than the folks assigned here. It truly is a system, and that system rolls to wherever the need is. So that's the one point. When we talk about system, it might well be that every asset is moving from station 1 to here, or from Carmel to here, or all of them moving to here because that's where the greatest need is. That is not possible, but with the Monterey system. Mutual and automatic aid have a meaning. Mutual has a real meaning. That means you're giving something back. The rules that you're getting wrapped around the axle on, that you're saying, well, we can't do Monterey because of this requirement, also will get in the way of some of these other agreements because you don't have a lot to offer. Why the station is on the north end when most of your calls are really on this side, I don't understand. That's going to be a difficulty. But look at the agreement. The agreement talks about a facility, not the service. It's the facility on the north side that's the problem. Monterey is suggesting a service that would find a way around it. You three have all been in public service long enough to know that if you decide what is right, what needs to be done from a policy perspective, you tell your attorneys, find a way to make this happen. And if you don't want to do it, you sometimes tell the attorneys the same thing. There are ways around this. I could sit there in the audience and think my way around some of the obstacles that are being thrown up. Do you want to have a long-term better situation to maximize the capability of your new building? Absolutely, but there is absolutely nothing to stop you from continuing with Monterey, dealing with that inane requirement in the settlement agreement by operating off the south side of the airport and meeting, I'll call it the mutual aid requirements or the requirements for fire protection across the district that some of you represent. So there are ways of making it happen if you choose to do it. You've heard a lot of passion. Some said, don't pay any attention to the passion. Pay attention to the passion of the professional firefighters that have really dedicated their life to this airport. Before it was a contract with Monterey, they stayed with the airport predominantly and are grown in the organization. They are really representative of the quality of professionalism that you have with the Monterey system. Their passion for the airport is also reflected in the passion of the Monterey firefighters in Carmel, Pacific Grove, postgraduate school, and so on. So please never forget those.
Thank you, Fred.
Yeah,
We've got a thing up there. I'm sorry.
okay, I was timing my.
Yeah, oh, good.
I'm not-
I was doing sand here, you know, so.
I really recommend you listen to what the mayor said, reconstitute the board. I am kind of stunned at some of the arguments you're having. Reconstitute your subcommittees with the city, the 2 board members and the 2 council members to try and work through some of this stuff. before it gets to the friction points.
I do have to say the speaker's time is expired. I'm sorry. Could be on a lot of people, but.
Okay, thank you, Fred. And you would be, I can't even read this. In time,
About halfway down there, I think.
oh, yeah, all right. Well, I don't know who was ahead of you, but they didn't write very
I
well.
jumped up first.
Okay.
Yeah, Tom Rowley, Rowley. Anyway, I live right behind Denise's head on that map right there in Fisherman's Flats. And I'm closer to the building we're in right now than all of Delray Oaks. It's, Delray Oaks is close. You looked at the map, but that's how close I am. Why is this important? The existing fire services were determined by a study. It was presented to the city of Monterey staff in May of last year. And it was determined that the existing comprehensive shared services mutual aid is outstanding. That was the conclusion of a special presentation all day, not mentioned by any of the people here that looked at the existing services. Are they any good? So I'm saying the existing services you have are outstanding. How do I know that? The letter I submitted, and it's got the fish head. That means it's from our neighborhood. And we have 153 houses. And we were built in 1960. Before all of this development, Ryan Ranch, before all of that stuff, Pasadena, Bay Ridge. And I can tell you that we have been neighbors of the airport. I've lived in the neighborhood off and on since 1968. We have tried to be good neighbors. The airport has tried to be good neighbors. The ultimate of that was in November 21, when your station number 16 was the first engine to arrive. And that house was destroyed, but no other houses were affected. The services provided were outstanding. We need to continue that. You need to figure out how to do it. Fred Muir gave you some ideas. The city manager gave you some ideas. You need to put your good neighbor leadership hat on and continue the existing fire services. That's what the community needs. Don't diddle with something that's working the way it should be. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
Okay, next I've got Lee, is it Whitney? Lee Whitney, and then after Lee Whitney is Anthony Altfield. And then after Anthony Altfield is Mike Dawson. Lee Whitney. I don't know, it says, he said, it just says Lee Whitney. Oh, sorry.
And it's double blind and I write thing. Good.
We got a clock here.
Wine time. Good afternoon, folks. My name is Lee Whitney and I represent the Glenwood neighborhood of the city of Monterey. As you, I sit on many boards and many committees, but the common thread that goes through are two words: community and safety. You can't let it go without that. And these two things are all about people and the area. They're about all of us. The beauty of the Monterey Peninsula lies in its land and its trees. It can be seen in every single neighborhood. Fire is our enemy, and it jeopardizes the community every day. Fire is dangerous and it destroys neighborhoods and communities, and yes, even airports. Fire has no boundaries or no walls or no conscience. It goes where it wants to, when it wants to. Time is of the utmost importance. Emergency response services must get there now, not later. Lives depend on it. You remember the fire up in Pebble Beach? Those little boys were playing with matches. I know this is an artifact.
A problem.
Could you imagine if Cal Fire had closed down one of their fire stations? How fast could get there? There was a lot of trees and homes wiped out with that fire back in the 80s. We just recently had a fire over here in Aguajito. And who came over? The airport. The airport crew came over and they helped save that fire from moving around fast in a heavily wooded tree area. So removing firefighters from off-property emergency response services jeopardizes the lives and the safety of 8 or more neighborhoods, including the 68 corridor, Ryan Ranch, my neighborhood, Fish Flats, Deerfield. It jeopardizes those areas. These are living and breathing communities that make up large parts of the voting Monterey Peninsula. What value do you place on them and their families? It's not a matter of an almighty dollar and who gets to put where or what first. It's a matter of people's safety and their lives. A community is at stake here. Mr. Lapierre said, and I quote, it's from the Pine Cone.
Okay.
The airport has no responsibility to go off property to fight structure fires. That's the city of Monterey's responsibility and not the airport's, end quote. If you think that's all that the firefighters do, I hope you never have to use their locally training, their skills and their services. It's time for the airport to step up again and support your community.
The speaker's time is
400,000 people supporting the airport, passengers. That's a large part of the Monterey Peninsula area.
Ma'am, your time is
It's
expired.
not always the golf tournaments and
Your time is
Ding, ding.
expired.
Time has expired.
We love
it's
you.
not always the golf tournaments and the car events. It's the community that's helped support this airport.
Thank you for sharing.
Next is Anthony Altfield, then Mike Dawson, and then Sean Edwards.
Good afternoon, board. My name is Anthony Altfeld. I live at 56 Porta Vista Drive in Monterey. By way of introduction, my background, like board member Miller, is in law enforcement. I'm an honorably retired California police chief. I served 26 years in law enforcement, 7 of those years as the public safety director for a municipality in the Central Valley. From 2002 to 2012, I was the city manager in the city of Marina. I have not been to a public meeting since March the 12th of 2012, which was my last city council meeting at the city of Marina.
Well, this filled up your bucket, didn't
There
it?
you go. But I thought it was important enough to come out today to express my thoughts on this proposal. First of all, I support continuing with the City of Monterey City Fire Department for the provision of airport fire services. The City of Monterey has an outstanding record of providing fire services to both Monterey Airport and the City of Monterey. I think that the occasional additional fire service they are able to provide to the areas adjacent to Monterey Airport is also a plus. I think the costs related to the funding of the provision of fire service to the airport remain in the community and benefit the entire Monterey community. Again, I support maintaining the contract for the provision of airport fire services with the City of Monterey and the Monterey Fire Department. I urge the board to vote accordingly, and I would also urge the board to do it with a full board, not 3 members, but to postpone any decision regarding the awarding of this contract until all 5 board members are here. I agree with everything my former colleague, Mr. Muir, said, and other members in terms of the advantages of staying with the City of Monterey Fire Department. I also understand and believe that there are always a solution to any problem that's in front of either the board or staff. I was in public service for almost 40 years, 20 as a city manager and 26 as a sworn peace officer. So I know there is a way and a solution that can benefit the community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
The next is Mike Dawson, and then Ray LaFontaine, and then Ross Pounds.
Good evening, Mike Dawson here. I have just a couple comments. One is in the years that I've been going to these meetings, back when Dick Searle was here, he would gripe at every meeting about overtime at the airport. And I guess we had a very short staff for the firefighters, but I suggested hire one more guy. you're gonna save a hell of a lot of money. And they did that, and that happened. And then we went with the contract with Monterey, which I think has been very successful. I challenge the allegation, however, of our opponents here, that they can hire a guy in an hour. And hire a guy in an hour in Monterey is really a tough sell, because we have an outrageous cost of living. And if someone's coming from Oklahoma City, they're going to go broke just getting here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next is Ray LaFontaine, then Ross Pounds, and then Stephen Gilman.
Good afternoon, Monterey Peninsula Airport District Directors and staff. My name is Ross Pounds, and I'm the president of the Monterey Firefighters Association. And I respectfully represent the men and women of the City of Monterey Fire Department that provide high-quality fire and EMS regionally supported services to the cities of Monterey, Carmel by the Sea, Pacific Grove, the Naval Postgraduate School, La Mesa Village, Sand City, and most importantly today, the Monterey Peninsula Airport District. Over the last 2 months, I've learned a lot about the airport and the relationship between the airport district and the city of Monterey. The history is really interesting, but it's also marked with difficulty, more legal action, and less collaboration. At times, and as the lead labor representative for the Monterey firefighters, it kind of feels like we're children caught in the middle of a struggling marriage. Director Miller put it very well at the last meeting by asking, how did we get here? When did we stop talking? It appears to me that there's a multitude of reasons that this happened. But for an airport that is set to significantly increase passenger numbers with the introduction of larger planes, an airport that is very well managed, both operationally and financially, and an airport that serves as the heartbeat of hospitality and tourism on the Monterey Peninsula, reducing service levels that may not even afford you the immediate safe operation of interior firefighting in a hangar or a restaurant, a reduction of service is not the answer. It is our sincere hope as firefighters and as people that live, work, and support families in this community that we can mend this relationship, not just because you like us, but because we are the best option for service. And because this relationship represents jobs. You've made it abundantly clear that your charge is the protection of the airport, and we respect that. It is also clear that this situation has highlighted the fact that the city of Monterey needs to properly address its response issues to the areas surrounding the airport so the airport can focus on providing fire and EMS services to the airport. As identified in Executive Director Staff Report, there are several issues that need attention and resolution. This happens only if we work together. But if we do, there's no hurdle we can't overcome. Collaboration, cooperation, and communication is the way forward. But there's also a legacy effect to your decision. Not only your own legacy as publicly elected members of this board, but the legacy effect on the fabric of this community. Do you support your local community-based fire department that offers institutional knowledge, local expertise, and a depth of resources? Or do you want to contract out for reduced service and minimal savings? Let's strengthen the fabric of this community and give us the opportunity to commend your decision and your commitment to stay local and mend the relationship between the city of Monterey and the Monterey Airport District. It is the best decision for the airport, and it's the best decision for this community. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Next is Stephen Gilman, Bob, okay, Bob Beal, Matt Murphy, Phil, is it? Oh, there we go. Is it Bob? You're Matt. Matt Murphy? Perfect. We'll take you since you're.
Got a live one.
You're in.
Good morning, board members. My name is Matt Murphy, and I'm a resident of the Casanova Oak Knoll neighborhood and firefighter for the city of Monterey. I stand before you today to plead with you to vote in favor of Monterey Fire Department for the airport's fire service contract. After hearing both proposals on the April 5th meeting and after today, having knowledge of Protec's questionable business practices with the Burbank contract they had, the fact that Protec was very misleading in their last proposal and their ability to obtain mutual aid and automatic aid agreements. And I encourage you to reach out to them with their 2 other California contracts if they have any of those in place. I think it's clear who the better service provider is. I am just one of 86 members of the Monterey Fire Department dedicated to the safety and well-being of the areas we serve, including this airport. After the last meeting on April 5th, it seemed the primary hesitation with the difference in price of the 2 proposals. That difference is now minuscule in comparison to the difference in the level of service you'll be provided by the Monterey Fire Department. The shared service model allows for the highest level of service and safety to the airport and to the surrounding areas where many of the plane crashes and incidents in recent years have occurred. As you know, the airport district does not just cover the airport grounds. It covers a major portion of the surrounding communities. As elected officials who were elected to represent these surrounding districts, you have a duty to represent your constituents of these respective districts. And the constituents have spoken. I personally have been in contact with most of the surrounding community associations, business associations, and many of the community members themselves, some of which came out today. All have expressed support for the Monterey Fire Department to keep the contract, and many have written in emails for public comment to be submitted to the record. The voices of the many should outweigh the voices of the few. I am pleading with you not only as a member of the Monterey Fire Department, but as one of your constituents. Don't let bad blood and grudges get in the way of the safety of the airport and the communities in which you represent. Choose the Monterey Fire Department and keep the airport and its surrounding communities safe. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Okay, next is, if he's here, Bob Beal. He left, okay. Phil, is it Bazuska? Phil, please. And next is, after Phil, is Anthony Schoenstein.
Hello, my name is Phil Bazuska. I'm a vice president with Monterey Firefighters Association. I'd like to start by clearing the air. Monterey firefighters are not misleading anyone. We've not stated that the airport district is responsible for providing fire and EMS to the residents of the surrounding community. That is indeed the responsibility of the neighboring cities and the Monterey County Regional Fire District. However, the board's decision has a direct, undeniable impact to the community. If the board selects Protec Fire Services Limited, the airport proper and residents around the airport will see an immediate reduction in fire and EMS service. We firmly believe that those residents should be made aware of this fact rather than sweep it under the rug. Those residents are the very people who voted you into your seats on the airport board. The Monterey Airport Fire Department participated in off-airport emergency responses long before merging with Monterey Fire in 2014. The merger was a collaborative effort to provide better emergency services to both partners. By joining smaller agencies together, the depth of emergency resources increased while costs were reduced. The Monterey Fire Department is the clear choice to provide the best service to the Monterey Regional Airport, as it has for almost a decade. Monterey Fire's revised proposal is more expensive than Protec's, but the added cost is well worth the value and exceptional service to the airport and surrounding communities if a shared model is maintained. The Monterey Airport will continue to receive a superior level of service with Monterey Fire when compared to a bare bones, for-profit fire protection corporation. Protec would seek to hire 10 people with substandard salary and benefits and hope that they can move to the Monterey Bay area. Protec offers nothing more than the minimum FAA requirements with a staffing level that cannot meet 2 in, 2 out for interior firefighting as required by OSHA. The Monterey Fire Department currently has 73 total local firefighters with 23 on duty 24/7, 365, who staff 1 ARF vehicle, 6 fire engines, a ladder truck, and a wildland fire engine. Monterey Fire also offers multiple chief officers, fire prevention staff, paramedics, urban search and rescue specialists, and mutual and automatic aid agreements with every neighboring agencies. Due to all these factors, Monterey Fire has a far greater capacity to handle a major airport incident. Let me remind you, your RFP stated innovative and regional solutions desired. It went on to say of particular interest to the district are proposals that capitalize on the strengths and assets of the emergency response resources available at the airport and in nearby jurisdictions, such that economic benefits to the district and a proponent can be achieved. These ideals are fulfilled by continuing the current relationship with the Monterey Fire Department. A for-profit corporation will remove the airport district from a cooperative regional approach to emergency services. Monterey firefighters encourage both the airport district and City of Monterey to find solutions to the challenges brought about by the relocated airport fire station. We will continue to advocate for the best possible fire and EMS service for our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next is Anthony Schoenstein, and then Corey Driven, and then Deborah Murchison. And my apologies for pronunciation.
That's okay. There's too many Smiths out there, so. My name is Anthony Schoenstein. I've been your firefighter now for 19 years in my 23-year career. And as I stated last time at the last board meeting, I continue to do that with pride and professionalism. A lot of my colleagues, my brothers and sisters from the union and also from the city have spoken about all the different benefits that Monterey brings, but let me share a couple of things real quick. The average burn time through an aircraft is anywhere from 60 to 90 seconds. And then at that point, the ARF truck then has to spray and apply foam and provide a rescue path then for people to get out, where we've categorically have seen usually of anywhere between 15 to 20% injuries on people evacuating from those aircraft. So if you take something like 50 people, what are we gonna have? 5, 10 to 15 injuries, broken legs, people falling out, and that's just not the people that have been injured by the fire itself. How are two people, the one person still providing that protection in that ARF truck, the two individuals going to be able to handle and deal with 15 to 20 people that are injured? They're just not. The Monterey system provides multiple manpower coming from mutual aid, auto aid, for bringing in resources from different stations that help support that for your flying community that serves the public. Don't forget that. It's not just the FAA minimum standard. And remember that. We're Monterey Airport. We're going to tell the flying community that, hey, congratulations, we provided you the minimum standard. Or are you going to look forward and see the professionalism and pride and honor that the men and women of our organization have brought to you years and years and will continue to bring years and years forward? On a personal note, I have dedicated my career to this airport. I've been here, like I said, 19, I'm not 20 years, silver certain. Used to be a joke, now it's not. And I am a parent of a daughter with special needs. This airport has been there for me from the beginning of her life, has provided me with an income and support and relations, not only on financial, but in brotherhood and friendship. The Monterey City has provided that continuously. When my daughter's gotten ill or sick, I've had 76 brothers and sisters that have stepped up so I could be there for her in her hour of need. Those people from ProTech are only going to have their 8 or 9 persons. That's not brotherhood. That's not support. That's not nothing. We continue to bring forward pride and professionalism, not only as an organization, but as a family here that serves the community, that goes out and serves all the surrounding community in whatever emergency, whether it be one of ours or one of theirs. Don't let that degrade. Don't let that just disintegrate and wash away because, yes, we're going to provide the best minimum service. The best minimum is not, it's the minimum. Monterey does not provide the minimum. Monterey provides the best service. And now, thanks to Chief Van Houser and our city manager, we now have a comprehensive financial goal for you to look at that's comparable. As a steward of that financial institution, we have now closed the gap to where you can now do that. Don't give up on that. And I look forward to seeing what your results are. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bill, can we
Yes.
take 5?
Yeah, we can take 5. Anybody object to taking 5 there? We get first dibs on the bathroom. Okay, Scott, have you got the list of?
He does. I do. We'll keep going down the list and then there are some others in the room who did not get to sign up on the list, and we'll get to those after we finish the list. But next is
I apologize to everybody I put on hold. I just needed to go take a walk.
Corey Driven, Deborah Murchison, James Murchison. Anybody here? They may have left. Monica Lau. Jen Salachi, Jen, and after that, Amy Hubert.
Not that tall. Hello, I didn't write anything.
Who are you?
I'm Jen Salachi.
Okay.
Nice to meet you. I live across the street. I'm not with Monterey Fire, ProTech, or anybody. I'm not representing an organization. I'm just here on behalf of myself and my neighbors as one of the residents that lives in the area that benefits from the mutual aid agreements. I'm here to basically just ask you to please take a moment. And I've been staring at my phone a lot today because I thought I was going to be here for a lot less time. But what I keep noticing is what's on your home screen. And on mine, it's a picture of my dog and my husband. Everybody probably has a phone. I'm guessing you have a picture of a loved one on it. Is it acceptable to you if that loved one is experiencing an emergency to have a delayed response? I don't know, of 5 minutes? If the answer is no, please consider staying with Monterey Fire and working something out. Those of us that are in surrounding areas, we really need you. We need you to work with them. You guys threw up a slide earlier that showed that in the last 2 years with the airport response calls, over 79% were to surrounding areas, not actually on site at the airport. That's me. That's my neighbors, most of whom aren't here anymore. They left, they were here earlier. But it's really, really important to me that we have this continued service. Above and beyond that, looking at your numbers and the price differences, it doesn't seem like 8% is a huge amount to me. I do get it. I run a nonprofit. I understand budgets. But these people are part of our community. Why bring in people from out of state instead of supporting our community and working with the city to provide this benefit to better serve the residents? And that's it. I want to leave you with that. And please, please, please try to work it out. I don't care who likes who has a grudge with who. I don't know what's going on with that. That's all good, but please make the effort. ProTech sounds very easy, sounds simple, but it's not going to help people like me, and it's not going to support our community. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And I want to assure you that all of my colleagues on the board here, even those who are not here, share your concerns for, we're your neighbors. We live here too. And so thank you for your comments, and know that we care. Okay.
Amy Hubert. That's the last person I have on the list. And so anybody else in the room who has not, we'll invite you to come up.
Hello, thank you for having me. My name is Amy Hubert. I've been with the Monterey Fire Department as a firefighter for the last 4 years. Earlier, we received some information on risk analysis, and to me, it seemed absolutely one-sided. So I'd like to highlight another few aspects of our risk management. So although the RFP positions itself to comply with the FAA's ARF standards, it does not comply with NFPA 1710 standards for fire suppression operations. This is significant because the contract covers not only ARF services, but also general firefighting duties on the premises. Under NFPA 1710 standards, the airport terminal would be classified as a high-rise, high-hazard building falling under NFPA 1710 A3.3.36, which mandates a minimum of 36 firefighters, 6 officers, and 1 incident commander to respond to the scene to achieve an effective response force, a total of at least 43 people. Currently, Monterey Fire Department's proposal fulfills this requirement through existing mutual aid agreements, but ProTech, with only 10 employees and daily staffing levels fluctuating between 3 and 4 personnel at any given time, simply cannot achieve the same result. ProTech intends to rely on forming mutual aid agreements with neighboring jurisdictions, which is not advisable, as ProTech has never been able to reach mutual aid agreements with the local fire departments in any of their airport districts they serve in California, though they have led you to believe that to be so. For their Mojave Air and Spaceport McClellan Palomar Airport and Burbank Airport contracts, ProTech has been incapable of reaching a mutual aid agreement with neighboring fire departments. It is understandable that fire departments wouldn't enter agreements with ProTech because there is no mutual aspect of their aid, as they do not receive any benefit in return. Typically, mutual aid agreements provide a benefit to each party. However, signing a mutual aid agreement with ProTech means that these fire departments are subsidizing ProTech's bottom line and participating in corporate welfare. Unfortunately, the generosity of the local fire departments to aid ProTech cannot be relied on. Therefore, it is crucial to recognize the potential risks incurred through having inadequate staffing during this emergency. And also OSHA, even in the absence of a larger high hazard incident, choosing ProTech and staffing 2-person engine companies as opposed to the 3-person engine company that Monterey Fire suggests would be positioning ProTech with an inability to fight interior structure fires, putting them at risk of not being OSHA compliant. ProTech's current staffing arrangement does not meet OSHA's 2 in, 2 out mandate, which requires a buddy system where 2 persons must be on standby for 2 persons to enter. And the fines of that OSHA violation would be anywhere from $13,000 to $136,000. So it's something to think about. And I can say, just in closing, in full confidence that going with the lower level of service that ProTech offers would be a disservice to the citizens who voted you into your elected positions. Thank you.
Thank you. And what's your last name? Huber?
Yes.
Are you related to him?
I don't know.
She has a T at the end of her name. I don't.
Oh, okay. Well,
We are
I'm glad we got that
definitely-
cleared up.
Okay, those are all the names I have. So anyone? I'm sorry?
Did not sound like, I didn't know you had this,
Perfect.
but I'm.
Go ahead.
My name is Terry Powell. I live across the street, just a few minutes from here. And I would like to first thank the board for serving. It's public service is not easy. You got a lot of people that won't tell you what to do. Most of them don't want to help you, but they'll do it. And I particularly want to thank all the firemen for all the work that they do in the days when they put yourself to by working for us on our behalf. I've lived here for 17 years. Had I known this was going to be a hotbed of fire because of the situation we're in with the climate, one thing that I'm not sure to come here, but I'm happy I'm here. On the July 13th, 2021, the airplane took off out of here and it crash landed a few minutes later, about 500 yards from my house. The gentleman was with me. He was a little closer, and of course he had to leave. And I have to tell you, had we not had the support of all the resources around this community, we would have had another big fire in the forest. Where that airplane hit, it threw the fuel down the bank. Until that pumper came out of here with a fire suppression, the water was just pushing the fire down the hill. But the fire suppression equipment worked. I spent 40 years in the aerospace and defense business, and I know quite a bit about fires and airplanes and what JP4 will do for you. And I have to commend these people for what they did of putting out that fire, because it probably saved them and a bunch of others. And this shared service is a shared responsibility. I believe you got to take that very, very seriously. Just the thought and the wavelength that took place in the last few days of understanding that maybe the fire department was no longer participate in shared responsibility of fire and services put a shockwave in us over there. Had it not been for that collective body coming together, some of us would have lost our homes, other than the one that did, and no telling how much damage it would have done to those beautiful mountains that we all get to see every day. So I seriously recommend that somehow you try to keep that together. There is no, I've spent 40 years working with the Air Force, the FAA, and every agency you could possibly think of. There's no rule that can't be changed, and there's no exception that can't be made. We don't have to build a new airport. We can, the theory was that it was because the runway was too close to the station here. But 25 feet on the other side of the runway, be done with it. But we decided to go another way. We decided to build an airport, and so be it. But in the meantime, let's don't give up what we really have right now, and that's a system that works very well with sharing the experiences of the firefighters and the first responders that we need. I do want to thank you guys highly, and I wish we could thank the police because they're getting beat up and pushed around, and it's unbelievable what's going on in this country. But please stick with the shared services thing.
Thank you for your comments. We appreciate it. Okay, do we have more present?
Yeah, more individuals from in the room who did not sign in.
Correct. Good afternoon. My name is Brian Holm. I am a Monterey Fire Captain and a lifelong Monterey resident. My intent was to come here today and speak on, with my own words, on behalf of my department. I have been asked to read a letter of someone who could not be here and was not able to be on Zoom. His name is Giacomo Nicolosi. He's the Burbank Airport Union President. And so what I have here is a letter from him that I have been asked to read. So these are his words. I worked for ProTech Fire Service for 10 years. I'm a veteran who has served in Iraq and Afghanistan. ProTech was the contractor in charge of the ARP services at Burbank Airport, which is now Hollywood Burbank Airport, from 1991 to 2015. During my time at ProTech, the firefighters and fire chief filed 17 grievances, 8 of which were resolved through formal arbitration. I'm here to speak about my experience working for ProTech Fire Services and why the Monterey Airport in no way should do business with ProTech Fire Services. I want to describe to you the events that led to the end of the ProTech 24-year service at the Burbank Airport. First, let's talk about ProTech's hiring and employment process. If you're not aware, ProTech does not conduct background checks on its personnel, as opposed to the City of Monterey Fire Department, which conducts in-depth background checks on all of its firemen performed by actual law enforcement. ProTech employed a pedophile who was arrested, prosecuted, and is now serving a life sentence. Another candidate who was hired was diagnosed with schizophrenia and had carried weaponry to the airport. Finally, ProTech recruited a fire chief, which promoted an investigation by airport police, who discovered the fire chief was gambling and accessing pornography on airport computers. The airport had intervened, taking control of the hiring background checks because of the negligence of ProTech. Mutual aid. ProTech discussed the ease of establishing a mutual aid agreement, and while it sometimes takes a bit longer, they have successfully had an agreement in the places where they deliver service. In the 24 years that ProTech provided ARF services to the Burbank Airport, the company never succeeded in a mutual aid agreement with either Los Angeles City Fire or Burbank City Fire, the airport's bordering cities. Dan DeHill, a ProTech representative, stated their safety record is exceptional because ProTech is constantly talking about safety. He also stated that if a firefighter is involved in an accident, their salary would be deducted or they would not receive a raise. I have witnessed this assertion to be true. ProTech always resorted to discipline or termination in situations involving any type of injury or accident. The airport intervened on a few occasions to stop the disciplines and firings because it felt it was unreasonable. These types of acts, as we all know, impede people's actions because they're afraid that whatever decisions they make would result in them being dismissed. Lastly, members of the board, you should ask why ProTech no longer provides ARP services at Burbank. The ProTech Burbank Airport Fire Chief discovered ProTech was inflating their management fees, reported it to the airport directors. The airport requested financial information on all of ProTech's business dealings. ProTech refused to divulge their financials and abruptly informed the airport that ProTech would no longer be providing service to the Burbank Airport. As mentioned.
Mr. Holt, yeah.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And for those who have been on Zoom or watching us on television, or whoever that
We
is.
still have a couple more people, Bill.
Okay, but we've lost our
Lost our list.
videographer here. You know,
Oh, yeah.
he's
sharing
gone.
My screen, yeah, we'll
Okay.
we'll get to them in just a
Make this short and sweet. Good afternoon. My name is Matt Bryan. I'm here to represent the Seaside Firefighters Association, Local 1218. The Seaside Firefighters Association strongly opposes the privatization of fire protection services at the airport. The City of Monterey Fire Department has and will continue to provide effective fire protection services, not only on the airport property itself, but to the surrounding communities, including the city of Seaside. We rely on Engine 16 on both as an automatic aid and a mutual aid resource on a first alarm structure fire in the city of Seaside Engine 16 responds and plays a critical role in protecting the life and property of members of the Seaside community. Without Engine 16 available, our next available unit for automatic aid could be coming as far as downtown Monterey, even further from the city of Marina. There's a saying that seconds save minutes, minutes save lives. Delaying the arrival of fire units on any emergency will have a devastating consequence and is entirely preventable. Contracting with a private for-profit organization that will be staffed with 2 personnel that has no established automatic or mutual aid agreements in the area is jeopardizing the safety and the welfare of the residents of Seaside, as well as the residents of the Monterey Peninsula as a whole. The Seaside Firefighter Association urges the board not only to consider the monetary value of the contract, but the negative and dangerous impact that a private for-profit organization will have on the safety and well-being of everyone who resides within the airport district boundaries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Matt Geary. I'm a Monterey resident and represent a couple hundred firefighters here in Monterey County and San Benito County with CAL FIRE.
You
Local
represent
2881. I'm the chapter director, sir,
Okay.
of our local chapter. I just came out here to speak as a union guy and as a local to this move toward a private company potentially. I respect some of the concerns that were shared today that you and the board here have to operate with. I can just share with you 2 things, you know, that I saw today. Is basically, it seems to me that the airport here is a growing district, and these moves toward a private company are going to minimize public safety, and those don't seem to be in line. You know, those 2 moves. Secondly, I heard very optimistic speak today about hiring all these firefighters real quick. They're all going to live within an hour, but that's not the reality of the labor market. I work for an organization that's growing. We're hiring firefighters left and right. I think we offer a more competitive package than that, and we're hiring right here in the county. So you'll be competing with us potentially, you know, in that regard. I don't think it's going to be as easy as is being advertised to you now. And that's all I'll have to say.
Thank you for your comments. Anybody else on our in-house list? Oh, hi.
Good afternoon. My name is Ken Hutchinson. I'm one of the vice presidents of Monterey Firefighters Association. Board and staff, thank you for this long day. I just wanted to talk about a couple of things really quickly. Your RFP specifically stated that providers could offer additional services, additional staff to address emergency responses off of the airport. And now you're stating that that actually cannot occur. And you've asked us to come back with solutions in the last meeting about how we can modify our proposal to continue to allow this collaborative effort and this partnership to provide fire services on the Monterey Peninsula. We've come up with ideas and we've talked with staff who said that those would possibly work. To come back today to hear that that can't happen. And then at the end of the meeting, the staff says, well, we recommend we go with ProTech, but you can park an engine out in the parking lot out there and you can respond off of that. So what's the difference between parking an engine out there and responding to calls off of the airport and parking an engine here as part of the contract and responding to calls off the airport? To me, it sounds like they're basically the same exact thing. So those are just some points that I wanted to bring up. The other thing I wanted to talk about was the response to the airport. Everyone's talking about the response outside of the airport. Well, with the city of Monterey and the Monterey Fire Department, what is the response that you get at the airport? If you have a fire at the restaurant, what is the response? You have 23 firefighters, 6 fire engines, a ladder truck, chief officer responding to the airport as part of the contract. If you go with ProTech, you're going to have 2 guys, maybe a mutual aid. So we're clear, mutual aid means you're going to get 1 fire engine from the city of Monterey. You're going to get 1 fire engine from Monterey County Regional. Los Laurels grade, that's where it's coming from. One fire engine from Seaside. That's where it's coming from. Right now, you're gonna get 7 apparatus with 23 firefighters here in 5-6 minutes. So there's a big difference between the Monterey Fire Department and any other possible contract you can go with. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Anybody else in the room? Let me see if there's anyone outside of it.
Do we have any members of the public waiting in line online?
We're checking now.
No one outside, so we can go to the online.
Okay.
Okay, I'll say a few words here. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nat Rojanasthera. I'm the Assistant City Manager for the City of Monterey. I also have a history with the airport back in 2005, 2006. When I worked for the Monterey County Convention and Visitors Bureau, I served on the Fly Monterey Committee and helped out with a FAA Small Service Air Community Development Grant. So I personally value the airport, and as a member of the City of Monterey team, feel that the City of Monterey's Fire Department is the right choice. You've heard from residents all afternoon, heard from the business community, and the partnership that we have is special. We'll always be neighbors. The City of Monterey will always share boundaries with the airport district, and I feel that our relationship can grow to become strong like it used to be, like it has been for many, many, many years. We have a great solution. The price proposal that the City of Monterey resubmitted is very competitive, and we can work this out. We can figure it out and work together to support what is best for the community, what's best for the neighbors, and what being part of the Monterey Peninsula is all about. And that means hiring local firefighters, keeping our staff intact, and continuing to build the strong relationship that we want to see. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, do you want me to stop sharing? Yeah. Okay, for members of the public, we will go in the order in which individuals raise hand. First, we'll go with Wendy Lapointe, and then Glenn Schaller, and then Stephen Gilman. And
Do we have people with their hands raised here?
Yes.
You got 3 up there.
Okay.
okay, Wendy, you can unmute
Yes.
and go ahead.
I'm Wendy Lapointe. I already submitted an email to the directors. And I just have an additional question of staff or the attorney to please provide clarification of the distinction between shared services and mutual aid, because it's my understanding from reading, and I've spent probably 8 to 10 hours reading through all the material on the Airport Authority website. It's my understanding that mutual aid is supposed to be provided by anybody submitting a contract due to the existing mutual aid agreement. And my interpretation of mutual aid kind of is the same thing as shared services, but there must be some sort of a distinction between the two, and I would like clarity of what that is.
Thank you for your comments.
So is
We typically we don't have a Q&A with the staff from the members of the public, but know that we will ask of staff to kind of clarify that in subsequent comments.
Okay, Glenn. Go ahead, Glenn, and I'll give you a 30-second warning if that's okay, since we can't have the. He's unmuted, it looks like. Glenn, are you there? Well, we can't hear Glenn. Let's go to Stephen Gilman and we'll come back to Glenn if we can get the audio worked out. I know, but we're not
hearing.
we're not hearing him. So let's go to Stephen. Yeah, Stephen, let's go to Stephen Gilman. And Stephen, if you want to unmute, you're welcome to speak, and then I'll give you a 30-second warning.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Fantastic. My name is Stephen Gilman. I'm the International Association of Firefighters 10 District Vice President. I represent over 50,000 firefighters in the states of Hawaii, California, Arizona, New Mexico, and the Mariana Islands. I'm also active firefighter here in the state of Arizona. And I was there. Now I am back in Arizona to talk to you about something that's concerning for all of us, and that's public safety. Now I understand as elected officials, you have a fiduciary responsibility to the voters you represent. But I think you have an even more paramount obligation, and that is the protection of your citizens and people flying in and out of your airport. And I'm here today because you guys are choosing or trying to choose a lower cost for your fire protection. And I can understand your desire to cut costs if it were a dire financial situation, but you're not. Looking at your own audit, you have $4.5 million cash at hand. You have an asset to liability ratio of 6.35. And that's an increase of 38% since your pre-COVID days. So you're not in a dire financial situation in which you're looking to make massive cuts or that you need to make massive cuts. And I want to talk to you about mutual aid because we keep hearing that, and I haven't seen all the presentations since I was on a flight. But mutual aid means just that. It has to be a mutually beneficial relationship. Currently, right now, you have a phenomenal fire department servicing your fire board's airport. That's Monterey City Fire Department. It's an all hazards fire department that responds to emergencies, structure fires, and aircraft fires. Now, there is a requirement, and I know we talked about it before. Somebody had talked about it before about the OSHA 2 in, 2 out. There's also the NFPA 1700 that talks about an effective response force for structure fires. The city of Monterey absolutely meets that NFPA standard. ProTech does not even close. And you're going to be gambling on the fact that ProTech hopefully gets a mutual aid agreement or a mutual sponsor agreement. And that's concerning. As a citizen of Monterey, I would also want to know, if I was a taxpayer, how are you going to recoup costs if Monterey has to respond if ProTech takes care of the airport? Is there a cost recovery fee? Because if not, that essentially becomes corporate welfare. You're paying them to sit around and do a job that the city of Monterey and the agencies around them are responding to. Now, you may also say that NFPA is merely a guideline, but that's a guideline that you use in your own handbook 11 times in NFPA 400 and 403. So it's not just a guideline, it's something that is imperative to safety. And anytime you look at safety, again, I know you're looking at cutting costs. But
30 seconds remaining.
Say that again?
30 seconds remaining. Go ahead.
Fantastic. I know that you're saying that you're interested in cutting costs, but public safety should never be tied to a profit margin. So in closing, I'm here to say you get what you pay for. You can have a professional all hazards fire department that handles every one of your situations, or you can go with bare bone minimum coverage, which is ProTech. The choice is yours, but I implore you that you make the right decision, because the safety of the people that you represent and the people flying out of your airport demand it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your comment.
Okay, we'll go back to Glenn Schaller. Glenn, are you there? Glenn, we're not hearing you if you're trying to speak.
Okay, let's assume that Glenn has departed.
Okay.
Departed the area here, and so
Anyone else
are
on the
you?
line wish to?
Am I seeing something? You're not. Oh, I'll shut up.
Okay, seeing no other seeing no one else online.
Okay, I'm gonna close public comment on this, and I want to say to all of the public respondents and the firefighters and the members from ProTech, we appreciate your comments. I reiterate, all of us take this very seriously. This is no small matter. It's huge. And it's unfortunate that we are in this position, but we are. And we're trying to do our best to adjudicate this thing in our own minds. We are representatives of the public. So thank you for your comments, and I'm going to bring it back now to the board for additional comments or questions before we proceed on and close this item up. You have any thoughts, Carl?
Scott, we had one question concerning mutual aid. Do you mind answering that, and maybe talk a little bit about mutual assistance, which sounds the same and sometimes it's used interchangeably, but it's not. It is a different beat.
If I could interrupt, what I think our contributor said was she didn't understand the difference between shared services and mutual aid.
Yeah.
I think that's what it was.
Yeah.
But I have the same question that Carl does about mutual.
Okay,
aid.
so shared services means that you've got a contract for services and that you allow the individuals who you contract with to provide service to their constituents as well as yours, depending on when the call comes in. Mutual aid is an agreement whereby if a and Chief Panholzer, correct me if I'm wrong on this, and I know several others will jump in, but it's a system where when an engine is called out to an incident and they realize we need backup, they will then radio out for backup. The next closest engine that can respond with appropriate equipment will be called out. Mutual aid is based on typically on agreements. And what that means is you've got to, again, it's a reciprocal agreement. There is no reimbursement for mutual aid. So when someone is called out, they're just called out and they provide the service. That's why that's why they use the term mutual aid, because you've got a mutual benefit. Am I correct so far?
Monica, I can probably put it in good context.
Put it in good context, but let me just say this really quickly, because there's a question about mutual aid and whether or not that qualifies, whether that violates the EA and the EIR. Specifically, the FAA in their advisory circular so 14 CFR 139.325. Again, for part 139 airports, which you are one of them, that requires an airport emergency plan. The FAA has issued an advisory circular that includes mutual aid as an option to get additional help on the airport if you need it. So the FAA has specifically authorized mutual aid agreements for airports that qualifies under their regulations. Obtaining the agreements is a separate matter. That's not the subject of my discussion now. But there was a question about what is mutual aid even available? Can you even do it?
Can we go off airport and do a mutual aid thing and not violate our settlement agreement and all that?
Under the FAA regulations, yes, you can.
Okay, thank you.
Now, again, the feasibility of doing that is a question well beyond my pay grade. But Chief.
So I'm going to stay away from that stuff, the legal stuff. So shared services is exactly as Scott indicated. It's one station, one apparatus that is somehow under some kind of an agreement, typically funded by multiple entities to respond to multiple entities. So we pool our resources and all benefit from that resource. The next level from that really is what we call automatic aid. We have separate automatic aid agreements with neighboring jurisdictions, so that if we get dispatched on a call, we already know ahead of time that we need extra resources. So for a major incident here at the airport, when we get dispatched, the city of Seaside also immediately gets dispatched, because we have an agreement between the city of Monterey and the city of Seaside that they will dispatch that they will immediately send a unit. That's outside of the mutual aid construct. That's a automatic aid agreement. Likewise, when they have a structure fire, we automatically get dispatched and assist them. Mutual aid is the next level up, and that's if the incident escalates to a much higher level. All the agencies in Monterey County, and yes, the airport is a signatory to that agreement, all the agencies have agreed ahead of time, hey, if you call me for help, I'll come, and likewise, I will get that in turn.
So that's, once you get there and you realize you need more help than what you can provide or what's coming automatically under an automatic aid agreement. And then you call for that. So that isn't triggered until it gets called for. Automatic aid happens, nobody has to do anything. It's pre-programmed into the dispatch system. The caveat to mutual aid is if I'm busy, I can say no. Because that's part of the mutual aid agreement is we get it. Sometimes you can't provide the resources, so you can say no. So that is basically the difference between shared services, automatic aid, and mutual aid.
Thank you for explaining that.
So I have a question. In mutual aid, do you notify the state first to activate mutual aid? That
The mutual aid goes through several levels. The first level of mutual aid, we just go to Monterey County Communications, ask for it, and they will automatically dispatch the appropriate resources. Once we start getting tapped here in the Monterey County, that's our mutual aid region, then there's a region chief or designated person in the region that gets notified, and they will, if necessary, start initiating requests to adjoining regions. So we might ask Santa Cruz, San Benito County. Well, San Benito is part of our region, but we might ask Santa Cruz County or other neighboring counties for help. If it goes beyond that, then it gets stepped up to a state level and the state gets involved. So when you see the statewide mutual aid, it's after you've totally exhausted local resources. And that doesn't mean everybody has to be committed, but you're drawn down to the point where you barely got enough left to take care of what's happening, with other calls. So the state involvement, it comes at pretty far down the road. So we can get mutual aid from the city of Salinas and the state will never know about it.
Thank you. More, Carl?
No, I'm done.
Okay. Marianne?
I guess I have one question on mutual aid. If one keeps using somebody more than the other, is there a reimbursement?
Concept of mutual aid is there's no money exchanged. You can have an automatic aid agreement and you can have an agreement to provide aid that would probably fit under the automatic aid agreement where you set up a contract where you can buy those services, because if you know that, hey, it's always going to go in this direction, then you say, well, but that would be between two entities and it's not part of the mutual aid system. It's a specific contract between two entities.
So in this instance, our engine, the airport's engine, goes out across the road because it's closer, or it goes to Fisherman's Flats because it's closer, but across the road is Monterey Regional.
Yeah, some areas across the street would be in Monterey County.
And
Regional.
so, but I'm guessing you would, if you were here, you would always be the closest engine because they're coming from the grade. Is that where they come from? So if that keeps happening, do you ask for reimbursement? How does this work? I mean, it's wear and tear on your people, your vehicle, your gas, your water.
My experience is that it is fairly uniform, and it may not be fairly uniform. Maybe Monterey County Regional helps out Cypress Fire District more than they help us. And then Cypress in turn helps us more than so it may not be in the big picture system. And I can't say that I've ever run the numbers to get down to the actual count, but in the big picture of the system, we probably send resources out to help somebody else as often as we get resources. It may not be on a one-for-one basis, but because we're all part of the same agreement, it kind of all comes out in the wash.
So goddamn, here's kind of where I'm going with it. We're a little different because we're already contracting for personnel, but it is our equipment. So if our truck goes out more and the people that we've contracted for go out more, and I understand, I think what you're saying is if they on Cypress, if they come into Skyline to help you or something, but that doesn't really impact us as much right here of where our engine rolls to. That's what I'm trying to just think how this
Reconcile
could
that.
work.
So, and first of all, our current contract allows for us to use the resource that is here within the Monterey County Mutual Aid System and for automatic aid. Previously, before, when it was your own fire department, you had an automatic aid agreement with all the with us, with the city of Seaside, and with Monterey County Regional, and with Cypress. I know you have an agreement with them. For your engine may go into like Cypress, probably more Cypress than Monterey County Regional. We really don't go that often to Regional, but to Cypress, because they have all those little pockets on Jocelyn Canyon in that area. It may go there more often than Cypress responds here, but I can say with 100% certainty that whenever we have a higher level alert and we bring resources in for the big, in case it is a real thing on the aircraft, Seaside is always on that initial response. So you get it from Seaside and you might give it to Cypress. And so in the big picture, it kind of comes out that way. We could look into the numbers and determine exactly where it falls but.
Well, I don't want to be like the doctor's office where 3 doctors sit and count how many patients they had all month and how many magazine subscriptions they had. But I'm trying to figure out if we're going to make this work, it has to work for everybody.
Of course.
And so I'm just trying to be a little creative and figure this out.
I would say under the existing model, and if you see the reports I send you, I indicate how many times the engine here responded on mutual aid. I'm going to say it's in a typical month, not, and maybe once. So it's the percentage of calls that this engine responds to on mutual aid is not very high. But if you want a more accurate number, I can run those stats too.
I'm just trying to think through some of this.
Anything else, Marianne?
That's all.
Okay. I have a question, and thank you for your responses, and thanks to Protect too. I'm kind of curious, and maybe the city manager might want to weigh in on all this, and you, Chief. We've been getting a lot of email, all of us getting personal emails, some of them kind of nasty, so, you have the obligation to do this, but I'm kind of curious, the city of Monterey's position here, where the turf all the way out to Ryan Ranch is city of Monterey, Highway 68, Deer Flats, all of these things that we've mentioned and heard genuine concerns from residents in the area. What has been the opinion of the city regarding building a new firehouse? Going to Monterey Regional, going to Cypress, or, somebody, have you thought about somebody other than the airport providing these very necessary services to these very genuine constituents out here? Why is it on us? And I'm not saying that just to be nasty here. I'm just saying you got a city, and we're just the little airport over here. So if you understand my question, Hans, maybe you can help.
Sure. So we have no current plans to build a firehouse. So that.
Have you ever had a plan?
We are thinking about what can we do, especially if we are looking at further developments on the Highway 68 corridor, including Ryan Ranch. That's why the current model is very intriguing, because for the current collaboration that we have in place, it just makes the greatest sense for both parties, where you get the services from the city of Monterey at a strongly discounted price. And so for right now, we are not looking concrete at a fire station at a new fire station. What we have as challenges in the city is to upgrade, rehabilitate the existing 3 fire stations that we have. We're going through a public safety building analysis right now. We have 2 other fire stations that are in dire need for replacement. So that's why I think the idea of continuing this shared model between airport and city is very intriguing. I want to talk briefly about the fire engine. If there's something that we can figure out, and the chief was talking about this as well with respect to cost reimbursement, or figuring out how can we share the cost of the fire engines, absolutely, we would enthusiastically support that, because that makes it's just good business, and we are not here to be taking advantage of you. And so fire station, yes, it will be probably on the horizon if we see that there is also a greater demand in this sector, in this area here. But for right now, there's nothing concrete out there, and that's why this is a win-win situation for the airport as well as for the adjacent communities here to continue having the shared service agreement.
As one director, I get exactly what you're saying here. I kind of figured that out ahead of time, that it's a good deal for the city.
Yeah.
And it has been a very good deal for us.
Yeah.
And fire stations are kind of expensive, I guess.
They are. The fire chief will all give you a lower price.
Yeah, I know. But have you approached other fire agencies about having a collaborative shared agreement with them, like Monterey Regional, and that's out there in the Ryan Ranch area? Have you approached that?
I'm not. I really don't understand the direction.
Okay, well, you're looking for a shared agreement with us, and because we've had one, and so. Have you thought about having a shared agreement with Monterey Regional Fire, or Cypress or something like that, or Cal Fire,
I mean, to a degree, we're working with City of Pacific Grove and Carmel, which is some sort of a shared fire agreement. So there's.
I'm talking about coverage for the Highway 68 corridor and Ryan Ranch,
I got you.
Do you understand my question?
Totally. I'm with you here. Yes.
Yeah.
So we've actually had, when we initially entered into the agreement with the airport had an agreement with Cypress.
We did.
That they funded part of the cost. I think they paid for the cost of one person. And in return, the airport responded off property and into those pockets of Cypress that are, in the Jocelyn Canyon area. At that time, I immediately approached Cypress and I said, we would like to continue some kind of an arrangement because we get it. It's beneficial to you. And if you can help defray some of the costs, it'll be beneficial to us and to the airport because one other person is paying for the services and the offsetting costs. Unfortunately, at that time, to say it as politically correct as possible, we weren't exactly the most popular people with Cal Fire because they were the ones that wanted the contract.
How about Monterey Regional?
So
did you have that same discussion for Cal Fire?
We have since had, now that there's been a change in personnel at Cal Fire, we've had conversations. They are open and interested in participating in something, but to build a new fire station is, I mean, yours is faster than most because you already own the real estate.
Yeah.
When you don't have the real estate and you don't have, it's a 5-year, 7-year process. We have had also internal conversations about how else can we do this? And when the demand certainly increases, we may have to look at something.
And Monterey Regional said, no.
Monterey Regional has not really expressed any interest. They have very little in this end of their districts, mostly open land.
Okay.
The call volume among.
Just thought I'd ask that question because we're taking all the heat here, and that's not to say that we're not totally satisfied with what you've been doing in the past, but we've got a heavy decision going forward here. So thank you, Hans, for answering.
If we did this model of what we're proposing is having a place where we can keep an engine on the south side for at least some of the duration, we would continue to have that dialogue with Cypress and see if they'd want to buy into that thing and benefit all of us. Because it makes sense. It just doesn't make sense to build fire stations next door to each other.
Okay.
And I worked for an agency where that happened, Cal Fire, and then there was a church, and then there was a San Jose fire station. What a waste of taxpayer dollars.
Yeah.
You can figure something out that's different. So.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I guess I'm supposed to say something here as the chair.
Well, I propose that we close the hearing and that we bring this back next Wednesday for a decision when we have Mr. Pick around, so there are 4 of us.
I thought you said he's only available on Monday.
That's what Scott said, but Scott's information was wrong. Mine is correct.
Say what you said again.
So I propose that we close the hearing, so we'll take no more comments or anything on it. But next Wednesday, when Director Pick is back and available after 1:30, that we would then reconvene for a special meeting and make our decision.
Okay. I can second, I don't know about the Wednesday. I haven't looked at I was thinking Monday. I heard Monday.
You said no to Monday. So
Well, I said I had something else, but
well, he's
what's
avail-
my health in this world?
Wednesday,
Wednesday,
because
okay,
we lose this one on Thursday.
all right. We do it.
We lose Carl on Thursday.
I thought you were,
Thursday, I go on vacation
oh,
till the 28th.
okay. I apologize to everybody. Let me just look at my calendar here. But that might have been the day that I was going to get $1 million check, and I want to make sure. I know. And God knows I'm 81 years old and this ain't easy. So, all right. Let's see. Okay, I'm in a little trouble here, but I will say yes, and I will second your motion out here. And I'd like some discussion on the motion. I would like to direct the staff to do some things before that meeting, okay? And maybe that's an amendment to your motion. I'd like to amend the motion to indicate that I would like to have staff, but prior to that meeting, do a couple of things. One, meet with, and this includes Scott, maybe meet with Ms. Dobby, the attorney Dobby, and get some resolution to this question of whether or not we are violating the environmental assessment and putting our FAA funding in jeopardy if we, in fact, launch the fire trucks from elsewhere on the property. I think that was the proposal, that we have an alternative site on the airport here somewhere, preferably on the south side. And I don't know whether that's a trailer, a porta potty, whatever, but I think everybody understands. I'd like to get some resolution on that question. We can't kind of speculate on this. There's a lot at stake on all that. And I'd like a very clear answer, because your opinion, Scott, well, we respect it a lot. I think the attorney Dobby brought up something that she felt from the city side that was very relevant. So I'd like to have that information available to the board when we reconvene. Number two, I guess I'd like to see the staff actually get together with the chief or whoever are the appropriate parties and find a site that can exist on the airport, and to make a conclusion, yes or no. Can we do it? And how would that work? And who's going to pay the costs on the whole thing? And I don't know whether that's the Fenton and Keller place. I heard Fenton and Keller place was an option out here. Maybe they don't have to start the fire engine until they're off the property. I don't know, but we need an answer to that question before we make a final decision. And finally, I would like staff to check on these concerns that were raised about the situation in Burbank. I don't know whether they're true, not true, what the details on all that are, but I think a call to Burbank might be appropriate so that you can advise the board on the flip side of the comments that were made here. Does anybody on the board disagree with my amendment?
No.
Okay,
No, I have questions about those things.
so you disagree?
No, I have
Oh,
questions.
okay.
I have questions.
So
about-
my amendment is your motion.
I can support
plus
it.
adding those directives to the staff, okay? And so I guess my motion maker.
So we will, at the end of this meeting, adjourn to Wednesday to continue the hearing
Yes, and the question I have is the method of adjournment. Are we adjourning to that date, which means that no further public comment will be received? It's
Correct.
just discussion among the board?
Yes,
And we will notice that accordingly. We'll post the notice today for Wednesday at a.
What's the other option? Just a tabling it or?
Well, no, the other option is you just close today's meeting and you hold a brand new special meeting. But if it's a brand new special meeting, then you've got to allow all the public comment again.
So what are we, I apologize to everybody.
if
What,
you-
so what,
If you.
what you're saying, what,
you can close the hearing, so we will hear no more comments from the public
Yeah.
or the two proposers. That's it. So when we come on Wednesday, we will discuss it with staff. Staff will give us any new information that they've been directed to bring. We will discuss it and then we will make a decision.
make a decision at that point? Are we adjourning today, though? No,
So-
or
Not
not
right
adjourning?
this minute, but
So, yeah, not right this minute, but we are going to continue this item.
We can continue this item, but we can adjourn the meeting now that we're closing this item out. Is that right?
no,
I mean,
we
what
can keep-
happens at the end when
Well, you
I'm
have
totally
other items on this-
exhausted, you
You
know?
have other items on this meeting and in the interim, I'm gonna make sure that we get this right. And yes, you're going to adjourn to a future date, a certain date to continue this item.
So does that does that date certain need to be posted and we don't need to take comments though? Is that right?
That's correct. We will post the date. We will take care of that. You will not need to take public comment.
Okay. All right.
If that's the pleasure of the board.
I
Well,
think that's the fair way to do it.
I'm just trying to, as the guy that drew the short straw here, I'm just trying to do this right, you know, so that we don't have one understanding of one thing and somebody else has another. Okay, so is it clear to the staff what I'm asking for as in amending her motion?
We'll do our dead level best to get all of the information and answers that you're asking for.
Okay. Can you meet with representatives of ProTech if they wish to meet, or in this case, probably the city of Monterey?
We will make that time.
Okay, and is that acceptable to you? And I'm kind of going off the reservation here, but is that acceptable to you guys to meet and talk about the practicalities of how we do this, if we do it? Okay.
We're all in.
Oh, easy. Yeah, you didn't say anything, wouldn't you? Okay, so that's, well, I'll call up for a vote on, are there any more discussion? Cody, you want to ask any more questions?
No, I'm
Sorry to
good.
interrupt your thing there.
I was trying to get a hold of Lisa to tell her she can come back.
Oh, okay, all right. Let's have a roll call on that, which is is that a resolution that we just made, or is that just a motion
Just
of
a
the board? Do we need a roll call on it?
Since you made a motion and it's got a second, yes.
Okay, roll call it.
Director Leffel,
Yes,
Director Sabo,
Yes,
and Director Miller.
Yes.
all right. This item is closed out. Thank you, everybody, for coming, and we really appreciate it. And thanks to the folks.
we've
from
got a lovely
ProTech.
thing about leases for our rental cars. You might as well stay.
We will make a decision on this at some point, I assure you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody, for coming.
Thank you, guys.
Could I make a request from the chair? And now that we don't have a room full of people, can we turn the air conditioning off? I'm
Please.
to death over here.
It's so cold.
I at this end, it blows right down, straight down on me.
Right above you. Yeah.
There's something blowing right on me, you know. so-
Yep. Right there.
I want to apologize. I'm hoping Lisa can return, but at 4:10, 4:15 at the latest, I got to get to a doctor's appointment. I've waited 6 months for this appointment, and if I
No problem.
miss it, I didn't realize we'd be going this long.
Silly.
That's fine. From staff level, we have reviewed the car rental lease agreement with both the lease committee and finance committee. So that should go fairly quickly.
Yeah.
Well, let's get to it.
Yeah.
Come on.
Oh,
Snap to it.
Oh, snap to it. I thought I earned a whole day's worth.
No,
stipend
get with
here
it.
already,
You're
you
still
know.
on the pay.
And Christine, can you meet with whoever on our side regarding the thing I mentioned to you? Okay.
Take care.
I'd really like to get that resolved to everybody's satisfaction,
We'll take care of it.
whether we like the answer or not. Okay.
We'll reach out.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to now move on to item G5. Revised Monterey Peninsula Airport District on airport rental car operator lease and concession agreement.
Yeah, this was reviewed with both lease committee and finance committee. It proposes to amend the agreement that was approved by the board in October of 2022. This is the new agreement for our car rental agencies. The amendments are reflective of requests from the car rental agencies. If you recall, you passed the agreement, then we started the negotiations. In essence, there are just a couple of agreement changes. The minimum annual guarantee was ratified at $10,000 per month and $120,000 per year per brand. And then that's for the first year, and then it's adjusted based on traffic activities. But at no point will it go below that $10,000 per month, $120,000 per year.
Good, thank you.
Did you, we had some disagreement here at the finance committee, you know, you said something about the minimum guarantee, this 3 months, rolling this 3-month deal going back a year, that was standard in the industry. Am I just imagining that, or? That's standard. Well, isn't this the minimum guarantee? Isn't this the one where we adjust the minimum guarantee if they have if the traffic goes down? Am I?
Yeah.
Am I delusional here?
After
Okay.
the first year, it adjusts.
Yeah.
Based on traffic levels, if you have 3 consecutive months of downturn. But at no point does that adjustment ever take you below that $120,000 a year.
Okay, and their proposal was 15% below the previous years, and you picked out 2022. They said deplanements. Okay, I think. Okay, and why did we pick 2022? Why not 2019, 2020?
I think we had this discussion. It is the last year of record, and it's what we calculated the $10,000 per month on. So that would be the appropriate one to also look at if you're going to adjust. It's the floor.
Why wouldn't it be 2019 as the floor?
You still on coffee here or? Yeah.
So coffee.
Why wouldn't it
Coffee,
be
no food.
a different year? Why did we just pick 2022?
Anything?
2022,
Yeah.
2019 was already in the books. Was
Yeah.
already part of the previous agreement. 2022 is the most current agreement, most current year that we have available to us that would be
Was
consistent
Boston
with-
Donuts over there?
Yes.
So we could go back to 2020, we go back to 2002. But that's already, that's water under the bridge. We're the most current year, full year detail or data we have is 2022.
Okay.
Take care.
All right, the other disagreement that we had in the finance committee was that I thought and this was staffing their facilities down there. and the penalties for not doing it. I forget what you call that, but
Liquidated damages.
liquidated damages, yeah. I thought $500 was a little too generous, that, because it really bothered me a lot that they were just kind of thumbing their nose at us and didn't bother to staff their, so people are getting off the airplane and not
Yeah.
renting a car. So I thought it ought to be $1,000.
As I explained in committee, we started at $1,000. They came back at $250. We settled at $500. You never have had liquidated damages in this agreement previously. So this is brand new for them. I do not believe that they will ignore it. I believe that they will adhere to it. But it
Okay.
gives us the lever, the hammer that we've never had.
Are you saying that this hasn't been in the previous agreement,
It
that they
was
had
not.
to staff that down there or suffer some consequence?
No, you never had any consequence in the previous agreement.
Okay,
We had the requirement, but no penalties if they didn't meet.
Yes.
We did 500, right? 500.
all right,
Then
well,
we started higher and then,
Yeah.
yep, the compromise.
Yeah.
I guess the other thing was the auto renewal thing. Okay, just, if we forget about it, it just automatically renews, right? Going forward forever.
That's correct, unless we
Yeah.
make another change, but as I explained in committee, you're gonna need a new agreement in the new terminal building anyway. So I'm not uncomfortable with letting it roll until we're into the new terminal.
Well, it occurred to me as I was reading it, and we did not have agreement on this in the
I'm
finance
not
committee.
saying,
Okay,
I'm not saying
okay,
you have
so
agreement, I'm
what-
saying, I'm explaining what. we're
yeah,
talking
I
about in the
understand.
finance.
All right, and I guess here, this auto, we went all the way since, well, when was the last time we did this deal? This leasing,
it's 15 years ago.
yeah. So it's been on automatic, auto
Out
renewal.
of sight, out of mind, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I would favor, and tell me why this isn't a good idea, that it have an expiration at the end of 3 years or 5 years or renegotiation point. Automatic, that it, we have to sit down and talk about it at that point. Somebody has to raise an objection, rather than just have it automatic. We all go away and die, it goes in a folder, and they just keep doing the same thing all over again, which is what we've been doing in the past.
yeah, and as I tried to explain in committee, you can have that kind of a provision where it's got a 5-year term, but you're gonna be in a new building in 3 to 4 years.
I don't
And at
know
that
that,
point-
I don't know that we are, but I would like to see 5 years, okay? And would you have an objection to having a 5-year termination for the thing? Auto renewal up till we hit 5 years. Would you have an objection, Mary Ann? I'm talking to you as a finance.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I'm thinking, I don't know why we would, because I think we're gonna have to renegotiate everything with the new.
I don't know that
space.
we're gonna have a new terminal. If we don't have a new terminal, I don't want to get into the same position where we go for 15 years and nobody dug this out of the file. So I don't see any downside to 5 years if we have to renegotiate, put a provision in there where we renegotiate if there's a new terminal. Because they're gonna want something in the new terminal, right? Is there a way out of this, Scott, where we don't have to live with automatic renewals?
Terminate the agreement.
Which we have an option of doing under the contract.
Yeah, there's a termination provision.
There's a termination provision.
Okay. You guys have a tickler file or something? It says that these contracts are coming out. I mean, it just disturbed me to find out that we had 15 years worth of the old contract and never updated it. And I don't know how many other of those things we have, but I didn't want this to be.
We're ferreting
I'm worried
through all
about
of
you,
those now,
lady.
but this one,
Yeah, I got.
this one, you have a termination
So I don't have to-
clause
And you don't want
provision in
You
it.
know, I already had it done.
And
No, I'm good now.
Okay.
when you do eventually, whenever, end up in a new terminal building, you're gonna need a new agreement anyway.
Yeah, I hear that,
Yeah.
that whole thing. And we went 15 years without it coming up. So I guess I'm in favor of having an automatic termination in 5 years. If in fact there's a new agreement, and we have a 1-year pull the plug deal on it for a new terminal, we can do that. So I want to propose that from the standpoint of the finance committee, I think it's to our benefit to have an agreement that doesn't coast, you know, and so I'll propose that we adopt this resolution. What is it? A resolution or what is it?
Lease and concession
Approve
agreement.
the agreement with an automatic 5-year term renegotiation point. That's my motion.
So you accept with what is your one change?
Are you back? Are you back as a member of the board again?
I believe I am. Do I need to notify in a different way?
Well,
I
you
was
just
asked
said
to
that.
come back.
Okay,
Yeah, she had recused herself for item G4. We're now on G5. It's appropriate.
okay.
for her to be-
Well, that's my motion is to adopt the concession agreement that's put before us with an automatic termination in 5 years or renegotiation, whatever is a better terminology for that. And that applies to all 3 of the agreements.
To staff, a question to staff.
Sure.
Do you see a problem with that? I don't, but I
No,
guess I
beyond-
came in a little bit.
Yeah, no, there's not necessarily a problem. I think before you walked in, I explained that we didn't put that in simply because when we're in the new building in 3 or 4 years, you're gonna need a new agreement anyway.
Okay.
So we did not put that in. It's not necessarily a problem. It's just difficult to continue to go back with additional changes.
How long has this taken? This has taken months to get this together.
6, 8 months. Yeah.
October.
Okay, 6 months.
That's how long this has taken.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Bill. I can't second it. I can't support it.
My only concern is what if this is 5.5 years and we're going into the new building? We're gonna have to cancel this contract, get a new contract for the 6 months that they're here and then renegotiate yet again for the terminal. So, yeah.
Well, I would be satisfied if we could come up with an alternative solution that says this isn't going to keep rolling on if we don't get renegotiate for a new terminal. God only knows what's going to happen out in the future here. So, given that we've had 5, 6, 7 years that you've been around and we've had 8 years before that, this thing has been rolling along. And I just want to put a date certain that it stops, okay? If we're in the new terminal, we need to negotiate, then do that, okay? And put wording in there that provides for that. But I think it's an outrage that we have been going 15 years without a revised agreement, renegotiated agreement. No, so do you have any
do we have a second?
suggestions here, Scott, of the way we could get that done?
What page of the contract are you referring to? You've got your thing
I'm
open.
just going by the staff's provision here. We got 3 different contracts in here.
What?
They're all the same. We just wanted to provide you with a copy of each, so there weren't any questions about whether there were differences. They're all the same. You have 3 contracts, one with
Okay.
Enterprise
That different people.
and their affiliates, one with Hertz as a standalone and one with Budget Avis.
But other than those names, they all read the same, correct?
They do.
Okay.
Well, one has 33
So I don't think-
pages, one has 32 pages. How did that happen then?
A printing error, I don't know.
It's okay.
Yeah, no, they're all the same.
I can't quote chapter and verse, but somewhere in the staff analysis said it was an automatic renewal every year. And
Well, if it's every year,
With the-
I'm comfortable with it.
With
Is
the
it?
one with the termination provision.
is it auto renewal?
I'm looking at it.
Is there?
I don't know why we have to have things on autopilot here, you know?
It's item
If
3,
you have
term.
a
First
second,
page.
your motion,
Sure.
you just have to-
Yeah,
I'm not.
I don't
sec-
think you, no seconds. And I,
Your motion dies.
so it automatically renews for a 1-year term unless at 6 months out, you send them notice saying it's not going to automatically renew this year.
So I'm going to make a substitute motion that we approve the revised Monterey Peninsula Airport District on airport rental car operator lease and concession agreements.
Second,
public comment? Who's run?
You're.
I'm back?
I guess you're back.
All right,
There.
I'm happy to, if I'm so inclined and welcome to. Go ahead and.
Are you inclined?
I'll go ahead and take it out to public comment. We have about 10 people online. There is no one in the audience anymore, but if we have any hands raised there. And it appears we don't, so we'll go ahead and bring it back and roll call vote.
Director Leffel,
Yes.
Director Sabo,
No.
Director Miller,
yes.
Chair Sani.
Yes. And item 6, Carl, you need to leave very shortly.
I do, you know, within the next 5 minutes, and I won't be able to really participate in item 6 if we wanted to bring that back when we have a full board, because I think it involves that was going to be my suggestion, because it's not in session that we get it done right now, and it should involve everybody on the board.
I appreciate that, and I would agree with that. I don't know what the outcome, when are you meeting again? Did you guys
We're meeting
determine?
Wednesday afternoon.
Wednesday afternoon? Okay, I would like to attend and I will
It's
be,
only for the
well, I think we should,
fire contract.
so I think we should move this to then. Number 6, this has been kicked a couple times already on the agenda.
Right
So-
now, we're not coming back at a special meeting. It's a continuation of this meeting. So can that be happen?
So
at
this
that
would be
meeting?
continuation of this too.
You can continue this item if it's the pleasure of the board.
Okay.
And I'll be remote on that. I know that. I can notice where though, at that point. And that is the requirement, correct? To attend in person? Or to attend on Zoom? I just want to acknowledge everybody's very tired in this room and I understand.
On a
Right.
On a continued hearing, I think you have to keep the same,
Protocol,
yeah.
but we allowed public comment.
We
So
did,
I
but-
wouldn't be able to facilitate.
Well, at the
And-
continued hearing, because we're continuing the item, we're not gonna have public comment on item G4 at the next meeting. It's gonna just be discussion on the board.
Could we do it on May 31st when we're doing the budget and add it onto the budget?
I'd rather not wait that long. That's another month. I mean, that's halfway through. I mean. May 17th, so that's
Be
another.
missing Mr.
Yeah, I won't be here for
Miller.
that.
and Mr. Pick. Unless we change the date.
That's
So we're
what I
right
was
back where we
thinking, where we were, and I'm concerned about that for May too. I thought that.
I think-
Because Dino's traveling for 2 weeks, right?
4th of 5th, the 4th of May to the 28th of May. If the 28th is a Sunday.
And I don't know exactly when Director Pick leaves, but I know he comes back the 28th.
Yeah, and I
He's
think he said
leaving
the
the
last
12th.
2 weeks
He's
of,
leaving the 12th.
yeah, the last 2 weeks of May. When I spoke to him in Germany, that's what he had said.
What was the matter with Wednesday?
No, there's nothing wrong with Wednesday. We're
I-
gonna meet Wednesday.
I
Oh,
won't
we are?
be, I won't be here at this point.
Well,
My schedule.
I need some clarification here. I think you
In person.
recused yourself today from participating in this fire
Mhm.
services. And you left and I became the guy that drew the short straw for chair for the day. Okay, so now you but you would be attending then.
Not the fire
on,
contract, not the fire contract.
But isn't that the
Item.
purpose of our?
Well, I'm
our
talking
weekly
about,
meeting?
we're talking about moving item 6 to that, continuing that meeting too. So no one in this room is at a point to have a discussion about how to frame our meetings. My concern is this has been on the agenda since February. So.
So you
we're
want to
end of
have
May-
item
April.
6 on next Wednesday? Is that?
But
I'm-
Scott is saying, and I am out of town with my family at this point for business matters. And Scott is saying that I cannot attend remotely.
Fix the dress.
Yes, I will. Okay. Okay.
So you will not.
I will
attend the
not
meeting on the
attend.
fire portion, but you will attend on item 6.
Mhm.
Is that right?
Yes.
All right.
And I think I think people will be a lot sharper.
And I will be chairing the meeting by default.
I believe
and that-
Scott was willing to chair the meeting if you
You would
wait a
be-
minute.
You're chairing it as to the.
Fire,
as to the
fire part.
Mhm.
All right.
item, and Chair Sani would be chairing it as to the. Item 6.
Strategic plan.
Strategic planning report review.
Okay.
And meeting efficiency.
And you're going to chair the meeting, but remotely?
Sure, I'm very comfortable with that.
I don't know that I am. No.
Okay. Well, if there are objections to it. I've chaired meetings for 15 years around the world, so remotely. I feel like I know all of you, so it doesn't, it's not that difficult for me. But if it's a concern for others, I'd like to hear it or understand.
Well, I can live with it right now. I think it's not consistent with doing a good business to have the chair on TV. I think we need, are we precluding members of the public from being here
No.
in the room?
Being here, they just will not be able to speak.
Right.
on that item.
But they'll be here and our chair will be on TV or on the screen.
Not for that
Not
portion.
on that, not on that.
That you will be. You'll either facilitate or Scott.
All right,
It would be
I'll-
appropriate for you to
I'll-
facilitate at that point,
I'll
correct?
live with it.
If the vice chair was not interested,
It'd be more appropriate for another board member. to-
another board member?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm sure if you're not interested.
You're out of the question on the subject of the fire, and I live with the strategic item 6, and you chairing that on a Zoom meeting. I'm okay with that.
Okay, great. So we'll continue it and we'll notice another location.
Again, if that's the pleasure of the board, that's what we'll do.
Is that okay for the board?
Yeah, I have no problem.
Yeah.
Well, assuming you have good reception. you
Yeah.
know, If it's not working,
Yeah.
then.
Yeah.
And we've all been there when it's not working.
Can people, I'm sorry.
I should have a
People
T1
comment
on.
on item 6. On the strategic planning thing, can they comment on that if they're tuned in?
Individuals would only be able to comment on that item. If
6.
if they are located at the location that we publish the address in the agenda.
Okay,
Oh,
but
You gotta
nobody,
open
If
your
the
house.
location becomes technically a meeting location.
okay.
And you got to post an agenda?
Yeah, it'll be a hotel. It'll be. a
And
hotel.
we're gonna explain what you're allowed to do. Because a lot of people want
Yeah, I
to
gotta-
tune in on the fire thing.
Yep.
And we've got to clearly explain
Be
to them,
well.
they're not gonna be able to
Hope the
talk.
doctor goes okay.
And they're not gonna be able to talk on item 6 either.
So if we're continuing item 6, if we have not taken any public comment on it. If you'd like to take public comment on it now, then you can preclude public comment on Wednesday.
Okay,
Like the record to reflect that at 16:10, 4:10, Director Miller left or an appointment.
So if you'd like.
Excused
If
absence.
you'd like to take public comment on item number 6 now, then we won't need public comment at the upcoming meeting. If you
No,
don't
I
wanna-
think we should just continue it all together. Looking at how tired everybody is in the room. I think we're better off to, okay. All
I
right.
doubt there'll be public.
Okay. All right. So again, item 4 and number 6 will be next Wednesday. What time? Was there a time?
1:30.
1:30? Okay. 1:30 Pacific time. All right, so to H, the board committee reports and acceptance of department reports. We'll try and get through these sooner than later. And Scott, since we're doing that, should the other item that we have for closed session, can that be continued too? Or I wait for that until I get to it? But at this point, I think everybody looks pretty tired.
Well, again, that item, since it relates to the.
I won't be there. I won't be there.
And you won't be here.
We lost a quorum.
So we lose a quorum.
Yep. So,
So we can continue that.
okay. But I should wait till we get to that on the agenda to address that. Okay. That was my question. Sorry. All right, budget and finance. Director Level, do you want to try and take us through it?
Yeah, I want Director Sabo to do it.
Okay.
There's nothing further on that, on the finance committee report of, I think, what was the 21st or something like that, and except for the items that I added, which I will advise you of later, okay? Yeah, I'm gonna send it. I gotta write it out. So there's nothing to report from my aspect. You want anything, report anything, Marianne?
No, I'm good.
Okay. All right, Air Services, Marketing, Community Relations, they did not meet. I do have an outstanding request for that to be rescheduled. And now Director Pick will be back, so hopefully maybe even next week that could be rescheduled. Or obviously it's after, but it's still important, especially with all we've been dealing with. And that request has, I believe there was an email on Monday that I've not seen a response to. Item number 3, airport property development and leases. Looks like I'm up on that one since Director Miller is not here. I believe what was recorded in our agenda spoke of most things there. We did talk about some hangar questions and answers there. We talked about some hangar tenant questions and policies related to the district. Anything else in particular, Mike? The car rental was, and the car rental was, yeah, by far. And I guess since it was in the meeting, I kind of,
Well, we just
think
had
that-
a vote on the car rental. I didn't hear any indication of what what your committee recommended to the board.
they were in favor of it.
Okay, would be nice to include that in any items that come before the board, whether or not the committee involved committee.
That's what these reports are for.
Yeah, well, did it
and-
say in there that the committee recommended recommended
that's
that?
what this is.
We already.
So this
voted.
is after, but you could have asked if you, I mean, yeah, or if it was really hot. So, all right, ad hoc committee, local jurisdiction, that still has not been established. And I know I've had an email out on that for about 2 months. We have had, scheduling maybe back and forth with Marianne and I with travel, but I'd really like to see that to get on the May agenda now. We're into May. Anything else by anyone on that?
Yeah, I don't think so. I think, don't we have a request on supervisor? One of the supervisors to meet?
Yeah, I believe I've had some verbal, and that was how I started the email. And yes, it certainly does need to get scheduled. So ask that occurs in the next week or 2. Local Agency Formation Commission, Director Level.
We met on Monday and we gave Ms. McKenna her review. That was part of the meeting. And we, Kate and I took a trip down to Soledad last Friday and met with the Soledad Healthcare District. And they have been in pretty dire straits. So we went down to work with them, and I think we came up with some solutions. So we're trying really hard to work with some of the smaller districts that they're not having enough board meetings, they're not having enough board members, people leave. And Soledad's doing fine with their reporting, but some of them in South County are not. So we're just starting to do kind of one-on-one with a lot of the districts, trying to figure out how we can assist them.
Okay. How long has Kate worked there, Miss McKenna?
17 years, I think.
Wow. It's great service. Anybody have anything else or any questions? Regional Taxi Authority, Mr. Pick is not here for today, but I know that won't be till this summer. TAMC.
No,
Vice Chair Sable.
no report, nothing to report involving the airport.
Okay. Special Districts Association Liaison. I actually could not attend that meeting. So I believe we did have some board members. Bill, did you attend too?
I did.
Marianne, which one would like to give us an update?
No, go ahead.
We had representatives from CSDA and had a pretty healthy discussion about upcoming legislation and things that are going, and a lot of discussion about the legislative days this month. So tonight at 5 o'clock is the ribbon cutting opening of the new mosquito abatement district office in Salinas. And so everyone was invited to that. And Kate gave a pretty good report on just where LAFCO is with in terms of the lawsuit with the Water Management District and with Keep Fort Ord Wild. Neither one are settled, but they're just slowly working their way. I think that LAFCO will be dropped as a named respondent on the Keep Fort Ord Wild because we were named with Delray Oaks. And that's just been dragging on forever. So, and it's one of the reasons we can't dissolve FORA because it involves the former FORA property. So that's it.
Is it just those two that are named in that suit?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
You're talking about that trail thing, right?
No, this isn't the trail. This is
LAFCO.
something else.
Well, Keith talked about the water. They were being sued by the Water Management District, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that what you were talking about?
I mentioned it, yes.
Oh, okay.
And that goes back to the judge in August.
Yeah. She indicated they were struggling, trying to get dipping into their reserves to pay the legal fees on that, I guess.
Never inexpensive. And AMBAG, we don't have Director Miller here, so we'll let that be for now. And I can reach out if there's anything that's important. Pending requests for future agenda items. Bill, I have your 3 items that you added to the meeting that when I attended
Madam Chair.
remotely and couldn't.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
If I could interrupt.
Yes.
We skipped over the closed session. We need to formally continue.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at a different agenda. That's why I'm on my home agenda.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. My apologies on that. Let me try and find that agenda.
So I would move that we continue the closed session item to May the 3rd at 1:30.
Want to second that?
Has to be after.
After.
I'll second.
Okay. Roll call, or do we need to do public comment? Might as well.
Sure.
Go ahead and take it out to public comment if anyone would like to make comment on moving item I is an igloo closed session number 1? Okay, I see no hands raised and we have no one in the room here with us besides staff and the board members. Well, we'll go and take it to roll call.
Director Leffel,
Yes.
Director Sabo,
Yes,
Chair Sani.
Yes.
I have an agenda item for future consideration,
Okay,
and that is,
you want to talk into your mic, please?
that
Thank
is
you.
to eliminate the Special Districts Association from a stipendable event for the directors. It is not a mandatory meeting. It's not, we're not working in the service of the district as a voluntary thing. So that's what I want to have a board discussion on.
Okay. Do we need 2 people to agree to it? I believe Scott. Yeah. Do we have a second for that? Not hearing one? I'll remove it. Just even hearing that you guys talked about legislation and things that were in, it's Sacramento and things like that. From my perspective, I learned quite a bit at
It
that
didn't, it
meeting.
failed for lack of a second. No,
Yes.
let's move on.
Okay,
That's my recommendation.
all right. Bill, I've got your 3 items that you addressed earlier today.
Yes, and I
I
am
will share.
providing those to be included in the minutes of the 21st meeting or whatever meeting that
Sure.
was.
I think they've already been given, but it doesn't hurt to give another copy because I tried to give a copy too. I have, Marianne, do you have anything?
I do. So we need to talk about the May meeting because Carl will not be here on the 17th. Dina will not be here on the 17th. So can
Thank
we
you.
move to the 10th so we can capture Dino before he leaves? Pardon?
Yesterday, all of our documents done by tomorrow.
Well, you used to. Well,
After what?
What did we just find out from Dino that he's not going to be here on the 17th?
he's leaving on the 12th and won't be back till the 28th.
Otherwise, we move it to the 30th. So either it's, what day are you thinking?
Well, we're
Mary?
having a meeting on
Yeah.
the 31st already.
Yeah. And that's going to take a lot of staff time too. When does Dino leave again? What is, do we have?
12th,
yeah,
Friday the
12th?
12th,
Okay. And then Carl is gone pretty much for the month of May.
until the 28th.
I'm going to look for some guidance for staff time and things like that from the executive director.
The second or
Big
something.
item- Big item for the May 17th meeting was going to be, we were shooting for add the fire contracts. But if we're meeting. Then we wouldn't have the time to do the contract with cooperating directors to negotiate.
Scott, the other thing I want that I think is really important at that meeting is not mine, the board's request since the strategic meeting for the 6-month and the 2-year plan. And I think that we need some time to discuss that and to understand that as a body. So, and that's been existing since that strategy meeting ultimately. And I've requested it a few months in our meetings and agenda meetings. I thought it was going to be on this month's meeting. So, so I look to staff again for workload balancing and things of that nature. We also have Memorial Weekend in that mix.
I'm gonna be honest, what you're proposing is difficult, if not impossible for staff.
I didn't propose anything, I
No,
don't
no,
think,
I
but
mean, the schedule itself.
Okay, so on the 17th though, then Bill, Lisa and I absolutely have to be here or we don't have a quorum.
Yeah. I
Lisa,
understand
do you have any
saying.
conflicts on the 17th?
I think that's really, I mean, that's hard
That's our
to,
normal day.
yeah, I get that. No, I'm good with the 17th. I don't have a problem with that, but I'm saying, I think when we already have two people down, I don't think we should try to find a different solution if we can. The
I
finance
did.
meeting,
The tenth, we already have police committee and air service committee on the tenth. That's already on the books.
when were the finance meetings again?
The
You guys-
2nd and the 12th.
Yeah.
May 4th was a tentative lease if we could have anything ready, and then the 10th would not happen. But that's not been determined yet.
I've seen an email. I don't have it. Okay. So the 2nd and the 9th I have is, so the special finance meeting is May 2nd at 9 a.m. And then a regular is May 9th.
Yep.
Okay. And then we had, right now, the regular board is on the 17th. I'd also like to see more discussion for the item that's been moved. And then special board meeting budget on the 31st. So let's go look at, and then obviously we've got leases and those meetings.
Well, let's go back again. What was the problem with meeting next Monday? What was the problem with that?
Dino cannot.
Oh, Dino cannot.
Does meeting on the 19th? No, they're still out of town. Dino leaves on the 12th.
Yep.
Okay. Always fun to put puzzles together, isn't it? How about Friday oh, he leaves the 12th.
Yep.
And yeah, the 11th is, okay.
You have to have a contract.
I don't think it's even realistically possible.
Is Dino's overseas?
I don't know where he's going. He
Right.
just said he's
Okay.
gone 2 weeks, leaving on the 12th
12th.
and back on the 28th.
Okay, I don't know either. What does it do to timelines if we move it to the 31st? That is that day. Yeah, that does take part of the day. Okay. And well, I think the review of this, do you guys have the 6-month and the 2-year plan done, or that's still in work too? It was included in like the February packet, but there was no discussion. Yeah. And, but the 2-year is not complete, and that will take some time. Okay. Well, I mean, we can do the 17th, but yeah, it's tight with just 3. And unless Dino could attend remotely, I don't know if Carl can, but I know he's on a cruise, so that's very cumbersome ultimately. Okay. I had asked if he was in Italy or, but I understand. So, yeah. So we'll leave it for the 17th till next week and see where we're at.
Yeah, we all have to make sure we're here.
Yep, it's in my calendar, but
Okay, so what's the date next week?
Wednesday, the 3rd.
the 3rd
Wednesday, the
at
3rd.
1:30.
At 1:30, okay.
And then 2 weeks after that would be our regular board meeting on the 17th.
So
Is,
yeah.
that seems to, I mean, from a workload perspective, I appreciate.
Okay, so you won't have a quorum 17 because.
I'm out.
because Lisa can't participate.
Okay, so
That's
we're
what I'm
back to
trying to
where we
tell
were
you
today.
guys.
That, good stuff. Um,
I got some serious concerns here about our board, you know, well, you take a board position here with full knowledge, you're gonna be out of the country half the time, or you're fully employed and you can't attend the meetings. What's the point, you know? And I don't know what our governance manual says about attendance and all that, but this is a serious matter. I take having a regular dependable meetings of the board for the benefit of the public. Seriously, this isn't just whatever we feel like at the moment, you know.
And I need to make comment to that because I think that having people that are employed and that are actively employed actually adds diversity to this board.
Well, it may be,
And-
but I made my comment. I don't
And
need to
I'm
have-
gonna go
I don't
ahead
need
and
to have it refuted.
I
I
didn't
took
refute.
an oath to show up for meetings on a regular basis.
I did not refute your comment. I am adding my comment. All right. Are we at the 17th? Well, no, because you don't have a quorum. So we need to. Can we,
Has to be before the 12th.
he leaves on the 12th, so 12th is not an
It's
option.
not an option.
The 10th is air service.
Yeah, that, I
That
mean.
doesn't
the-
matter. Our internal
Yeah.
committees that does not matter. What matters is that we can get as many people here as possible.
I would suggest,
things difficult about that. Considering it won't be until that Wednesday.
that's 1 week turnaround. That is tight.
Negotiating an agreement like this.
Yeah.
It's particularly.
The nuances.
I mean, the nuance of this agreement is a lot.
So can it wait? Could it be the first week of June?
Or the 31st, when we do the finance meeting. 31st.
If that's your pleasure, yeah.
I think it's gonna take you that
It
long.
may take us that long to get it drafted anyway.
Yep, I think so.
I think that makes sense if the timeline still works.
I will tell you, negotiating the original contract with the city of Monterey, the one we have now, took several months.
They are very motivated.
I get their motivation.
I think it gives us a little breathing room if it's the 31st. I want to make sure that we reserve as much time on that meeting as possible for budget, because coming right out of budget, we go back to finance committee with the draft final, which then goes to the board. That can change it, so it gets really tight. But we can do it in terms of, does the almost 1 month delay impact the potential new service operator? I think you heard today that he didn't think it would.
He did not. He said 90 days.
He'll tell me
No.
6 months and they'll tell you 90 days, so we'll see. It does. You know, that's only if it's the new service.
All right, so I think at least we're thinking that maybe is the solution to go to the end of the month for that item. And I think that's important enough to have as many review. I realize I assume I'll not be in that meeting, so we need people there. Mary Ann, did you have anything else, or Director Leffel?
I do not.
Okay, I have a few items I'd like added. And I guess it doesn't need to go to vote, or if anybody has concerns or comments, I'd like to hear from the board that is here. I'd like a HR consultant report. We've had our HR consultant here for about 6 months now. And potentially a facilitation of a discussion of an employee survey. That's not something that needs to be, I want it on the list of things in the next quarter, essentially. So I realize you've got a lot with the budget coming up and a lot of different things. But I would assume the consultant might help with wording and certain things, but however you
We
choose
have
to do
future
that.
agenda items.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Do you need agreement from the board?
I can put something on, but I'm looking for feedback if you have any.
I just asked if you needed approval from the board, so she's in.
The chair can.
The chair can just announce these things.
Mhm.
Maybe they'll get on. They didn't get on when I was chair.
Okay. Well, I'm writing them down and I'm documenting. So introduction of the Delray Oaks Police Chief. I know that, and I apologize that I didn't announce that at the beginning of the meeting today. I know that he was interim and now he has been announced. And then a review of the current police contract. And that will need to be on the May agenda because we'll need to review that and provide direction as it is coming up June 30th of this year.
Cannot change that contract. You have a 1-year termination clause in that. You have to give 1 year's advance notice. That contract cannot change.
So is the 5-year auto renewal automatic? But if you give a 1-year notice, then that wouldn't include the 5-year?
Next year, you could talk about.
Yeah, so I want at least a conversation at the board, and I think there wasn't even brought up last year where things were at. So, and again, I just received the contract recently, but I think there needs to be board conversation and understanding of that. I'd also like a tour of the hangar construction and review of the report of all hangar status and review of the wait list, less the names. We've got the hangars being constructed over there. I think it would be beneficial for this board to see where it's at and where things are at. I know we voted for that.
And we also, right now, it's just grading. They have not submitted all their building permits, so there's no, you are seeing the fire building over there, not the hangars. The
Okay,
hangars are only.
and the fire building is what I'm referring to. If I didn't, I apologize. I didn't say that, but that's what I was referring to. I believe we can have a bus go around it.
No, we are not even allowing staff over there. It is a construction site. Until it's constructed, then we will go back on site.
Well, I would assume that we can stop construction for 1 or 2 hours to have a tour of it.
It's not that. It is the safety and it is the insurance with it. That is the problem. The construction insurance is purview of the contractor and you're not covered under the road.
But if you stop the construction, could I have the attorney's opinion on this? I'm
I'd have
quite
to-
surprised
I'd have
that,
to review the construction documents to be candid.
okay.
I'll take a look at it.
Okay, so I'll take that offline, but I am interested in if there is a way for us to have a tour over there. I understand safety is always utmost and very important. But I think that that's really important. And I think that's it. The strategy session follow-up I have here and potentially another board retreat. I would like a placeholder on that. And I will make notes and send that. That's likely maybe in the summer, late summer, that type of thing, depending on whether we can ever all get together and figure out travel plans. But I'd like the placeholder there. Mhm.
I'm beginning to struggle with the amount of time, and I say this respectfully, the amount of time we are as a staff spending on board related items. We also have jobs to do that run this airport. And we need to be, I would ask you to be cognizant of that fact. We're struggling to keep up with all of everything that's thrown at us. Not to mention all of the things we should be doing. I need to ask some assistance from the board to be a little bit more mindful of that if you start adding now 9 or 10 things to an agenda. I mean,
This
these
is in the
things-
next, this is in the next 3-4 months. Some of these things have been there. And if it's a staffing concern, I appreciate that. And I think that needs to come back to us. I think we are really lean. I've asked if we have enough people with what we're bringing. You want to speak or you want to let me finish what I'm saying? Thank you. I appreciate that the workloads that we were all under, and even looking at the next 2 months, there's a lot of vacation time and there are a lot of vacation days too. So I'm aware of that. I'm aware of all we've got going on, and I have asked before whether we need some more consultants for some of the things that we're taking on and looking at things, or more employees. So again, these are things that I think are important to be reported to the board. If there's something that you really say, whoa, this is a lot of hours and this doesn't make sense. But I mean, something like the hangar status, that's been requested for 4 or 5 months now in the lease committee. In fact, I know it was requested last year in the lease committee. And I know there is a document. I saw one at one time. So hopefully something like that will not take that many hours. But I'm absolutely open. And again, this is balancing. I understand that we've got a lot going on, and we just need to see if we can work it out. And it's requests, I say, for the next quarter in some ways. And have anything to say?
I think I said what
Okay.
I need board understanding of that. This board, the staff. Whether we have on
I would ask that the chair has a way of getting responses to emails. And it's something that I request that the attorney send out all the emails that I've not received responses to this week. I'm well aware of how difficult this week was for many on the staff. I think there's reasons for that. I think some of our public relations and things that have been a concern of mine for a long time could have assuaged a lot of what went on. I'm not sure that we're getting the opinions and the direction we ultimately need. We can save that for another meeting. But I don't know what the SLA is for return of an email or for a response. But to me, it seems like it shouldn't take a whole week at times.
other than the fact that we talked about 4 or 5 of your requests that came in on Monday, we talked about that in a telephone conversation between you and Scott and I. You indicated that a response by the end of the week would be fine.
Okay,
It's still not been.
Fair enough. Anything else? Move for adjournment.
So moved. Thank you all. Thank you for all the